8. Now this is where playing that. Oh, I didn't even recognize it. So Andrew's actually got an event here too, which I think affects strength icons. Let me look this up. So that event that AJ played, no cards with a strength icon may be used to attack. So this is a super interesting hand. So they can't use energy or strength icons to attack. So that means right now, the 9 and the teamwork are unplayable. Oh, I think that's an 8 power card. Some of these guys have their own custom printed power cards, and it makes it really hard to recognize on stream. We've, tried to ask them not to do that, but some of them still slip through once in a while. So, all right. So the any power teamwork is what Andrew Taylor's going to open up with. AJ has the strength card. Now, the advantage that AJ has here over Andrew Taylor, which is really tough, is the strength icons can't be used to attack, but he's got that inherent ability with the home base that he can shift the attacks. So those cards are still going to be premier defense, where Andrew Taylor is just going to be shut off from a lot of his abilities. Andrew has gotten lucky that he does have that 5 from Mojo. He does have a 6 intellect, and he does have the Cheshire Cat. He's not going to be able to use his activators to attack, but so the 6 hits Invisible Woman. So he does end up having to use the shift to move it over. So what happened there is it got that got the +1 from the teamwork card. But AJ's not giving up. He's going to push that 4 back over on Galactus. Now, we all know we like to call the Spell of Protection on Doctor Strange the cursed card. People, for whatever reason, don't like to play it very fast, and then it ends up duping out. But I think you get a 4 across the board, and you're already winning by 6 venture. That's just, I don't think you think about it. You use the Spell of Protection, and you leave that slot open to place the next one that comes up. You leave your Galactus with no hits on him. The only decision I think that might be going on here is, all right, so turns to the side. That's generally the indication that he's going to take the hit. That was just a power card attack, so it goes back to Andrew Taylor, and we'll see what he wants to do next. Now, he has got 15 points, so that 5 is now for the kill on Invisible Woman. And Andrew calls him on it, which is good. He says she can't play the 5, but he says, yep, just remember I can shift anything to the power cards for anybody else. Then we get a little 2 attack. Now, this would put AJ ahead on Venture because AJ is getting that +2 to Venture from Invisible Woman. So this is something where hopefully Andrew Taylor's remembering that she's going to get that too, and doesn't let it hit thinking the Venture's tied. So this is not for the kill. This is going to put Invisible Woman at 19. So I'm not sure what's going on. Invisible, he's getting a +1 to Venture somehow that I'm not seeing. Oh, I'm right. I keep forgetting. See, he knows his deck better than me. There's also a small bump to low stats that Four Freedoms Plaza gives you as well. So he's using those low power cards at +1 sometimes to defend. What an interesting game. So it looked like Andrew was actually betting aggressively for the win there. It looks like AJ's gone a little more conservative. Is at 2-4-1. I didn't really get to see. We were having a little bit of a quality issue, but now it's crystal clear, and this is fantastic. So Andrew looks like he's about, I think he's 4-3. And again, I don't know these power cards AJ's using because they just have some random art we've never seen. I think it's an 8 intellect. All right. AJ is representing a lot of teamworks. Interestingly enough, uh, Andrew Taylor's deck looks like it would be the main teamworking deck, but AJ's doing the same thing. So it's interesting to see how the two are going off against each other. But the yeah, AJ's really able to get the teamworks here, and just represents a lot of string pressure. So all right, so Mr. Fantastic's going to open up with that 6 intellect teamwork card. That gives him a nice big strength follow-up that can be made from the thing. I don't hate this. It doesn't really give him much other than 6 venture. It's not a third color. So Andrew decides to let that hit. Now, you could say, well, why don't you use the 6 or less? But if he's sitting with another strength teamwork and an energy teamwork, and those are both for the kill, you can pretty much guarantee one of those is going to come through next, and it'd be nice to have that spell of protection for one of them. So it looked like we had a miscommunication. So he threw it. I think he's saying it hits. Now AJ is going to go with the follow-up. That's a 3. It's going to be a 5. Also not for the kill. And I think Andrew Taylor's going to go all in here and say, I'm just going to let these hit. They're not for the kill. I didn't see what the venture was for this hand. And he kept hidden in his hand a teamwork himself. Very interesting because that's for the kill. The 5 any power is actually for the kill as well. But also the 5 any power, actually it can't follow up the other one. So he throws a 3 from his hand. I like that. And then he's going to throw the 5 at a +3. So he needs an 8 to defend that. And he's going to go to the Holocaust, and a 5 intellect is going to pull the full avoid 1 attack. If you're Andrew Taylor, you are not upset about that at all. Making him have to use his full avoid off the battle site for something as basic as a 5 any power, you're a happy camper if you're in that space. It looks like they're both going to venture this time. So I believe that there's 3 in the bottom for Andrew Taylor, so this would put him in a great position to bet again for the win next time. AJ's just looking to pull, it looks like, that bottom mission up to the top and put himself at 3-4, which would be a commanding position. And Andrew Taylor expertly holds out the lockout till the very end. And that's a great way. I love to play the lockout that way. You know, he's letting himself get higher and higher on the cumulative, but he knows in his head, I can absorb these 2 low hits, and then I can pretty boy, and then I can represent on the board a bunch more kill actions. And he's got 2 cards in hand. You know, hopefully he has something that puts KO pressure from his hand onto the table, and then he's just going to force AJ to run, and he's not going to have to use up any of those cards. AJ uses Beyonder. He's going to do an only universe lockout. AJ fires off the battering ram into the negate. He's got no more cards in hand, so yeah, I don't think that's much of a decision. The question is, does he have a power card in hand, and can he throw that teamwork card? Nope, it looks like he's got a Beyonder activator himself. So I think what he wants to do here, I like the idea of throwing the Dazzler pinpoint laser. It will go through the beast card. If Andrew Taylor has that stacked and remembers it, It is an auto kill on Invisible Woman because it ignores the acrobatics and can just be thrown directly on her. So if he has it and he remembers, this should be a kill where he can just knock out the Invisible Woman here and get completely around that lockup. He is taking a nice time to look at his battle site. So hopefully he has stacked this 4. Oh, Andrew, did you not realize you could throw it through the beast? And that's just one of those things where sometimes when you're a newer player to the game and you're not used to those interactions, but if you watch this one later, Andrew, yeah, you could have thrown that and ignored the beast card. That's the whole point of the pinpoint laser. So to throw it on Mr. Fantastic, well, Andrew's playing a great game here and he's ahead. But yeah, that's definitely a play where you could have just taken out the Invisible Woman and and then really started to pressure Fantastic next hand to get rid of a lot of those power cards. But Andrew's doing great. He won the venture. He's still putting himself in a commanding venture lead. Doesn't look like he's going to have a lot of dupes. Now, AJ's got a good hand. AJ's got his clobbering time. That 10 is always going to be hard to deal with. But, we've got a double negating team going on over here on Andrew's side. Andrew's got a very interesting team, and we do have to give this credit. Playing Galactus to get all the teamworks and then having double negators, no 9 or less avoids, is a super interesting idea. I haven't really seen it much from this game. I'm really enjoying it, but clearly he's in the 4th round undefeated. Now, most likely, AJ's playing the X-Man 1 per deck lockout. So he's probably going to get to lock Invisible Woman out for a second hand in a row. He does have the clobbering time, which is always a great card. And I think he's got, looks like team coordination in his hand. The question is going to be, what is that negate in Andrew's hand going to be used on? I can't see the card next to it to see if that's another Mojo negate. He's got the Stars and Garters. That's good. He's trying to decide what to place. I think you place the Stars and Garters. I don't know. I could be wrong. I think you just want to guarantee you're going to get that out. It's such a premier piece of defense. He makes the same choice I do. Things got the clobbering time. We get the team coordination down. The other thing AJ is starting to do here is, even though he's way behind on missions, don't underestimate building up that war chest. He's got 2 teamworks, a 10, a 7, an 8, a draw 3, a team coordination. He's placing his follow-ups to guarantee he can use them all. That is a scary, scary hand right now that AJ's put there. If AJ gets the chance to throw that teamwork off Fantastic, plus the 8 that's going to get the bonus, plus the 4 that's going to get the bonus, I mean, he's throwing 3 attacks that, he could make it so the lowest value on any of them is 7. Or 6, it'd be 6, 10, 7. That's almost certainly going to, unless Andrew has a lockout we don't know about, it's almost certainly going to take out Galactus. So don't underestimate, in the old environment, the teamwork cards being 6s and granted the bonuses they do can be really devastating. But so Andrew's thinking about what he wants to do here. He's reaching for his missions. He's got 2. It looks like he's gonna bet 2 and try to fight it out. Now this might be one of those situations too when you get here, you're in the lead, and so you get this feeling a lot of times as a player, well, I have to keep betting and keep fighting because I got to close the deal. Where sometimes if you're in a situation where, you've got 8 cards placed and the other guy's got 9 and you don't necessarily have it for sure. The other guy's got to draw 3. You may want to just run and then go to the next hand and try to get more cards that you can place that can deal with this stuff. He's got a lot of. Oh, and AJ does it back to him. So AJ wants to just go to the next hand and have the big card advantage, which I think is kind of what he's saying to him. So he did have the mojo negate too. I'm still going to stick to my guns here. With the amount of negates that you have in that deck, I think he'll draw another one this hand, and I think the play was definitely to do the Stars and Garters. Now let's look at his hand and see if I'm right or wrong. I believe that is discard all multi-power cards. Let's double check that. Discard all multi-power cards. That is not just multi-power power cards. That would get multis in your hand, like Scarlet Witch's 8 multi, Spawn's 4 multi, make an additional attack. Anything with multiple icons, that event is going to get rid of. So AJ's happy to see his Force Field card with Invisible Woman. That's a 9 or less avoid. That's going to give him some time. Now these guys are going through and doing their what 4 cards they want to put at the top of the deck. So that is the event Best Laid Plans. You'll see it at the bottom of your screen. They get to go through their deck, choose 4 cards, reshuffle the deck, and then put those cards on top. So that going through the deck you saw was them kind of setting up the hands that they know they want to get. And again, fantastic event to get when you've got a place to draw 3. AJ knows if that draw 3 goes off, he's going to get exactly the top 3 cards he put there. And it didn't look like he put anything that would be a duplicate. And we're staring across the table at each other. So let's see. We got to make a move here. What are we going to do next? AJ's definitely got some teamwork. So he's got a teamwork hidden in his hand. We see he's got the A next that he hasn't placed yet. He's got things 4, which he can do and then follow up with the clobber in time. Andrew Taylor, I think, is trying to decide if he wants to take another shot at the win here. I mean, he has got a whole handful of good cards. He's got allies. He's got power cards. He's got a Sentinel Activator. I think that's a 6-4 all the way on one side of the hand. He cannot decide. I've been in this position before, and it's not ideal. You're like, do I give him one more card and go for it, or do I play more conservative and just try to whittle him down and win on attrition? It's always tough too to bet 3 cards into a draw 3. Even if you've got the negate, you never know if that character is going to get KO pressure from a teamwork, and you might not know if you can keep him around. So Andrew, at the end, he decides to be conservative. He just goes 1. Now that puts him in a position where, that's good. AJ decided to run again and just wants to maximize the hands he's going to play. Now AJ put those 4 cards on top, so he knows exactly what he's going to get. Whereas Andrew Taylor, he put 4 cards on top too, but he's not exactly sure what AJ's strategy is. So AJ ends up duping out on his 8. But we're going to see who has laid the best plans here. All right. Andrew's going to do it. He's going to bet for the win. Looks like AJ goes his obligatory 2. Andrew's going to be first to act. He put a little reach out like he was going to try to fire off that teamwork right away. I love that play. But I also think if you're in this situation, as much as you want to put the pressure on, you're going for the win. You know he can't run. Get the stars and garters in play. Just don't even take the chance that if the 10's fired off, you have to use a suboptimal card. I think it's just 100% right to get you got to get your defense out there. That card on Beast does nothing if it's placed. It does everything if it's in the field. You just have to. It's not fun to waste the turn, but you just have to try to take a shot at it. The odds that you're gonna punch through and kill Invisible Woman at this point are pretty low. We got a little bit of a poke back and forth. I still think I would try to get that out, but and then we're gonna see the X-Men lockout come out. There we go. Camera will be back up in just a second, guys. Now Andrew is still sitting on that 9, which is going to be a really nice card later in the hand. I don't know if we've seen the 1 per deck off AJ's site, but he does have Morph, so he could be sitting on a Power Mimic here, which is such an interesting card. If he is, you could easily see him Power Mimic the draw 3 and then draw 3 again. Or you could even see him defensively Power Mimic the only strength attacks, I believe that is on Neymar, if he needed to lock out Invisible Woman. All right, and we got a team coordination coming in. So that is a 3 intelligence attack. It comes from the Invisible Woman, and then the rest of her frontline teammates may make additional attacks. And I like this play a lot. This is a personal negate, means it can only negate a card that's targeted directly at the character. He plays it to negate that, and that's going to really slow down the speed of attacks at which things are coming. Slowing him down enough that it might make sense to get a Stars and Garters in play, but he's still opting to not get it in play. So he's firing the teamwork string. AJ's using that for Freedom's Plaza ability and just shifting the power cards to the people, shifting the attacks to the people with the power cards that can defend. Yeah, so guys, we have just what a great game. Okay, we got a teamwork. So this is going to start to show some of the chaining action here. And we got the thumbs up for the main camera. This is really, if anything else, this is a commercial against the reaction thing that that Microsoft did. It is doesn't sound like it's something you can disable, and it's messing up our stream here. So another example of not allowing you to choose how things work being terrible. Andrew Taylor reaching to his battle site. He's going to take out the Sentinels card. Oh, this could be a really cool play. He is going to say Mr. Fantastic may not play specials. And so interesting. AJ is going to use his 1 per deck off the site to play Power Mimic, to Power Mimic the only strength attacks card from the reserve, and lock out Mr. Fantastic from anything that's not strength, and then turn around on his turn, fire off another teamwork string. Now, this is a time where it'd be really nice to have a Stars and Garters out there. Spell of Protection is going to keep him alive off that. He's able to throw the 4 as a 6, and that's 8, 14. I think that's 19. I think that can actually hit. Yeah, that's 19. So that is not for the kill. Andrew's adding it up. And Andrew's going to let it hit. And he's going to take Galactus right to the limit. He's going to play a 1 for both the Spectrum and the Cumulative. Galactus is going to go down. The Devourer of Worlds has been taken out by a 1 strength attack. Invisible Woman is still open. Now, again, I know I'm a broken record here. You got to get that Stars and Garters out there and play. But I know where Andrew's coming from. He's going for that venture win, and he is just eyeballing Invisible Woman. But right now, that Stars and Garters represents avoiding the 10 attack. She's gone with the teamwork card. Now, if he has a strength attack that can follow it up, he doesn't. So he throws the 1. That's going to hit thing. Don't underestimate that 1 either. That puts some key spectrum KO over there. He's going to play Stonewall. Stonewall says target character may not attack or play special cards unless you discard 2 cards. Opponent can discard them. They can come from anywhere. That was a clarification that we got that rule wrong last year or last tournament with Phil Miller. But Beast is going to get the Stars and Garters. And AJ is going to get another teamwork string. The Fantastic Four just continuing to bring the teamwork heat. Thing will be able to follow that up with either a strength or a fighting attack. He's only got 1 card in his hand, but it is a fighting power card. It's a low one. It's a 3. We see Andrew Taylor go to his battle site. He defends it, and then AJ follows up with the last card he has in his hand, which is just the 3. Again, another brave move because you don't know what's in Andrew's hand. If he's got the ability to go 1-2, he could throw something and then make an additional attack and just take out the thing before you even get a chance to play that 10. But he's going to just go for the drop kick. He's going to kick thing in the face for 9 damage. He knows that there's nothing there that can defend it. AJ's going to try to draw 3. Andrew Taylor's going to negate it. Andrew Taylor is out of cards from hand. He's going to play something from Dazzler. Another 5. So that's going to put him at 15. That puts 21, counting the teamwork. Vlad is currently at 8. He's going to play the 7. Andrew Taylor should just let that hit. Now Andrew Taylor just needs to pass, use the Stars and Garters, and Andrew Taylor pulls it off. What a game. Wow, that was so back and forth. I just felt it so many times that AJ had the control, but yeah, that was a really interesting one to watch. So back and forth. What a great match. I think Andrew doesn't even he feels stressed out. Look at the way he's holding his head. We have seen so many great matches on stream today, so close. Both of these guys are clearly having a great day. That takes Andrew to 4-0. I believe AJ is going to be 3-1. We are going to a top 12, so 4 and 3s will probably make it into the top 12. So you're seeing 2 people that are positioned very well here to be in the finals, in the top 12. But if they keep playing as well as they've been playing against the rest of their opponents, might make it into that top 4 and get the first round bye. So that's round 4, guys. We got 3 more rounds of Swiss. This one got about 10 minutes left in the round, so we'll be back with you. But just wanted to remind everybody out here on YouTube and Facebook Live and here in the Discord with us, we had an amazing playtest event last night. The set exceeded all our expectations. There was almost exactly 5 decks of every single power type. All the power types were represented in the meta. Stuff seemed competitive. We made a few tweaks based on the playtesting, but this set that we're putting out, guys, it is in a really good place. I think you guys are going to love playing the new cards. If you haven't already, go check out our Kickstarter. Go to Kickstarter, look for Overpower, go to our Discord or our Facebook or our website, follow the support, and go check it out, guys. It's going to end on Tuesday. It's doing great, and we really just want more players, so we want to bring you along for the ride. I will sign off, and I will see you guys again for round 5 coming at you soon. All right, and welcome to round 5 of the Overpower card game Battle for Boston 2024, the last event of our regular season. Thank you for joining us here on our Discord channel and out there in the world on YouTube and Facebook streaming and everywhere else. And for those of you who are watching this, it's probably at least 42 of you because we have broken the record and we have 42 participants at this tournament, breaking the record for the NAOL circuit. Welcome. We have a great match. Keith Bursack, Lazarus Rising Games founder and former #1 ranked Overpower player, is going to be joining us. He just beat Phil the King Keffer in a very close game to bring himself to 3-1. So Keith is having a great day, and he's going to be going up against Sean Ballantyne. Sean Ballantyne's record, I believe, is also 3-1, but Sean is the only one to beat Sean Sawyer today. So we have a big round robin of players at 3-1 who owe their one loss to each other. So, but Keith's having a great day. Let's go over here. They are shuffling up their decks, and they are ready to go. Keith is bringing his patented team coordination deck where he runs. He's got a modded version of the 3 stats Adam Warlock with the intellect stat written in, I believe, because he likes that art better. But I believe he is running that supposed to represent the 4 stat hero. And then on the other side of the board, we have Sean Ballantyne. Sean Ballantyne, known for making really interesting deck choices, uses a very alternative deck building math a lot of the time. He's using Dracula's Armory, but he's using an old fan-made version of it called the Shield's Weapons Cache, but it works the same way. 3 deck building points, you get to bring 3 basic universe cards. This is going to be a great match. We haven't get to see any of Sean Ballantyne's deck on camera, but Sean always brings interesting things. You know, I've seen so many decks Sean has where he'll only use 2 to 3 specials for characters and really focus on power cards and teamworks, or he's got a deck he calls his trick or treat deck where he was just focusing on like thematic characters, but it would win a lot of tournaments. So Sean's always been someone who's been really good at not playing the meta and having a lot of success with it. You know, he's never been somebody that just builds the energy Cadillac deck. So he does have kind of a weaker starting power card set up here with a 1 and a 2 and an 8. Keith's got the ability to concede right away. He's got the ability to lock down a character, which is a harder card to deal with in the first hand. Now, Keith also is not playing a battle site, which is he's playing any heroes, which is a little bit of a tougher uphill battle for Juggernaut's card. Juggernaut's 11 is called Wrecking the Mansion. It's an 11 that only counts to venture if it targets a battle site, which Keith doesn't have. He also was lucky enough to draw Siberian Strength, which is opponent must discard 3 cards from hand. Keith is not representing a negate on his front line, meaning there's only 1 negate in his deck. That is a Merlin 1 per deck any hero. So Sean's going to be a lot more comfortable trying to fire off that discard 3, but it looks like Keith still went 2 even with that discard 3 on the table. Now Sean is playing both he is playing a negator and a teammate avoid. Hit another low power card there. It looked like he had a 4 multi. He throws the ally from Adam Warlock. He can now follow up with special cards from either Invisible Woman or Inhumans. And he's got a 9 for Inhumans, and he's going to just put the pressure on Serpent Society right from the first attack. That's going to take Sean down to only 1 card in hand. Now, you might say to yourself, well, why would you throw the 3 so early? That's just going to allow Sean a chance to do it, but Sean's probably running from that hand anyway. Keith puts the 9 out for pressure and he forces that full avoid to come out, and he knows now that battle site of Sean's isn't going to have that. I did miss it, but if he used Wolverine, I assume he's using the Outback, very defensive battle site. So getting rid of one of the full 1 per decks right away is key. Keith's also going to be in a great position. Sean Ballantyne has 2 discards. Now, Sean is up a little bit on his placing advantage, and he's sitting on 2 very powerful 1 per decks. Keith has a pin, which is very useful. Keith also does dupe on an 8, so it's only 6 to 7. But Keith being able to pin the Juggernaut for a battle, don't underestimate that. I think Keith is just playing, that is a proxy for the Doctor Strange spell of protection. It's a one with a different border. Oh, so Keith is having it's Keith's day. He draws the Merlin second hand, and Sean Ballantyne hates to see that now. Sean drew some of his teamwork cards though, which that really enables those lower power cards that he got the first hand that are kind of weak. Now all of a sudden those lower power cards are going to be able to fuel those teamworks. I will say I'm very surprised to see Sean playing a 1 energy as a power card in his energy slot, where both of his teamworks don't have energy follow-ups. Generally, as a construction rule, it's great to have a hit that's so far off in spectrum, but as you're seeing right here, that being a fighting or an intellect would absolutely make both of those teamworks playable. And now Keith's able to look at this and say to himself, unless he's got another power card in hand, he's not representing those as playable this battle. And if I was to use the Hades card to reset the venture, he still has to draw another card to enable one of those teamwork. So a little bit of a deck building difference, but like we said, Ballantyne's known for doing really interesting choices in his decks, and they pay off. Keith's controlling the action. Keith's gonna go with a teamwork. It looked like a Jubilee activator is gonna be the confusion. I think that one's called Troublemaker, maybe. I'm not sure. But that's gonna just end it. Keith will not get to make any of the follow-ups. Sean has got a very good amount of placed cards. He's got 8. Keith's got 6. Sean doesn't want to go down in venture any more than he is, but like you'll see with a lot of these really experienced players, they're just gonna try to get that placing advantage. Keith loses his 9 and he loses one of the royal families. Royal family works like master mode with special cards. It can avoid an attack or remove a hit with a special card. Not being able to place that hurts a little bit, but Keith is still able to go first this turn, even though he's got a little bit less cards. Being able to pin Juggernaut for a battle, if Ballantyne doesn't draw his like teammate avoid for Jubilee or his negate for the Reavers, there's not a lot else on his battle site that stops it. Keith draws his 1 per deck avoid lockout, so Keith's feeling very secure in his defense now, and I believe he's got 3 up top, 4 in the middle. You play a player like Sean Ballantyne with so much experience. Sean, obviously a very, very smart guy. You've really got to respect what they bring to the table. But at the same time, you can't be timid. You can't let that respect for all the years of experience and all the tournament victories that the guy sitting across from you have. You can't let that make you not play your game. Now, Sean has built up a very good war chest. It looks like Keith goes 1. It looks like Sean goes 1. This is just kind of this is a boxing match. They're in the middle of the round. Nobody wants to swing too hard and leave that that ability for your opponent to knock you out with a power punch open. They both want to stick to their strategy and just they're looking. They are only a few minutes into this match and they're looking more for the long game. He starts off with a teamwork. Keith has not been able to really come and build up the placing advantage that he wants to, and he's also is throwing this teamwork in the follow-up from his place card slot. Now, I don't know if this is a conscious thought to just try to get as many attacks out as he can, but usually in the situation that Keith is in, you are trying to not throw cards placed and use the cards from your hand to even this up. But all 3 of them hit Serpent Society, and Serpent Society is rocked. They've got anything other than a strength hit is going to knock them out. I believe that's a 2 that's on them. I got a little bit of glare, but I think they're looking at about 8 more points to KO. So he throws the 3. Keith blocks with a 5 any power. And he's going to try to do it. He's going to throw it. I think this makes sense on Sean's part. Just get rid of that negate. It's the only one in Keith's deck. He's going to sit on it till you play the discard 3. Just get rid of it, and then your 8s and your 11s have a much better chance of getting through. Now, this is going to go back to Keith. Keith has got the defense. I think this is where Keith just needs to fire off the Medusa. He is representing 25 points of venture placed to Juggernaut, another 8 points of venture placed on the home base. If that pin goes off, it is just absolutely a situation where he's not going to be able to catch up this hand, and Keith's just going to get 1 more up in the top and go to 4-3. I can't make out exactly what's in Sean's hand, but he's got a Juggernaut 7, it looks like. All right, so he's going to go with the 2 multi from the home base. This is the ISIS 2 multi aspect. We talked about this in an earlier match. Way better for Spectrum, but does not have what you want for cumulative. But when you're throwing an off-color 1 energy, you don't really mind. Now, I'm surprised Keith with that. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't use that on the 2 multi. He might have just forgot. And then decides to use it on the 1, which is almost as good. As great as Sean's got a lot on the table, it is all strength based. There's only 1 off color, but Keith is not going for this pin. He is just relentlessly throwing the attacks at Serpent Society, forcing Sean to use everything that he can. Sean's got to use up one of his 3 basics from the Dracula's Armory, meaning he's not going to be able to use any more this battle. Juggernaut's throwing the 11. I don't know what's in Keith's hand, but I think this is the perfect opportunity to lock him out. You know, you've got hit with the multi. That puts him in a weak position. The 11 doesn't count to venture, so Keith might be trying to calculate if it's better to get rid of a venture-producing card. But obviously, all right, he's throwing the pin. John Ballantyne does have the teammate avoid, so even playing it earlier wouldn't have mattered. So Keith, interestingly enough, Keith was definitely doing the right thing. Keith was trying to kill Serpent Society to get around the teammate avoid. Had he been able to get that 7 through, then the pin would have pinned Juggernaut. So as much as I was saying, you know, throw the pin, Keith, Keith was right. He was reading the board and saying, I don't want to risk going into that teammate avoid. That's going to be a protective wall from Invisible Woman, and 9 or less avoid will stop the 8 battering ram from the Juggernaut. Sean's down to 2 cards in his hand. He can complete the middle teamwork card. So he's got 5 playable cards if you count the 8. Keith is down to only a few, but Keith is going to select the slain. Keith's going to look at 5 cards from the top of his deck. He's going to choose and reveal one to put in his hand, and then he gets to keep it. So the question is, can he get something here that's enough to scare Ballantyne off? He does still have the lockout. So even though he's only going to have 4 cards, he's got the lockout and he can still reset the venture. And it doesn't look like Ballantyne's going to have a way to negate him resetting that venture. So Keith reveals something. We don't see what it is. He reshuffles the deck, and then the turn will go back to Sean. Sean needs to decide here, am I going to throw 2 of my placed cards at this point? You know, Keith has got a lot of venture on the board over there, and Ballantyne's only got 2 venture counting, because remember that 11 only counts to venture against a battle site. Although it has put Inhumans at 13 with a multi and 2 colors, it does not put him in a position to really get a lot of venture. Interesting play. I like it. The shift brings the thing right over to Adam Warlock. He fires back with the 8. Sean's got 1 card in his hand. Not very many cards left are going to deal with that 8. We've seen the Master Mold. We've seen the full avoid. A Jubilee teammate avoid is on there. A long shot shift would at least keep the guy alive. But again, this is exactly what Keith wants to do. You know, even if he... So he's got the long shot shift. He's going to block with the 8. Now, Ballantyne here's at 9 venture. I can't make out that middle power card that Keith has hit him with. Let me see if I can zoom in there. I still can't make it out. But it looks like Sean's confident that if he throws this teamwork string... So this is that's a brilliant targeting. So he wants to win the venture. Keith could block that and win the venture, but then he has to let Inhumans die, which he can't do. So Keith's basically going to have to let this hit. He's going to have to use the avoid lockout to keep the Inhumans from dying on the 2 follow-up, and then he's just going to have to fortress to get out of the hand. So on the Serpent Society, we've got 3 hits. Oh, Keith goes to win the venture and lets the Inhumans die. I mean, he has seen a decent amount of cards. We haven't seen the 8 multi. We've seen one of the royal families for sure. But he does have Serpent Society painted, so I still haven't made out what that card on the Serpent Society is, the green one in the middle of those 3 that are sticking out, but they're going to go into these next hands. I believe that card that Keith just played is no cards with the word negate. Keith places the Gemini. That's going to allow him to go get a card for somebody else. He's got the Spell of Protection. Good, building up a little bit of defense there. Sean's got the Clobbering Time on the thing. Not playable this hand, and it looks like the negate's not playable. So, Sean's definitely making the best of not the best situation here of definitely getting things. Keith's getting a lot of stuff to line up in the right way for him, and Sean is just playing great and clawing his way through these hands. It goes to show you again with overpower, like you can play well enough to mitigate the bad luck. Now Keith does have 2 team coordination, so we're gonna get a little bit of a zoom in here. I believe that's a 2 strength that's on the Serpent Society there. I'm gonna say that it is for now, so I think he's got 12 points of damage on Serpent Society. Keith just goes 1. I think that's fine. Keith doesn't need to do anything crazy. He has managed to mitigate most of Sean's placing advantage, and Sean still had to run. So he hasn't been able to. Sean's been maintaining, but hasn't been able to get out. Another interesting thing here, most people nowadays only play a single 1 card. But we're seeing here, Sean not only has 1 energies that don't fit his teamwork follow ups, but he's playing more than 1, which is so interesting to me. He throws a 3. Each frontline teammate may make an additional attack. Sean Ballantyne blocks it with a 6, meaning he had to block pretty high for that. He's only got a couple cards in hand. Keith can now make an attack with Doctor Strange and then again with Invisible Woman. The question is, what does he want to throw? He could throw that 6 energy and know that he needs that Serpent Society has to use a special card. He's going to throw the 3 from Invisible Woman. Now, he doesn't get extra attacks off that because of the way the rule works. You get a single attack from each teammate, but that 3 is going to be enough to take out Serpent Society. They can't use the negate because of Keith's event. And now, does Keith want to throw another attack from Doctor Strange? Valentine doesn't have a lot left in his hand. But also, Keith may want to just save something for defense, but nope, he decides to throw the 3. I think I agree with throwing the 3. Saving the 6 to block something, putting more KO pressure. Sean takes it. He throws the 7, which is above the 6 or less block. Doctor Strange is going to eat that. I think Keith's got to go Gemini. I would go get the 9 or less avoid out, and I would have a defense against the 8. And then I would be ready to throw the 6 offensively. If he throws the 1, I've got the Spell of Protection. But nope, Keith decides he got his kill. He keeps his placing advantage. I also think at that point that might have been a good time for Keith. He could have tried to use the Hades and just reset the venture and say, hey, look, I've got 3 in the top. I'm fine going into the next hand after I killed someone with 3 in the top. Because the thing he's got to remember about trying to beat him in this hand, he does have to deal with that clobbering time. And this far into the game, it's a tough thing to deal with. Keith's really looking to get his Any Hero Avoid as one of the only cards left in the deck that deals with that clobbering time. Raise off Juggernaut, we've been saying now, has become one of the premier cards in this game. It discards every universe card placed or in hand, whichever number's greater. With the amount of people playing Dracula's Armory, Spartan Training Ground, there's usually a lot of placed cards. It makes it really hard for teams to place out all their teamwork cards. So You know, this is the situation we've been in all game. You look at Sean's placed cards, and they just seem so strong. You know, he's got tens, he's got eights, he's got big one per decks, and Keith has just managed to keep the KO pressure on him. Keith tucks the 7. Keith's got what looks to be I think it's a 7 energy from Superman. Looks like 4 power cards and a teamwork card. So card for card, not the strongest hand. Valentine is Valentine's making a big bet here. He went 4, and he's going to give Keith 2 draws. Keith is going to get a teamwork keeper and a 4 make an additional attack keeper. Looks like Keith just went 1 from the top. I think I get where he's coming from. Let's see what Sean's doing. Sean is playing Absorb Sound from the battle site. That is a brutal card. That is going to get 3 cards out of Keith's hand, and it doesn't get any of Sean's. That is discard all cards in hand. Opponent has to discard all cards with an energy icon placed or in hand, and you just discard the ones in hand. It was a 3-for-1, which puts Sean in a much better position. Now the question is, does Keith want to try to get aggressive offensively? Because Keith does have the ability to throw a massive chain Colossus's way. He could throw that 4 aspect. He could then follow it up with a 4 make an additional, and then he could follow it up with a 3 from Adam Warlock, and then make 2 additional attacks after that. So whoever he decides to attack with this, he can really pepper a string together. Sean lets the 4 hit, and since it's strength, and he's got the block, Keith says, you know what, I'm going to retarget now since you let that hit. I got a little venture, and I'm going to pressure Colossus and get a second icon on him. Sean is describing something to him. Do you want to attack Juggernaut? It sounds like he's asking him, and it sounds like Keith is declining, and he's going to continue to attack Colossus. Sounds like Sean Valentine is saying that that hits, and Keith's doing exactly what we said. He's playing the team coordination. Sean does have the 3 to block it. And now, does Keith have what he needs to have? He wants to make sure that he can follow up that teamwork, but it's unfortunately Keith does not have any cards in his hand that represent a kill shot here. He's got too many any power cards in his hand. So he can't throw something for the spectrum. So he probably wants to keep enough in his hand that he can block whatever Sean's going to throw back. The question is, does he throw what looks to be another 3 strength out? That'll put Colossus at 10. I don't think Valentine's super worried about taking a 3 in that position. You know, almost would have been worth it just to get the strength out on Juggernaut and have everybody set up with 1. Sean is going to pressure back with a teamwork card. Spell of Protection, I think, is good there. That's going to be a intellect, and then it's going to still leave a 3rd follow-up, which I think is fighting, which means the 5 is going to be able to come over as a 7, the 5 multi. He does have the 6 here, so I think he uses the 6 to block it. Keith's now committed to just probably fortressing after this hits. Keith is going to do exactly what I said. He's going to play the fortress. Sean's bet 4 is reset, and it turns out Keith made the right play by not fortressing earlier. He forces Sean to exhaust a lot of his resources. He does take another hit, but gets out of losing 4 venture to Sean and goes into the next hand to fight another day. Keith has got no activators may be played, and Sean Valentine is going to lose 2 of his activators. And he's going to use a Serpent Society card. So Sean goes down to 5 cards in his hand, 4 cards placed. He's going to be at 9. Keith was only carrying 1 card into this, and it looks like he did have 1 duplicate protective wall. So after all of that, Sean is still going to end up ahead by 1 card, but he also doesn't know if his raise is going to get anything. Now, Keith is also sitting on his power leech, and one of the things that's tough, a lot of people have been playing battle sites, and sometimes you just forget that power leech is coming down the line. Keith's got a 9 or less avoid, he's got his defense, but he's got that power leech, and it looks like he might have his guardian angel as well. So it looks like Keith is pretty happy about his defense right now. And I think you're going to look for Keith to probably make a 3-bet here, or he's going to let Sean bet big and then just devastate him with that. If he calls brute force, he's just almost certainly going to get. Oh, and I think Keith is going 4 for the win. He gives Sean 2 cards. Oh, did he go 5 for the win? He gives Sean 3 cards. That is surprising. That's a lot. Let's see what you got, Keith. A vanilla Haymaker 7 coming from Colossus. Keith is going to play a protective wall. Now there's basically 2 activators left, but there's no activators able to be played. So other than the teammate avoid a special or the Colossus avoid, which I'm almost certainly not going to think Sean Valentine's playing, if you play the Grim Reaper directly into Colossus, I think that's your best bet. I think you're just going to strip him of brute force cards here. Now, Sean can discard 2 of his cards from the home base. Gonna block with a 3, and I think you're gonna see the power leech. Oh, only Adam Warlock and Colossus may attack or be attacked this battle. That is so devastating. It hits. He throws the 1. Keith blocks with the 1. Keith has a venture advantage. He is gonna Grim Reaper. What type does he call? He calls brute force. Valentine is going to get rid of brute force cards on other characters. If this doesn't end, he has just shredded his placing advantage. I've been saying this. I've been running Red Skull this whole season. I think the meta has shifted, and one of the most playable cards now is, I think the Soul Gem, the Cosmic Cube, those cards are very underrated. So Keith's got a full avoid, and I can't see what his other card is. He's going to avoid it. Question is, what is he going to get out for Adam Warlock that's going to win him this venture? He can't get any heroes out. Technically, those aren't supposed to be in the dead pile. They're in the defeated heroes pile. So I don't think I've seen a 7 go by for him, which would be a very nice card here because the 7 would kill Colossus. So let's see what he gets. He's got 1 card in hand. Colossus throws a 6. And unfortunately, the only thing he had to get out is the 3. And that is just not going to be enough to win him the venture. Unfortunately, that 6 is just 1 point too high. I think Keith made a lot of the right decisions. It's just bad luck. Well, Keith had to go for it there, you know. Unfortunately, he still had a 5 and a 6 that were playable by Colossus. You never know what's going to come out, you know. If Keith had just had a 7 instead of a 3, if he'd drawn the 7 energy and he could have got that out from the dead pile with the Gemini, he could have taken that. He's got looks like going to have a few discards for Royal Family. Now remember, Thing is an 8 and he's on the front line, but Serpent Society and Colossus are dead. Sean's 3 cards into his power pack. He doesn't have any advantage from his armory anymore. And it looks like Keith's got a whole handful of cards that are not power pack cards. So even though Keith really put himself behind in Venture, he's got a chance here to still do something. That event, that looks like the Brainiac one. Let me see if I can look that up and give you guys the Oracle text real quick. That looks to be, bear with me. I think that is choose one of opponent's frontline characters. Chosen character may not play specials this battle. Affected specials are not discarded. So with that being the case, I don't know who they're going to choose, but if I'm in this situation, I'm almost certainly picking Thing and avoiding the 10. And if I'm Sean Ballantyne, I'm probably picking, even though it gets rid of the defense, I'm probably picking Adam Warlock because at this point, you've got to be thinking at some point he's drawing the Adam Warlock, discard 3 cards from hand. And I actually think I can see Keith having it. So, but maybe you see the team coordination place and you just want to guarantee that you get something. So Keith puts the discard 3. Sean Ballantyne most likely has no way to deal with that card going forward in other hands. This is Keith got himself a little behind with that big swing. I think Keith wanted to just bet 3 there, get a little bit ahead, but you know, he still only lost by a point or two, so you gotta respect him taking the shot when he has it. John Ballantyne looks like he's just gonna bet 1. Keith's got to make his call of what he wants to bet here. Now Keith wants to carry this discard 3 into the next hand. He's got more cards in hand than Ballantyne. Ballantyne is completely in power pack. Sean, I think Keith can go 2 to 3 here. Just give him a nice. He could go 3 and give him a card. We know that Sean Ballantyne can't stop the discard 3. But Keith might even be thinking of going something even crazier and just saying, well, I'm going to give you 2 cards. I'm going to defend everything you throw at Adam Warlock. And then I'm going to just make you discard 3 from hand. Ballantyne did have 5 cards from his regular deck. So he still could have some kind of defenses, but come to think of it, I don't actually remember if we've seen the Reavers negate off the site. So maybe Sean does have. Sean used to play a lot of Hell's Kitchen, and I'm used to him not having a negate on the site. But he may have a way to negate the discard 3 just this hand. But we know in subsequent hands, since he can't place his activators, next hand he absolutely cannot defend it, no matter what happens. Keith places out. He goes 1 and he runs away. He did have the Reavers negate. Good play on Keith. Good read. He said there's no reason to risk it. He might have that Reavers activator. He did have it. He would have had the negate. And that puts Sean Ballantyne 8 cards into his power pack. So we know a minimum he could, the most he could keep in his hand is 6. But it looks like he's going to get, so he's got 2 dupes there, a 3rd dupe. He's got 4 dupes, 2 4s and an 8. So he's got 4 cards in his hand, 2 placed. That's 6. He's got 4 cards placed. He's still not in his power pack yet. So I think you're going to see Keith do a big bet here. Now, Keith's still big worry is the 10. Sean Ballantyne knows. So Keith has 3 dupes, but he's still way ahead. Sean knows he's got to get that 10 off. Keith knows if Sean doesn't use that 10 this battle, that it's unblockable next battle. He doesn't have anything placed that can block it. So Sean really needs to go to this next battle, and he knows he can take out Keith's 8-ranked character. Keith is gonna. Looks like he just bet 2, but Sean's gonna stay in. Sean's gonna throw the 8. Oh, and the 8 kills. The 8 gets through on Adam Warlock, and he does not get to play the discard 3. That is just such a bummer. All right. How is Keith going to return fire and punish him? Now, Keith can go 1-2 with the team coordination, but at the same time, he's in power pack. The chances of him not being able to block a 3 and whatever the next attack are pretty low. Keith, you can make another attack. I recommend Sean's only got 3 cards. You got to just go with cards from your hand. But at the same time, it's kind of an auto kill as soon as he throws the 10, which he's just going to do now. So you might wanted to have played the 4 multi there, so you just got it out of your hand, but then you would have lost the 8. So no, you made the right call. So Sean Valentine's thing is just swinging haymakers. He throws an 8, he throws a clobbering time, and he takes out 2 of Keith's people. Then he runs away and he leaves Keith with a max 6 Invisible Woman against 2 8 rankers, and they're both in the power pack. That special place to Juggernaut is Raise, which at this point in the game isn't going to have a use. But that 5 sitting there does. Keith's gonna just start bleeding discards at this point. So is Keith played a great game, and Sean Valentine just stuck around and stuck around, and I think now has flipped things. He's got himself to a position where he's gonna be able to take it down. I would be shocked if Keith can claw his way back. He really needed to win. Keith really needed to win that one battle where he went for the win, or just maintain such a lead. And but that's the game. Sometimes you take the shot, you see what you can do, and sometimes you just don't get there. Maybe Invisible Woman can talk to her friend Thing and make him change sides. The Fantastic Four is supposed to be a family. Looks like Keith just goes 1 from the top. Sean bets for the loss, which is some amount of cards. Keith has got 5 cards in hand, which means no matter what cards he draws, they're going to be dupes. He decides not to do it, and Sean motions him forward and says, "Come and get me." Keith throws a 4 multi at the Thing. Now, this is a good play. If Sean doesn't have the 4 specifically, he has to block with a 6. So he instead says, I don't need to have a second character here. I can take 3 shots on my guy. You can't block these 8s. You can't block these 7s. I'm just going to throw them. And once I get 3 different cards that are above a 6, you're just dead. And there's nothing you can do about it. And the chances that the Invisible Woman's going to win Venture getting hit with a 6 and a 7 automatically are also pretty rare. 2 strength's going to come through. He's going to block with a 2 intellect. He has to block the 5 because it's for the kill. Sean is defending everything. He doesn't even want to get a single hit on the Juggernaut. And you're basically looking at the game. Sean hasn't won yet on Venture, but if Sean draws a 7 or an 8, he auto wins the game at this point. There's nothing the Invisible Woman has in a power pack that can block a 7 or 8. No one's got any special cards. Sean just reveals the 8. Keith shakes his hand. And a great game. Tough loss for Keith. He really came out swinging. Everything went his way at the beginning of the game. And again, it just goes to show you can never take anything for granted with these experienced players. They know no matter how far down they are, no matter if the guy's going for the win and how down the chips are against them, that you just stay focused, you make smart bets, you get these incremental wins, you focus on placing, you get incremental advantages, and all of these little things can just add up to some huge comebacks. And that's what we just saw with Sean Valentine. Really amazing comeback that he just made in that game. Super impressive play from both players. So that takes Keith to 3-2. I believe that takes Sean Valentine to 4-1. But I definitely would love to see Keith make a top 8. So hopefully he just wins out his next 2 and his auto in it. All right, guys, that is round. Sorry, was that the first round after lunch? No, that was round 5. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to think. Who did we see last round? I think I don't remember which round this is, guys. I'll tell you in the next one. Sorry, it's already started to be a long day. I think that was round 5. So, guys, join us for the next round in a few minutes. It's that was not super close to time, so it's probably going to be about 15 minutes, and we'll be back. I don't see any screen yet. Boom. All right, everyone, and welcome to round 6 of the Battle for Boston. We only have 2 rounds of Swiss left before we make our cut to top 12, and we have seen some really intense competition today. So we are gonna have we've seen most of the people that are at the top. Sometimes in these rounds, I like to see the people that are on the bubble, meaning we've got a couple of people playing today that have a 3-2 record. This is where people are really desperately trying to win their last 2 matches. 5-2 is a guaranteed spot, usually in the top 8, but definitely in the top 12. So people want to get these last 2 wins and secure that final spot. So you're going to see people, playing their best overpower. So we have 2 players for today. Josh Alexander, champion from the Oklahoma tournament this year, and I believe last year's champion for the Battle of Boston. I'd have to double check that. He's definitely won this tournament before. So he's definitely going to look to not put any more losses on that 3-2 record. And then we have John Keffer, somebody who's always building really innovative decks. And he's going to be looking to try to bring one of those innovative decks into the top 8. I want to give a special shout out today. We have some of John's families watching with us, and he said to throw a hi out there to Ina, Grace, and Tristan, who are all watching from their home over in York, Pennsylvania. So big shout out, guys. I hope you get to watch a great game with your dad here. And yeah, we're going to get started. So John is playing the Marauders, personal favorite of mine. I love the Marauders. That's so great. So John's giving you guys the thumbs up. So John Kemper's got a Marauders deck. I think I'm surprised we don't see more Marauders in these tournaments. I think they are an unbelievably strong character. He's pairing them with some interesting people, though. He's got the Psylocke Betsy Braddock version. That version gets to count basic universe cards toward damage and venture. Now, I'm surprised. I've been waiting for someone to play that with the Dracula's Armory. We haven't seen that happen yet. But we're going to see what his plan is. He's also running the Donald Pierce in the back, which is a little bit unusual. He doesn't really have anything that makes him active from the back. And he's running Beta Ray Bill on the front, who can play all of Thor's specials. He does have the Onslaught Citadel. He's got some tricks, so I would expect to see. I would expect to see Keffer doing some really interesting shenanigans here, and he's going up against Josh, who's playing kind of a vanilla, just strength lockout deck. He's got lockouts from the Onslaught Citadel. He's got lockouts from the Reavers. He's going to try to keep his guys alive and just throw big haymakers. And as you can see, in the first hand, he drew an 8, another 8, a 10, and 11. He can't play the thing 10, but he's got just huge numbers on the board. But he also doesn't seem like he has a big response to the Vertigo. So now Keffer did end up with 1. Keffer makes a huge bet here. Keffer just goes. Did Keffer go 6? Keffer bet 6 right off the bat. All right. I don't know if he's just getting real antsy because he's got his family watching, or if he's about to show us something very interesting. But that is a big bet for this early on in the game. Josh is going to start. He's going to play Raid. That says John has to discard all universe cards placed or in hand, whichever number is greater. John says, I don't have any, so it resolves. That is what we call a whiff. This card says Josh cannot negate any cards until he negates this Psylocke card. So that stops him from being able to negate for the battle. That'll make all the non-targeted cards on John Keffer automatically go through. Now, the tough part about this is it only makes sense to play anything to get rid of that if you have 2 negates, because the first one's going to get used up to negate that anyway. Smart move by Josh. He's playing the 8. He's forcing John to have to defend it, or else he's going to make him discard the Vertigo. I'm not sure what's in John's hand. It looks like he's got a Sentinels activator, a 3, and he's going to use a Holocaust activator. Now, I think this is a tough one for John because I think John was planning on using the Vertigo, stacking a lot of hits on a specific character, and then playing the Tuck from Holocaust to make him not count toward the Venture total. Josh says, okay, I can't do anything about it. That's coming straight from the home base. John's going to move it to Psylocke, and it looks like he's going to let it hit. That's a 7 fighting. He's going to move it. He's going to let that hit. Now, the great thing about Vertigo is it does allow you to simply put all the hits where you want, and you're almost certainly not going to lose a character. Now, one thing you might see, I've heard rumor of Kefers with decks before that will just continue to get out Thor's card that lets you go get another Thor card that lets you go get another Thor card, and the idea is they will just stall the game indefinitely until their opponent has no cards left, and then they will throw enough things from hand that they're kill shots. It looks to me from what it looked like Kefir got out of the deck that that's exactly what his plan is. So he went and fetched a card, and that's it. Josh just runs. Josh probably could have just taken the Venture there and kept his guys alive, but he just says, "No, I'm gonna back out of here." That is shocking to me that Josh ran there. He could have thrown the 11 at the battle site. He could have guaranteed that he won the Venture, and just put Kefir 6 in the hole and going for the loss. I don't know if I agree with that running away. I get that Josh didn't want one of his characters to die, but he had a lockout in his hand from post. He could have taken 2 hits on a character, locked out and avoided a third one, and taken 2 more hits on someone else, and he wouldn't have even been risking. He wouldn't have risked it all losing a character. Josh gets the KO event. You know, this event exists in the old environment. I can tell you it's not going to exist in the new one. We're not very big fans of this event. It's part of the game. It's part of the classic. It's always going to be there. We're not going to get rid of it. But we don't want to have cards that have quite such an impact. If you love Tarzan and you take the time to play him and he's the one with 2 hits, we don't want a single event to come out and kill a guy. So it's got its place in the old environment. It's definitely classic overpower, but I wouldn't expect to see too many events with that level of power in the new set. And also, the Time Traveler will be legal in Legacy soon, and he can now negate events as they're played. So there's going to be a little more defense against those events as well if people choose to play him. So they both pick their guy to kill. Josh gets to bring up Thing, who already has clobbering time placed on him. So Josh is representing a lot of venture here. Kefir's going to have to make sure he has a way to close out. He can go for the win for 1, then he can go for the win for 2. So he's got 2 hands in a row where he can make Josh slug it out and just make him absolutely try to go for the victory. Very interesting deck. I'd be super interested to know how many Psylocke cards John is actually playing. John goes 1 for the win. Josh does the obligatory 2. Josh has got a whole handful of heat. John opens with Harpoon. This is a 5. If it hits, Josh has to discard all special cards from hand. I've never seen this card hit. I think most people only play it to try to make it. It's what we call a must block, meaning Josh has to exhaust a card from his hand or get rid of that placed 8. And usually, a lot of times, these really nasty low hits are just to fish out cards from hand when they're played the right way. And it does exactly what he's hoping. Josh has to get rid of one of his big placing advantage placed cards. He gets rid of the 8. Uh, John couldn't be happier about that. Seeing him have to use that 8 on just a little 5 small hit that's thrown through, he's extremely happy about that. And now we're going to see Josh fire back in what he's been waiting to do for a while, which is unload a teamwork string. John says, I'm going to let that hit. Josh fires with a 2 multi. This one's coming from the thing. Now that leaves a strength hit coming from Juggernaut. We know it's not going to be the 8, but it could be a 7. That would become a 9. So John's going to really figure out, probably he's best off blocking the 2 multi and then dealing with whatever comes after that. Pepper's thinking a bit here. He does have a decent amount of cards in hand. I'm still having a little bit of a hard time making him out on the small camera, but he's gonna play. I forget what that's called. Malice. That lets a character go through the dead pile and get a card not playable by them and play it immediately. Josh took an interesting gamble here. Josh kept the pretty boy in hand. Now that's really out of character for Josh. Josh, this deck doesn't seem like it's a lockout deck in the same way as other ones where he's actually only playing 2 versions of the lockout. He's got the pretty boy on the Reavers and he's got a card on Onslaught Citadel. I think there's a judge call here. I think John's trying to use Malice defensively, and I think they're calling for a judge to see if it can be used defensively. I'm not sure exactly what the rule is, to be honest. I think, unfortunately, it might be specifically errata that it's not defensive. Oh, I see what was going on. So he used the 2. He let the 2 hit, and then he was trying to play the Malice. Josh decided to use the Beyonder and negate the Malice. Josh is going to throw the 11. Now, this will not count to Venture, but it is an 11, and it is for the kill. And the Marauders go down. I don't know what John's overall strategy is here with the deck, but I have to assume that he's stacking a decent amount of cards for the Marauders and that's going to hurt him quite a bit. So this could be a good example of somebody just getting way ahead at the beginning, and it might be a tough thing for him to close with the Marauders going down, but he's going to stick with his plan. He doesn't have the Vertigo in play, but he's going to do Gift of the Gods, which allows him to go get a card from his deck. We'll see if he decides to keep doing the stall and try to get ahead of Josh. He's going for the win, so Josh can't run here. If he, he was really banking on hopefully getting another Vertigo. Had he got Vertigo here and he could have controlled where every hit went, what he would have done is just made sure none of his guys died, because Josh wouldn't have had enough hits to guarantee a KO. And then he just would have fired every single card that he had back offensively and probably killed a couple of guys. All right, so John's got his card out. We didn't see what it was, but he's reshuffling. Gentleman's Tap. Josh opts not to cut the deck. And it looks like I probably got the same card. Josh throws a 6. Now, John, I think at this point may just be saying, forget about the venture. I don't even care. I just want to, Josh, you can't run away. I'm going to stall this out. And maybe he's just going to kill a couple of his 8 characters. Now, we know Josh is in a bad way where one of his cards in his hand is Pretty Boy. And most likely Keffer's going to target Juggernaut first and Thing second. He's going to try to take out both of his 8 rankers and functionally make Reavers the last character on the board. Now, had Josh placed the Pretty Boy, John would be forced to attack him and get him to use the Pretty Boy because he can't kill the other 2 people. But I'm completely wrong. He goes for the Reavers, and now Josh is going to let that hit. Josh is going to fire back with the Juggernaut. 7, it looks like. All right. Keffer lets the 7 hit. He's playing Viking Pyre. So this card's not played a lot, but it's a very cool effect. Beta Ray Bill, playing that through Thor, is going to look through John's deck. John Keffer can take any cards that he wants out of the deck, and he can take any cards he wants out of the deck and put them in his dead pile. So the cool thing here is you're going to see John take every single card for the Marauders out, every single card for Betsy Braddock out. If he's running energy power cards that only those guys can use, he's going to make sure there's no discards left in his deck. Josh may be able to generate enough venture here to win the hand, but if John can turn around and KO a character and paint another one, he's going to put Josh in a point where he's just bleeding discards after this. So, again, like I said, Keffer is always building, John Keffer is always building really, really unique functional decks, and they're always so neat to watch on camera. One of the players I look forward to watching the most. So there's a big amount that he's looking at. Oh. So this stack of cards in Josh's hand, that is the stack of cards that Keffer is discarding from his deck. So what you're seeing here is John has engineered the 8 to 9 cards he thinks are the absolute best, so that when they go into the next hand, John can bet 2 for the win and just thinks that those cards are going to be better than what Josh draws. I don't like to root for certain people and root for favorites, but I'm always going to root for decks that are this creative and this inspired. So Josh now is thinking in his head, I got to throw some big hits here and I got to get rid of people. So the question is going to be, does John have the defense? John's going to take the 10 and he's just going to run. So this is such an interesting game. So John, we're going to have 8 cards. Boom. Josh has used up his placing advantage, so they are going in. John Keffer has custom picked the 8 cards that he will have in his hand, so he will not have any duplicates. Josh is going to discard a Dazzler 1 per deck. We know he doesn't have the Pretty Boy anymore in Reavers, which is a huge piece of information for Keffer. And Keffer's got a event. Now that's an interesting thing Keffer's done. He put an event in there knowing he was going to have to make 1 draw from his very tiny power pack. And has a chance of not getting it, but you can't. If you were to put 9 in there, you'd be giving yourself a 1 in 9 chance that you don't draw the event. So Keffer has eliminated Dazzler specials. He's made it so Josh can't play any teamwork cards, which is a huge event here, so he doesn't get speed. Josh does have a negate. Josh goes 2. John Keffer goes 2 for the win. John is up a card against Josh. The only thing Josh really has going for him now going into this hand is he does have 16 points of damage on the Reavers. Now, it'd be interesting to see how clever Keffer is. Did Keffer put Pretty Boy in as one of his cards to be able to avoid and lock out the Donald Pierce? And then did he put a negate in there to negate Josh's negate if it tries to get removed? We've got a 3 on the Beta Ray Bill. Not for the kill. It's only going to be 2 colors and 10 damage. Going to block with the 3. So even money, he doesn't lose anything on the venture. And now it's his turn to fire back. Fortunately for John, I think I can see in Josh's hand, he didn't get any teamwork cards. But it's still just knowing that you don't have to deal with a string of attacks. Kefir is going to play Holocaust. I'm really surprised at this. You're going for the win. You have a card that represents tucking damage, but... Oh, interesting. I believe that card is just a +3 to venture. Let me give you the text here. So that is a Holocaust card. So that card that he just played, not played very often. Opponent is -3 total, -3 venture total for this battle. If opponent has the Age of Apocalypse mission set, -6 venture this battle. There's actually a decent amount of people playing Age of Apocalypse these days. It was the most popular event last tournament in Seattle. So Kefir locks out Beta Ray Bill with the X-Men card off his battle site, the 1 per deck. And probably, I'm going to guess now that I think about this, he wants to get down to 2 characters. He's probably got the lockout for Donald Pierce as well. He tries to say that the Reavers may not play specials, and Josh does use his lockout to lock it out. So he's keeping that negate up, but we know that there's a negate in John's hand. He's certainly going to use the negate to keep his characters locked out. And I think that is a pretty boy. Yeah, John's designed exactly what the best hand here is. He's got the 3 to venture, which is smart. Both his characters are locked out. Josh has to have a way to generate venture here. The one card he's probably kicking himself that he doesn't still have is the Juggernaut 11. The Juggernaut 11 would hit the battle site, but that's it. He locks it out. He's got the 3. Josh says, "Nope, there's nothing else I could do." And John Kefir takes it down. What a cool deck we just watched. I'm guessing Josh doesn't know what hit him. Going a 6 and then a 2-bet 2 hands later to win the venture. What a very, very cool deck we just saw from John Kefir. I've got my fingers crossed. John Kefir wins another one. I would love to be doing a commentating a match with him in the top 12. That was that was really great to see. It's one of the, people always ask me, like, would I rather play or do the commentary? I mean, everybody wants to play, but it's so great to be able to see all of these players and all of these new creative decks that they come up with. Such interesting stuff. So, congratulations to John. Everybody watching out there, I know it wasn't that long, but to Tina, Grace, and Tristan watching over in York, Pennsylvania, your dad just took down a big match, and he may be going into the top 12. All right, everybody, we will see you for the final round of Swiss, probably in about 20 to 25 minutes. See you guys soon. All right. Going into the last round of Swiss for the day. How we doing over there, Ronald? I'm here. Hey, sounds good. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 7 of the Battle for Boston Overpower tournament. This is going to be the last round of Swiss. We have a record number of people in this tournament today, 42 players, the biggest one we've had with the NAOL. So we've got a lot of new people who are just finding the game because of the relaunch and the Kickstarter, and we've got a lot of the old veterans. So it's been great. We've been lucky enough to have 2 different players for every single round that were all in competition for the top 12 spots. We are going to do 3. We're going to do top 12 and have multiple rounds of elimination. This last match, we are taking you in the end of the Swiss, and we're going to follow Andrew Taylor out of Seattle. And he is 6-0, and he is undefeated. You're going to have him take on Marcel the Goat, who has pulled off a great win against Doug Sims earlier today and has managed to go 5-1 today. So we'll see if Andrew is going to be able to take the goat out and finish undefeated through the Swiss, or if the goat is going to be able to pull out the win. Now we've been lucky enough to see both of these guys on camera, but I do have to just comment. Andrew Taylor and Doug both are just such strong players, but to see Galactus on a deck, who's historically been considered an almost unplayable character, and to just watch what Andrew's doing here is really a thing of beauty. The taking a character he's not even using any of the new home bases. He's not doing anything that's other than just recognizing an event set that isn't commonly played. I think position himself really strong against the strength meta that's all of a sudden become popular, and it's really a testament to what this CCG is turning into. It historically used to be almost 90% energy decks, but with a few changes like the home base Marcel is using, the Dracula's Armory, suddenly strength has seen a big resurgence. And congratulations to Andrew. One of the big things if you're playing competitive tournament CCGs is having a feel for what the meta is going to be at a given event. He felt like it was going to shift back to the biggest players playing strength, and he's right. And he's gone through kind of a murderer's row and taken out some of the best players in the field. So he's going into this match. He's 6-0. He's first hand. He gets the no cards with a strength icon can be played to attack. This is with a strength deck. That almost neuters the Heroes for Hire 3. The 7 that he just placed is not playable. He had a dupe 7. So right away, Andrew Taylor knows he's in a very advantageous position. Andrew's also playing 2 negators with his big teamworky deck. So he's got teamworks that he is intentionally stacking without strength icons. Follow-ups that don't have strength icons. He's going to be able to throw all these. He didn't have any dupes. He's got the negate or lockout on his home base for the 1 per deck. He is already liking the hand that he's getting first. But as we saw in the match against Doug Sims, as great of a player as we're seeing Andrew is, he is still new to the game. Marcel has decades of experience under his belt. So if there's anyone that's going to figure out a play path to victory here, it's going to be somebody like the GOAT. Marcel puts 3 cards down to place. I think he's considering placing more. Andrew has 4 cards down. And it looks like Andrew's going first. I think Marcel has passed, and I think Andrew's trying to decide if he's going to place more cards. Now, Andrew has to think to himself, Marcel's the kind of player that may be keeping cards in his hand that he can't attack with. So do I want to make a decent sized bet here? This event is usually his bread and butter. It's usually his money maker. Marcel's kind of done the smart thing in not giving him too much information. He's only revealed the only strength icon he revealed is the one that he had a dupe of, the one that Andrew already knew he had. So there's no reason to not place it. I think if I'm Andrew here, I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna go a little more than 2. I'm gonna let him take 1 card. I'm gonna go 3, and I'm just gonna go conservative with it. Andrew makes a bet. It looked like 3. Marcel is now thinking, am I going to even bother to draw that card, or am I just going to get out of dodge while I can? So the GOAT is thinking. He's got 4 cards in hand. We don't have any idea how many of those are playable. I'm not sure what's happening here. This doesn't look like he's making a decision. It looks like they're waiting for some reason. Marcel chooses to draw a card. He draws the second card. So it looks like Andrew went 4. No, he draws 3 cards. So Andrew must have gone 5. That is a much different bet than I expected. But Andrew is the one that's 5-0 here, or 6-0. He's the one that's undefeated. Marcel only bets 1. Marcel really needs to stop holding his cards so his hand looks like a thumbs up. If anybody's over there by the camera, you need to just tell him he can't hold his cards like that. All right, so we've got the stream back, and we're gonna play. Andrew throws a teamwork. Marcel can defend with those strength icons, so he was able to use the 6 defensively. That's to be expected. What the follow-up's going to be here now, the biggest thing is Andrew's banking that Marcel's not going to have enough offense to be able to generate more venture if he can't attack with his main suit. He goes with a 5 against heroes. Now it looks like Marcel has a 5 in hand strength, so he's not going to be able to use it offensively, but he will combine it with he is going to combine it with one of the basic universe cards to get a defense off. And then Andrew's going to make the 3rd attack. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3 and just keep the pressure on. And that's such a great thing because it's giving those power cards that bonus. He knows that he's got to have the 8 to block the 6 plus 2, and that's exactly what he does. Now, the unfortunate thing about that event is Marcel was able to utilize 3 of those strength power cards defensively, whereas if Andrew had started targeting Beast instead, he would have known that he had nothing better than a 6, and he probably would have got that hit through. He could have guaranteed that he never gets to use the 8. And again, that's just a little bit of experience with how to maximize every single card off this event. You say the 7's placed a Juggernaut. He might have an 8 in hand. As long as I never attack an 8 ranked character, that 8 is a dead card. Marcel fires back with an ally card. Andrew's deciding if he wants to bother to block it. I might have missed that for a second, actually. I think he did the ally and then he played the Stars and Garters. And Andrew's going to defensively negate the Stars and Garters. I think that's a great play. I think it used to be a nomenclature to be able to people just would let that go through. I think now I'm starting to see that is a snap negate. Just being able to carry a second full of void from battle to battle, it's so much better to get rid of it, especially when you're playing a double negate deck. Andrew just throws a vanilla 2 power card. It looks like that 2 is going to hit. Marcel throws the JW. It looks like Andrew for a second was going to try to block it with an activator and then remembered he can't defend it with a special. Now the good news is Marcel can't follow up with those strength cards. Now Marcel's got 2 more cards in his hand, and most likely the biggest thing Andrew Taylor's probably worried about with this deck is losing Galactus. Galactus doesn't have any special cards, but he's probably stacked, 9 non-duplicate teamwork cards. So he's going to take the 3. He's just going to throw the 7 any power card and try to get some venture. But it looks like Marcel's going to have avoid a numerical attack here. And Marcel's going to just try to coast through and hope that 5 venture is going to be enough. What is the last card in the Elite Overpowers bag of tricks here? Marcel's getting up for a second. This could possibly be a judge call. So Marcel must have had a complicated question with an interaction. He doesn't want Andrew to overhear what the interaction is. Marcel has returned. He has revealed a Nightcrawler activator. He's going to lock out his own character. Now, the question was probably, is that an attack? It's definitely not an attack. Unfortunately, his own event kept him from attacking with the Reaver's card, or with it looked like another activator in his hand. So unfortunately, that's going to put 5 in the defeated pile for Andrew. I think the big misplay there was to just attack at Heroes for Hire and put that 8 strength in play. He would have had a 6 power card on the board and would have won that venture had he just targeted Beast with everything. I didn't see what it was, but it looks like Andrew had 1 discard. Marcel's still drawing. Marcel, it looks like, has either that's 2 discards or he has 2 events, one of which will be a discard. He's going to have a dupe event. So he's going to say no cards with the word teammate, and he's going to get rid of the no energy power cards may be played. He's looking at his opponent. He doesn't feel like he's going to have enough energy power cards to make it worth it. Marcel's going to reveal a dupe event and a dupe 4, but no cards with the word teammate are going to be allowed to be played. That's, I don't believe, going to be... Normally, I would say that that's a devastating card against Andrew because he's playing such a teamwork-heavy deck, and he does place a teamwork, but it looks like he may have just lucked out of having that many cards. The ally is unplayable for Marcel. We do see a teamwork go down that's unplayable, but then Andrew's able to place the Beast 9. We see the 4 that we already knew he had, Juggernaut stacked deep with a couple of 7s. Now, had he picked the no energy power cards, that 8 would have been unplayable, but he went the other direction. Marcel has 2 in hand. Andrew says, I've got to keep pace with this placing advantage. Andrew's only got 5 cards placed. The GOAT has got 7. Andrew also can't make too many big bets. Going 5 into the dead pile immediately only leaves you 2 in the middle. That is a very tough place to be. You certainly don't want to go 2 for the loss here, but you almost feel like you have to try to capitalize when you can. He doesn't have any KO pressure, but Marcel's got himself to a point now where he's only got 1 card in his hand. All right, Andrew's going to go 2 for the loss. Marcel just goes 1. Marcel starts off easy. He just throws a 3 multi-power power card. Those low multis or low power cards, they're really like a jab in a boxing match. It's the beginning of a new round. You've been to your corner, you're coming back in, and you're just testing out the opponent, just seeing what the opponent's got. Is that little 3 going to draw a big defense like an 8? It's going to, there's so much information gained by a player with Marcel's experience just from the cards that are used. It was something that a new player might not think about, but he has to defend that card. He can't lose the 8. So the question is, how does he choose to defend it? Well, he goes to his battle site and he locks him out. Now, that doesn't tell him as much as he's hoping. He could still have a 3 in his hand and he just decides, you know what? That's a kill shot. Let's just block Galactus out and save all my cards for an offensive string to follow back with. Andrew goes to his battle site and he goes with a pinpoint laser. He wants to throw it at Heroes for Hire, but Heroes for Hire has that 4 multi placed and he doesn't want to just get it blocked evenly because he's going for the loss. But if you can block it even for even, that's a pretty good trade usually. I also think, Andrew's got to really think about the amount of pressure 3 attacks does. Marcel's only got 1 card in hand. Oh, sorry. He can't play the teamwork. I got to remember that. And Marcel can't play the ally card. So that event has really slowed down the relative speed of Andrew's deck. It doesn't allow him to make those 3 teamwork attacks that are the teamwork and the 2 power cards that are placed. He's going to throw the 5, and if it's successful, the target's -2 to defense. That's going to be a very annoying card for Juggernaut. We'll probably see him block with the 7. Now, the clever thing here is if Marcel lets that hit, he's not thinking, he's probably thinking, well, I can block the 9 with the 7 and a basic if I have to. He's not going to have that option anymore. He's going to have to negate the 9 that comes through. That -2, so he's now -2 to defense on the Juggernaut. That means if he uses the basic universe, the best he can do is block with an 8. So, not knowing what's in Andrew's hand, he's definitely put him in a real tough position. And he is going to offensively try to use the negate to get rid of the lockout and put the KO pressure on Galactus. Now, Andrew Taylor has a negate in hand. The question is this what to use it on? Andrew knows he doesn't necessarily have what it takes to take him out, but he's also going for the win here, or for the loss here, so he's got to maximize the damage that he can put out. So he throws the 8 over on Heroes for Hire. He knows there's a very good chance it can't be defended. And he's going to throw the 7 through as a 10 because it is not getting any special abilities on offense. Now, again, the question here is Marcel is out of cards. He's got a long shot activator. The question he needs to ask himself now is I could let Galactus go, and I could play from my hand the 5 energy. If it hits, I can go get an aspect, then play the aspect, then have the 9. He could throw 3 attacks in a row, and he could very much pressure multiple characters on Marcel's side to die. The question is, will the 5 automatically get through and hit the Juggernaut? What is the card in Marcel's hand? Marcel has set it down, so I don't have any insight into what it is. But I think he's got to take a crack at it with the 5 and trying to get the extra card. I mean, he could just throw the 9 as well. He could also just poke with the 4 and see if he, just stall a turn out. But I think I would throw the 5 on Juggernaut, and then if successful, I'd start a whole chain of attacks. Andrew knows his deck a lot better, though. He's the one piloting it. Let's see the decision he makes. So he does opt to throw the 9. Now, that is still only 19 points. It's not for the kill. Marcel takes it and he runs away. What did he have? He had a 2. That's a disheartening thing. Andrew's kicking himself. Had he thrown the 5 at Juggernaut, he could have thrown the 5. He could have thrown the ally, and then he could have followed up with the 9. And then he could have killed Juggernaut and put that 9 over on Heroes for Hire. That would have got rid of the 7, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. I mean, the good news is no special cards are going to be discarded from losing Galactus. Marcel's got that Beast 9 proxy with a black image. I think that might be an early playtest card that Marcel is playing in his deck. Just kind of fun nostalgia. I think that's something he was able to collect that came from the original makers of the game before they dropped the final art in. Andrew's in a good position now with his placing. He's able to get a little bit of defense, a teamwork, a 7. He's able to get the negate down. He's got a second teamwork. Marcel's no cards where a teammate event is gone, but Marcel's got plenty of heat too. He's got a 9, a 6 discard 2, a 7 on the Juggernaut. He's got 2 teamworks. He's representing 1 follow up already on the board. He has used a couple of his mission or his basic universe cards off the armory, which that's going to make Andrew happy. Getting through those is really important in these decks. He does have the raise though, which is good for 2 teamwork cards placed right now. He tries to place a second power card to Mojo, realizes it, and moves it over to Beast. Looks like Marcel's sitting on an 8 power card, which he's going to place. You can get a great look at the other 2. They place out. Marcel bets 1 and he runs away. I think that makes sense. Marcel, there's no reason to fight there. He's got a lot of cards that aren't going to dupe. That does give Andrew though a little bit more control over what he can bet there. Marcel's got 10 placed cards. 9 placed cards in the basic universe card going into his next hand. Andrew's only got 8. So Marcel is up a card, but Andrew's done great at not letting Marcel get ahead of him with any kind of a placing advantage. And it's definitely still anybody's game with plenty of time. Marcel does not have any cards in the completed missions pile. He's sort of won a little, lost a little. Andrew Taylor lost that big bet of 5, but he's managed to get multiple cards. I think he's got 3 cards in the completed pile, or 2 cards in the completed pile, 1 in the middle. Something, I'm not sure exactly what his count is, but he's definitely getting enough out there that he can make some bets now and start to make a comeback. Ugh. Marcel has to discard 2 duplicate beast negates. That is brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. So Andrew Taylor knows he has 1 negate, but Marcel can't even place the negate. So there's a good chance that he can negate 1 thing this battle, and that's that. Where Andrew's playing 2 characters with negates, so he's definitely going to average, 1 to 2 negates every hand. All right, not sure exactly what we're waiting on here, but Andrew places a teamwork card. Marcel places an aspect. Marcel needs just a power card on Heroes for Hire, and he's going to be fully placed out. The one thing we're doing here with this game is we're trying out these new cameras to get a little bit of an insight on people's hands, and we're starting to get a little bit better about even maybe being able to zoom in. So for example, Marcel, we can see has a Beyonder activator, but if we zoom in now, we can see he's got a Quicksilver activator, he's got a Doctor Doom activator, and a Beast Negate. So he's going to have a lot of defensive options from his hand. You know, with the amount of cards he has placed, this really gives him a lot of ability to strategize on what he does. Andrew Taylor looks like he had some discards. He's got 4 cards in his hand, or no, he's got 5. And let's see if we can zoom in on his hand as well and see what we've got there. Marcel bets 1. Andrew's looking at his hand. Looks like he's got a 6 teamwork, an 8 any power, a 6 any power. He's got a couple of activators, which looks like a Wolverine, most likely the full avoid we haven't seen yet. And I can't really make out the other one, but it's probably, it looks like ER, I'd say a Dazzler. I'm not sure what he runs on his Dazzler. Some people like to run the avoid a numerical attack. Some people like the teammate avoid an attack. I always prefer the full teammate avoid that can deal with a penance stare. It's not even a question for me, but some people just want that direct full avoid a numerical. So if they have one character left, they can still play it. Not my MO, but you know, better overpowered players than me have make these decisions. So I'm not necessarily saying I'm always right. Andrew wants to send out this teamwork. He throws the beginning of it. It's a strength string. He throws a 4 that's going to come through as a 6. He's still representing that 7 energy coming through as a 9. And he's gonna put the offensive pressure on. He's not gonna look back. Marcel defends the teamwork. Now Marcel is gonna play a full avoid. The energy's gonna come through, and I think, unbeknownst to him, Marcel is gonna pull out that Doctor Doom. And he's going to say, this is just what the doctor ordered. No energy attacks can be played against Doom. That's the Cheshire Cat. That is an offsuit 4. It can't be negated. I always think that's good fodder for the spell of protection. Andrew agrees with me. So he negates that, but that still allows an additional attack from a character. I think if I'm Marcel, I'm throwing the raise here and I'm just sucking up that negate. All right. So we do see we've got the negate in the battle site still. We've got a lot of options. I didn't see what he played for an activator, but we do see that he has the Sentinels there. I don't believe he's played his Master Mold. I don't believe he's played target character can't play specials. That would actually be a pretty good play right now. Marcel's only got 2 cards in hand, and he's not showing that he has anything to defend it. The Sentinel's activator, putting the target character can't play specials on Juggernaut, would essentially it would lock out the 7 and the raise. You know that you're either sucking up a premier piece of battle site defense to stop that at this point, or you're getting a beast negate, which you know he has in his hand, and if he has to spend it on that card, you are super happy about that since he had 3 of them, and most likely will not have another one this game. So Andrew Taylor's still thinking. He also might just want to keep that numerical pressure on by launching these big teamwork strings. He decides to defend it with an activator. We didn't see what card he used, but he's going to play the 6 fighting teamwork from hand. Now, any hit at all is going to kill Heroes for Hire. They're at 19 points. They have no special survivability. Marcel, we know, has a Beyonder in hand, so he can pretty much get whatever he wants out of that battle site of his, but it is one to Gore Mountain. Does not have the best defense for teamworks and special cards. Trying to figure out what he wants to take here. And I didn't see it all, but I think the answer is he just doesn't have anything that can defend it. So the first part of the string is going to take out Heroes for Hire. He's going to lose a teamwork, which really hurts. And Andrew's in the position to be able to make a energy, and an intellect follow-up. Let's see what he chooses to do. So that attack had to have come from Dark Beast. So we've got a Mojo follow-up and a Strange follow-up. He's gonna throw the 8 from Doctor Strange. That's gonna put him at 13. He's got a Beyonder and a Wolverine activator, so he's not gonna be able to make a third attack. And both of those teamwork cards are dead. But Marcel doesn't know that. Marcel uses an 8 with a basic universe card to block the 8+1. He does have a 3, so he can throw another one of the teamworks and just start building up that cumulative. Now it's interesting to watch the amount of people that are playing the 8 and the 7 and the 6 and the 5 any power cards. Those for a long time were really considered just not as good. You always were going for Spectrum. And I think of the group on this has really shifted to say, yeah, let's make sure they can be used as follow-ups and get them through and just bank on that 8 venture. A lot of times if you hit with an 8, there's a lot of battles where that alone is enough to win, at least put you on the path to win. So Marcel puts out an ally. Franklin Richards is coming through. Coming from Beast. Now he might try to throw numerical 7, or again, sooner or later, he's going to try to take a shot with that raise to just get rid of the negate. And this is tough. A lot of tough decisions here to be made. These are where you just don't want to do the wrong thing, and the one small mistake is just enough to take out the tournament. And even though it's only a 3, Andrew's going to use his full avoid 1 attack off the battle site and just be done with it and move on. Now, you normally in a time like this, you want to keep that placing advantage, but you also want to minimize how good Raze is. I think if I'm in the shoes of Andrew, I've got plenty of defense. I think this is a snap negate. I don't think you even think about this. You're not giving up 2 teamwork cards. Generating that amount of venture at this point in the game is far too important. I think you just... Yeah, I don't love this play. I think Beyonder is far too versatile. I think I'd be not revealing that amount of cards in my hand, and I would have been negating, keeping a secret in my hand, and just throwing a 6 and a 3 teamwork card. Put that overall numerical cumulative KO pressure on the Juggernaut. And Andrew decides to get out of the hand. And I don't disagree with that play either. Look, he did his damage. He knows he's getting out of almost any negates that are going to come up for Beast. He did manage to take out Heroes for Hire. As we said, there's probably an odd teamwork left in the deck that Andrew Taylor might lose. But it's really going to come down to some deck design principles here. Galactus probably isn't going to generate too many discards for Andrew, and Heroes for Hire is usually a pretty stacked character. Marcel's putting some of his magic. He's doing a little hand blessing on his hand, trying to keep himself from getting any duplicates. Looks like he's got a lot of activators. Can't see a ton of what he's got. He's showing a duplicate Quicksilver. Andrew seems to have a spell of protection, some stuff. Let's try to use our new camera here and zoom in on one of these guys' hands. All right, we've got a Reavers activator, a Wolverine, and a Dazzler activator. Unfortunately, he's used his defense on the Wolverine activator. He does have a spell of protection, a teamwork with a 1, but I don't think he's representing the strongest hand. He's getting a little overloaded with teamworks, where Marcel, he's got a Omega Red activator that I'm not sure why he discarded. Maybe did he use something with the Beyonder, or does he have a dupe of it? Hard to say, but he has set his hand down. And the placing has started. We see a 1 fighting go down to Mojo to become a placed card. That can be used as a teamwork follow-up later. I will have to say the positions that they're in, it does seem like it's still anybody's game. Marcel's in a worse position where he's lost one of his premier characters, but Andrew also he losing that 5-bet early has just been so hard for him to come back up from. And Marcel's been able to just maintain a little bit of a placing advantage each hand they go into. Okay. We see some hand shuffling going on. Some people are trying to figure out what they're going to place. Marcel bets 1. Back to Andrew Taylor. What is he going to do? It looks like also just made a bet of 1. Little table talk going on back and forth. And it looks like we're going to get this hand underway. Andrew Taylor, like we said, he's representing some offensive cards with those activators of his, and he does have that teamwork. So the teamwork's live with the 1, but he's also a little light on power cards for his other teamwork. Marcel's got his Scarlet Witch, his Omega Red. His Quicksilver no longer has the Avoid. I do think that's a little bit of a weaker activator once the Avoid's gone, but he's certainly got his Negate. He's got some defense. He's got some offensive pressure. I think he's just kept himself in a position where he's been able to pressure Andrew every hand since he lost the first one, and he hasn't given too much up. Andrew just hasn't really. It's so tough if you go down a big bet in the first hand because it's such a hole to dig yourself out of, and you can't even make huge bets. When the most you can bet is 2, even if you get a great hand, you can't capitalize when you need to. There's a lot of players that even if they have insane hands, they won't go in. They won't go in that big early on the first hand because if they happen to lose, a lot of time they just consider that the ball game. Now, Andrew's going to want to attack Spider-Woman here. He doesn't want her to be able to use that teammate avoid. We know it's going to avoid a big attack, and he just wants to keep the pressure on. So you're going to see him want to go, bang, 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 see if he can take out Spider-Woman quickly, and then get back to trying to finish off the Juggernaut. We know Beast doesn't have Stars and Garters. We've seen at least 3 negates. That 9 is probably the last piece of special card ability that he has. He follows it up with the 1. Marcel is showing his hand, and I think Marcel has run. I think Marcel conceded. And now I think things are looking a little up for Andrew here. Andrew's got 2 teamwork cards. He's got a negate still. Marcel's drawing his hand. He disgustedly throws a Heroes for Hire special out, but his hand's looking very good, and that is a devastating event. That is really going to hurt Andrew Taylor. Andrew Taylor has not been able to get those 2 teamwork cards off. That is going to lose. He's going to lose 2 cards. He's reading it. He's going to have to discard both of his teamwork cards, and now he hasn't thrown them, prioritized throwing him, and that's going to be 12 venture. Down the drain. That takes him from a pretty good placing, from a pretty good position of placing to being down 2 cards. And all of Marcel's cards are big and have heat. Marcel's going to dupe on the rescue operation from Spider-Woman. He's going to place another teamwork. So Marcel's event hitting big at this point. Shutting down 18 points of venture in the hand of Mr. Taylor. The Juggernaut battering ram gets placed. He does get his second Mojo negate. I will say that I think these negates do line up very well against what Marcel's trying to do, which is just get some big haymakers through with Juggernaut and then make room to get a 9 through. And then the only thing left on Longshot is a personal negate or a shift. So he's got placed and represents the defense for the 9, for the 8 battering ram, and the 7. He also, the teammate avoid for special, for super, jeez. The teammate avoid card for Spider Woman is essentially a dead card. You know, there's nothing that Andrew's gonna throw at any other character because there's no reason he ever wants to give him the ability to use that card now. That's kind of the punishment for playing a character with a 9 or less avoid. They're a max 6, and when they come to the front line, they tend to just immediately evaporate and get eviscerated. Again, I'm not sure what's going on here. It seems like they keep setting their hands down and pausing for some reason. There's a judge call. Before the hand starts, there's a judge call. Something to do maybe with how the missions got moved. All right, so all right, they are talking to the judge about something to do with the missions. We're gonna see how it resolves. I'll be right with you in 1 second, guys. I'm gonna take a brief pause. Sorry, guys. I had a rare boost. Since we're doing live commentary, they had a question about how the mission was moved, and so they gave me a call and they asked me. I hope I got it right. I said I did believe that he was supposed to move one of those missions up to the top. Although we are recording, I don't believe we have the ability to do playback yet, but we're getting better every time. All right, so Marcel's betting 3. Andrew draws a card. Looks like it's a duplicate anyway. Andrew can't play that teamwork card, so this is going to be a little bit of a rough fight for him. I mean, he's going to hope he can slide a hit through on Spider Woman right away and knock her out. And he's going to hope he can save at least 2 of those negates to get rid of the 9 and the 8. The question is just how much offense can he generate? I mean, Stars and Garters, again, it's a great card here. He's got the ability to block the 8 power card now. He's going to be able to stop a lot, but is he going to be able to generate the venture he needs to get through all of the other cards that the GOAT has? I don't know if I believe he is. That's a 4 energy, may make an additional attack. Not sure who it's from, but I would guess it's going to be from Juggernaut, and we'll probably see his headbutt come through after that. Ironically, in the comics, I think right now, Dr. Doom, I believe, just recently acquired the Gem of Sidorak based on some comic book strip clips I've seen. I saw the Doctor Doom in a suit of armor with the Juggernaut build as if he got the Sidorak gem. But he does exactly what we say. He throws the 4 energy. He comes in with a 7 fighting headbutt. And I think, Andrew, this is a situation where you just don't want to prioritize saving those negates too much. You know? I mean, I guess you could let the 7 hit and just focus on trying to get the damage through, but yeah, you've got those personal negates. I think, look, in this situation, time's running out. You know, the clock here is never a completely accurate, but you don't know how many hands are left. You just need to get Marcel to punch himself out and use all of those 1 per decks. Andrew throws the 4. I would follow that up with the 3 immediately after. I see a lot of talking. Is there another judge call? All right, we are going to get a little bit of a time extension. I'm being told we're going to get a 3-minute time extension for the number of delays that we've had. All right. He's going to put the 4 through. We're going to see what he follows up with. He's going to follow up with the 6 minus 2 and hope that Marcel can't block it. So Marcel plays the Colossus teammate avoid a special and gets to draw a card. That's a big swing. Getting rid of a card worth 10 venture and drawing another card. Again, like we said, Andrew's really here just trying to neutralize some of these huge specials that Marcel's been keeping the placing advantage on. Look, our Kickstarter again. This playmat that these gentlemen are playing on is one of our Edgar Rice Burroughs playmats. This is Barsoom. It's our planet Mars. That is John Carter of Mars and Deja Thoris down at the bottom. Behind them is one of the Green Martians, the same race as Tars Tarkus. This art is going to be featured on the playmat. If you go get the Edgar Rice Burroughs, you can add it as an individual playmat. All of the double playmats were printed out for players to play on during this tournament, and they just came out. They're absolutely beautiful. So if you want a sneak peek of what some of the add-ons and the extras are going to look like, this playmat is a great example. It's just gorgeous. This is a piece of Joe Jusko painted art. This was hand painted many years ago when he first started to do ERB art. It's called Under the Moons of Mars. That Tars Tarkus, the green alien in the center, that's actually what we used for his hero card for the common version. Just one of my favorite pieces of art, kind of around. It's nothing. There's not really a better example of the Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter of Mars universe, I feel like, than this. You have each one of the kind of creatures that John fights during those pulps, and yeah, I can't hype them up enough. Go if you guys want a playmat, or if you just want something that makes the game really enhances the experience. These playmats that we're producing for the Kickstarter are fantastic. I highly recommend adding them on. Marcel discards the 11 for Heroes for Hire. They are dead. He's not able to use it, but I feel like things are not, with the way the time is, things are not looking great for the position that Andrew's in. I'm feeling like he's just not going to have the time he needs to make the comeback. It looks like we're actually just had last hand called. Neither player had ventured yet, so this is actually going to be the last hand. Now the question is, can Andrew even win if he's to bet all the missions? I don't know what his count is. So Marcel is currently at +2. Right now, I think he's at -2. So if he's 1-3-3, if he bets 4, he goes 3 to the top, 1 to the middle. And that puts him at 0. Yeah, I think Marcel actually can. I can't tell how many he has in the top, but this may be a situation where Marcel just has the math to auto win. Oh no, he actually, I think he can. If Marcel drops that down, he has to bet it all, but I think he'll end up with 4 at the top and 2. He'll be +2. Marcel will be at +1. So he can win. He just has to bet all 4. He has to give Marcel 2 cards, and he has to win the venture. It's a tall order, but if he bets all 4, he there is a path to victory. So Andrew's asking about a tie. He's saying if I only give you 1 card and then I win, what is the next tiebreaker? The next tiebreaker is number of active characters. They would both have 3. The next tiebreaker after that is all of the hits on all of the characters added up. Now this would be a brilliant move by Andrew. If Andrew gives him 1 card here, wins and doesn't kill anybody, he would win the game if he ties the 2 tiebreakers in a row, but he'd have to not let anybody die, so they both had 3 characters. He'd have to not kill Spider Woman. I guess he could kill Spider Woman because actually that's true. The first tiebreaker would be characters alive. So if he can win the venture, if he can tie the overall missions by winning the venture and only giving him 1 card and kill Spider Woman, that's the first tiebreaker. Both people have now gotten up and left the table. So, not sure what's going on at this point. I think they must be consulting with a judge. Oh, I'm going to see if somebody can find out, why the 2 players stepped away from our live streaming match and, maybe have them step back in and finish the game. All right. Well, maybe somebody just had to take a bathroom break or something. So they're in last hand, so there's no time limit. It's going to be really interesting to see how this goes. But while we've got a chance, guys, we want to plug both the tournament circuit and the Kickstarter. Anybody who's been curious, we had a 42-person turnout. I've been telling guys all day that is the record. But I think what's really great is a lot of our regular experienced players couldn't even make it to this tournament. And we've got a record number of new players, too. Players that haven't played in this league, that are players from the 90s that are back playing their first time. Some players who actually just discovered us through the Kickstarter and are literally brand new to the game of Overpower. And they're all here having a blast. So if you guys are ever wondering, we really push the idea of having a very, very supportive play community. We get extremely positive feedback anytime we have new players come. So if anybody out there on YouTube or Facebook Live or anything else has been thinking about coming, next season when we start, there's going to be new cards. You're going to be on a much more even playing field with everybody else. If you guys have any interest in trying to get into Overpower, next season's going to be the time to do it. Support our Kickstarter. Check out, go to Kickstarter, Google the word or just type in Overpower, search for our Kickstarter. We've got links to our Kickstarter on our Facebook page, on our Instagram, on our Discord. Go over and check it out. There's all kinds of great tiers to get you into the game. And one of the things that's great about Overpower, if you guys are watching the matches, I assuming you're pretty in on the game already. But in case you don't know, all of the all the cards available in Overpower to play are available at common and uncommon, and all of our rarity is done with rare alternative art hero cards. They don't affect gameplay. It means if you just want to play the game and try it out, collecting cards is going to be a lot easier and less expensive than other games. So Andrew's made an interesting choice here. Andrew has gone 3. What that does is it only gives Marcel 1 card, but it also puts Marcel in a place where Marcel can't run. Marcel right now is losing on the 3rd tiebreaker. So Marcel can't concede. He has to play the hand out. However, it puts, if Andrew's not careful, if at any point, right now Andrew's got 16 venture on the table. If at any point Marcel gets more than 16 venture on the table, he can just run and he'll win the game because he'll win the 3rd tiebreaker. This is some pretty deep overpower overtime knowledge. Now we did get a little thumbs up reaction here. So our mainstream again is frozen, but our other ones aren't. Now Marcel's gotten a great draw in his hand. He has gotten the Juggernaut 11, which does count to venture toward the battle site. Hopefully Andrew has tracked this card. It is smart enough to save one of his negates or avoids for the possibility that it's in there, but player like Marcel's probably going to hold on to that and just throw it way later in the game. Now, the other thing that's tough is, and Marcel's smart enough to know this, an 11 thrown against the battle site can't be negated by a character on the team, and it can't be shifted to stars and garters. It is not a... God
damn, why did I go 5 the first game? Why didn't I go 4, though? Why didn't I go 4? This whole game's different. It's like that. Price too good.
All right, so Marcel throws the 6 Nightcrawler Bamp. No tactic cards on the table, so it's just a 6. Just had a little mic issue where a mic was turned on over there, but we've got it solved. Thank you for those in the chat. Marcel uses the 5 to block, and now Marcel's going to say 2 can play at this teamwork game, and I'm going to launch this any power teamwork back at you and see if I can rack up these venture numbers a little bit. It's really important here that so one of the things about killing Spider-Woman that was tough is all of those hits on the permanent record actually counted as the 3rd tiebreaker. So Andrew could have been willing to throw into the avoid and keep those out there for the 3rd tiebreaker, but it's just such a hard way to play. All right, and I think that's exactly what he should have done. The 8 comes through, he shifts it right over and does the Stars and Garters. Now, interestingly enough, he could have combined that with a power card for a single attack if he wanted to, risking a 2-for-1, but Juggernaut can't play any specials to defend himself. If you get it high enough, as long as Beast doesn't have the negate, which I think it's good odds that he's not going to, since we've already seen a minimum of 3 go by, that could have just been an automatic auto kill. Juggernaut takes it. It's not for the death. He throws a 3 back, also not for the death. If Andrew Taylor can win this match and not let any of his characters die, he will win on the first tiebreaker, which is most surviving characters on the front line. And I will have to say, not giving Marcel that extra card and betting to go for the tiebreaker, a brilliant move if he pulls it off. All right, Marcel's going to, I think, throw the big attack. He's going to try to get the Siberian Strength out, and he's going to draw the negate. It's what he's been waiting for the whole time. What did he discard? He discarded a Mojo, a Void, and something else. I couldn't see what it was. Now the question in his hand, so what he's asking himself now is, do I negate a 6 or do I pass? Now I think the answer is here, you offensively negate the 6. Marcel throws a 4, and that's going to be enough. Even if he negates it, I think that's going to be enough. 18. That's 19. He could have negated the 6, but the Juggernaut 11 was going to win it anyway. So the avoid for Mojo wasn't going to do anything, but I didn't really get to see what the other card was. But, well, very, very close game. I think that cements Marcel as a 6-1, and that drops Andrew Taylor down to 6-1. So you're definitely going to see 2 of our top 4 players just finishing up this match. They are going to get a bye for the first round of the playoffs as we cut to a top 12. So players ranked 5 through 12 will play each other. The top 4 will get to rest for a round, and they will come in to the remaining 8 as 4 of the remaining 8 players and just have to win their 3 matches from there. So the people that get in at the 12 slot have to win. One of them would have to win 4 matches in a row to win the entire thing. But hey, it's still a slot. It's still you're still alive. It sounds like this was the last game to finish, and they are confirming the results. So, guys, usually getting ready for the next round takes a little bit of time. So we are going to sign off. That was the 7 rounds of Swiss. Thank you for sticking with us. And if you guys come back, probably I'd say between 20 to 30 minutes for us to set up the consolation tournament and get the top 12 paired. We will be here with you. And if you guys want to check out Challenge, if you guys are in Challenge, you go to the NAOL page, you can actually monitor the tournament live there, and you'll be able to see what place everybody ranked and who's in the top 12. But we will be back for the first round of the top 12 in 20 to 30 minutes, and I hope we see you guys there. Thanks for being with us for the Battle of Boston.
Mr. King Pepper's gonna go check and see if I'm actually y'all can hear me over here or not. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, thank you. I couldn't hear you telling me you could hear me. Okay, good, good. Well, I'll continue now. So looked like we had a what an 11 thrown, be negated. So I'll catch up where we are now. Josh has maybe 2 ventured this turn. I can't tell. I don't know what Phil has ventured over there. Looks like it might be off the screen. Okay. Saw 2 cards leave. I didn't see what caused that though. Conceding. Still got 2 up. Ooh. Oh, was it the leech? Assuming it was the power leech that got Josh there. Yeah, they concede. Like Josh hasn't moved his missions down yet though. Oh, judge. Sound like I heard a judge call. I'm not sure what the issue is there. We're going back. We might be. Are we going back? Never mind. Oh, I wonder if it was. Can you call in any power, whatever color it was that Phil mentioned? I'm betting that's what it is. I guess that changes things. So now he's not conceding. Can block. I'm assuming that's what happened. I'm not sure. Something with that any power. Now Phil still has the leech in his hand. And the Scarlet Witch is 8. Josh already knows now. Hmm. Okay, well, like those bringing them up anyway. Hmm. I wish I didn't miss what happened before this. I could help out a little more with what's going on. Hopefully, those on line were able to see what happened. Is that 3 missions down for Josh? Hmm. I don't know what went on there. Ooh, 2 spawn or teammate avoid 9 or less. Who gets there? It's a rough draw for Phil. We got an event. No, I believe that's the no energy power cards can be used this turn. They don't have to discard them though. I believe that's what that one is. Phil places the new A next, the aspect or strength. There's got the 7 any power teamwork on Josh's side there on the Reavers. I was thinking, oh, here comes Adventures. 2 for Phil, I believe. Like 2 from the top, Josh. Didn't see any drawing, so I think that's 2 and 2. We're gonna fight it out. Starting with that aspect, throwing it at Reavers. Yeah, post lockout. There's more of the chain, spawns multi-form and make an additional. Josh took that, and then the pin. Where, okay, if that would have landed, that would have caused Josh to have to discard 2 cards. I believe usable by is that Juggernaut, so either placed or in hand to make any attacks. But Josh avoids it. Okay, here's the any-power teamwork. Level 6 from Reavers. And spawn. Gonna draw out that 8. Let's place there, maybe the Spider Woman. Can't quite see what's in Phil's hand there. Okay, Spider Woman avoid. 4 from Dazzler. So he took it. Now an 8. Oh, and yeah, of course, we knew he had that because he duplicated 2 of them beginning of the round. Spawn, teammate avoid 9 or less. Comes Magneto with the teamwork. Right back at him. Blocks it. The 7 strength, and then we got a 2 with can't tell if that's the 8, so that's +2, so it's coming as a 4. Okay, looks like he took that. Here comes the 8, and he has to discard a place card, but Phil negates it. I believe with that Juggernaut that Josh would have gotten to choose which of the cards to discard if that had hit. And it would have to be a card that was on spawn. At 6, Josh is thinking. Onslaught. Magneto cannot play specials, locking down that 11. Oh, is Phil reaching for the Hades? Well, Josh does have a negate there on the Reavers. Okay, he just concedes. Yeah, I think Josh is pointing out that he has that negate there. That's why Phil was not going to use the Hades. Juggernaut's pretty painted up there. Spawn is not looking great either, so both of them 1 hit away from Spectrum. Still tossing that effective plates at Josh. Like Phil has a dupe 6. like Phil has a bit of a placing advantage. He's got teamwork an 8, the 11, any power 8 over there, I believe, and then obviously the Hades, where Josh just has a Reaver's negate and a Reaver's 2, multi 2 on the battle site. Multi 2 that can only be defended by a defensive special card, I believe. Oh, that was the Marvel's Thing card he had to drop. I believe that's the one where only Thing and. Oh, wait, no. Stonewall, maybe? I think that's where, kind of like the Spawn one. Play it on a character and they can't attack or play specials unless they discard 2 cards. I believe that's that one. Scarlet Witch got a negate down. Juggernaut has a 7. Still done placing. Just another teamwork and another teamwork. So 3 teamworks out there. You have the power card. There comes a power card. 1 left in hand. Let's see what he got. 1. He's gone 1. Bill went. Did he have some in the middle? Did he just go 2? Must have just went 2. So I don't think Josh drew unless Josh is thinking. All right, Josh lets him have it. A good hand there. Teamwork avoid. Can make Josh discard with that Scarlet Witch. Okay. Good one for Phil there. Like Josh has an event. That's 6, you know. Phil has too many 6s in that deck. Oh, wow. 2 Scarlet Witch. So he has the 2 negates. Duplicated with that one there, and then Josh got the KO event. Somebody bubbled a thumbs up for that. Josh is thinking. He's wanting to get rid of Dazzler. Yep, there goes Dazzler. The reserve comes back up. Not back up, but the reserve comes up now after. But now Phil has to pick. Let's see. Either way, he's gonna be hurting. Taking Spawn out. Got rid of that 8. Spider Woman comes up. And normally when that happens, you know who to attack. Spider Woman, her special there is only teammates can avoid an attack of 9 or less. So the strategy there is to batter her as much as possible. Try to take her out. So you can't use that card. Phil begins placing. Multi 3 there. What's Josh gonna do? Counting those missions. I don't know if he can. I don't know if he has enough to win it. Thought he could. Josh has definitely gotten up there with the placing advantage. He has to be wary of Phil's Hades down there, but Josh is still holding that negate there on Reavers. Josh goes 2, but doesn't place. Might be one for Phil to just get out of there. Oh, Josh just couldn't place. He was all placed out. Didn't have slots for all those. He still only went 2. Maybe he was low on defense. Okay, so we got 2 up to the top. Looks like he's, what is he, 4-2-1? I'm thinking Josh is. Phil maybe 3-3-1. Kind of hard to tell. Was another negate for Phil. Dazzler, a Sentinels activator for Josh. think he mixed up his dead pile and power pack there. There you go. There you go. He's got that fixed now. Josh has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. 8 cards placed now. Phil has 3, 6. 6, not including the Spider Woman, which you can usually count that out unless he has some way to lock her out. Then he's also got the Hades down there. This is a spot where Josh is wondering if he can go 4 for the win. I believe that's what he would have to do. Two from the top to bring that one up, if that is only one that I'm saying, and then the 2 from the middle. Again, if that is only 2 in the middle. Those hands, decent cards there. Josh, few activators. Is that a 6 and a multi 4, I believe? Did they venture? Okay, placings happen. Okay, Josh was looking. Josh did not place. Still placed a couple. 4. Is that what he's venturing? Oh no, it looks like he might have 3 there in the. Yeah, okay, he has 3 missions in the middle. Three on top. Okay, so he's 3, 3, 1. So he would need to venture 5 if he wanted to go for the win. Just a 2. Just a 2. Still goes 2. 2. Okay, so just 2 from the top for Phil. 2 from the top for Josh. They both feel decent about their hands. Well, Phil also likes that he can use that Hades if he needs to, if Josh gets rid of his negate. Yep, there's that strategy. Always go for the character that came from the reserve with a teammate. May avoid one attacking them. So she cannot use that on herself. Still going to take this teamwork. 6 strength. Yep. Now Reavers with the. That was going to be a 4, I believe. Maybe a 5. Still blocks it with a 5 energy. That's no more on that string of teamwork. Comes Phil at thing with a 6 any. Followed up with a 3 on. Oh, it's on the middle. Is that? Oh, Juggernaut. Going for the KO there. Use the 5 to block the 3. Okay, he's done with his teamwork string. Now there goes Josh again with a 6 fighting. Still using his armory there. Power up a smaller power card with a universe. There goes a 4 that's coming through as a. Ooh, I think. What teamwork is that? Is that the 7 to use teamwork? So that's a coming through as a 6. Phil's gonna use. He's gonna block it. Nope, he took it, and now he's starting his string with a Magneto multi 4. Like we're gonna get an only universe here from Josh there. Beast activator. Juggernaut can only be attacked by universe cards now. There's a 7. Any hero intellect. Juggernaut. Josh is taking that. Phil has 13 points of venture on Josh right now. Josh has 6 plus 10 points on Phil. Josh still has 4 cards. Phil, I believe, only has 2 cards if I'm looking at that right. Pretty even placing. Josh looking to his battle site. He does got a lot of activators there. See what he's playing. Choices. Oh, grabbing that Veil 10. The time? Trying to suck up that Scarlet Witch negate. 10 on the Magneto. Yep, there goes the negate. Bound to be Phil's last negate. I know he's duped on quite a few already. At least non-any hero. Well, I think he used the any hero one earlier, if I remember correctly. Here comes the 7 to use any power, I believe. Acts as a 6 on Juggernaut. Oh yes, because it's a universe card, so it can be used there. And then this one is a 7, and this would be for the kill on Thing. 20 points exactly there of cumulative KO. Josh is checking his options here. Counting up some venture, counting up some what could be coming next. Looks like Phil only has 1 card left. Am I looking at that right? Unless he has one hiding under that trump card. Like he's got something he was wanting to block with. Always with these activators, got to go through all the options of, okay, what do I have in here for defense, for offense? Which one's the best way to go? He does the master mold, blocks the power card. Looking at that, Reavers can only be blocked with a special. Or it may only be blocked by a special. I can't remember which way that Reavers is. I should pull up the cards on my phone here. Oh, there we come with the 7 fighting from Juggernaut. Down goes Spider Woman. That triple 2 there on Josh's home base is can only be defended by a defensive special card. Okay, that's what it is. Only by a defensive special card. Okay, now Phil's checking his options. Throwing the big old 10 right there at Thing. Is he gonna draw out that negate from Josh? Does Josh have another activator he can use to defend that? That's the Cataclysm from the Any Hero Essentials there. That one of them. I don't see this one used as much. The 4 multi 10. Checking through his options in his battle site. Does he have anything to defend that? Is he gonna have to use up his negate? And can't negate the Hades after that. Or the 11, if that's where that might be where Phil's thinking next is he negates his 10. Next comes the 11. Got some banter going on. Got some smiles there. A lot riding on this. Got to be a lot of emotions, though. I know when they called top 12, Josh is the one that they called, and they can mention later that they saw that Phil right there after at number 13, and they had the exact same stats, everything. Quite the roller coaster of emotions there for Josh, especially, I'm sure. Really hoping to get through this one. If he gets into top 8, he really earned it. Oh, here comes, he's using a Beyonder. So he was still thinking about that 10 this whole time. Negate, okay. So still has another negate in his hand, or available there, placed to the Reavers. Josh is using a, oh, he's killing, who was that? Was that Juggernaut? No, Juggernaut's down here. He just killed his character over there. That was Thing, yes, Thing. And what he does with that is all the hits on the current battle get discarded and don't count to venture. Oh, Ron, I think we lost signal. There it is. Okay, we're back. So Phil pulled the Hades. And I'm wondering if Josh is deciding whether or not to negate that, or to just let it ride. Juggernaut is sitting there with quite a bit on him. 2 colors and a lot of damage. 6, I guess 12 damage. It looks like that was only a 2. He negated it, so we go on. We continue. Now there's that 11. That can only be thrown at Reavers. Juggernaut's still locked out with that only universe attacks. Took one of his universe cards. Drew a 6 or 7. I can't remember. I think it was a 6. And then Phil runs there. Juggernaut is hurting. Reavers is free of damage. And then on Phil's side, Scarlet Witch there has no damage. And Magneto, yeah, he has a 6 on him. So this could go either way, it looks like still. And Josh has 1 on the bottom or 2. I think it was 2 on the bottom, if I remember correctly. And that would still make him need 4 for the win. Phil has a good enough hand, which it looks like he's losing some cards here. Got Spider Woman. Is that a 7 possibly, I believe? Oh, and whose event is that? Oh, that must be Phil's event there. No activators. But it looks like Josh is about in Power Pack. This happened in Phil's game with me as well. He got his no activators on right when I went into Power Pack, so it did not affect me. Looks like okay, so Josh had only 1 card left, and that was his duplicate there that he had from his initial hand. So he only had to go into Power Pack with one card there. So this no activators might still hurt him. I might have missed if he discarded any. Oh, is he? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. So yeah, another negate. That's very good for Josh. Within that Magneto 11, looking at him. There's another Magneto. The 6 in each frontline teammate can make an additional attack. Powerful string card there from the Masters of Evil set. Josh going for 2. Bill. I don't think that's for the win. I think Josh still has 2 down on the bottom, but maybe he has 1. I'm not sure. Okay, starting off with the Foxfire. Juggernaut's 5 energy. He may make an additional special card attack, or might play another special. More specifically. Comes all the math that comes with lower power. Lots of counting. Count those cards. The counting to make sure he drew the right number of cards. Okay, he didn't know if he drew enough. That must have been an onslaught he must have discarded because of the no activators that I must have missed when he did that. So it looks like everything's good. Like the Magneto 6 is coming. Six with a 6 there. And then probably what's the name of 5. Josh gonna take that. Let his Juggernaut. Yeah, that would kill him because the fusion rule does not count towards specials. So this 5 would not fuse with his special on him. That's also a multi. Only multi power cards fuse and become the same power type. Ooh, gotta block it with that 8. That 8 would have been unusable otherwise. So if he was thinking about any other options with his Dracula's Armory. It might have not been. I'm not sure. What I can't quite tell what's in his hand. A little glare there. The multi 5, doesn't he? Hmm. Oh, Josh runs. Okay, got the Web-Headed Wizard and a 7 energy. Josh, he had a 5 and a teamwork. So he was spooked there. Didn't feel confident staying in that one. Bill pointing out that the gate's still there, waiting for his 11. And now it looks like they're both in power pack. So that's all. Yeah, that negate. As long as that's there, that 11's not coming out. Wow. Ooh. Bill's got 2 8s and a 7 and 2 6s. That does not look good for Phil. What about Josh? How's Josh looking? Got what is that? A 5 and a 6 and a 7. That's a good idea. Take out the 7 that only Juggernaut can use and keep the any power that either of his players can use. It's all about venture right now. So Josh discarded 2. Phil discarded what? A 5? Is that right? Phil gets to bet first. Phil does have a bit of a placing advantage. The teamwork and the 8 there on Magneto. Yeah, those 5 duplicates. That's gonna hurt. Josh is probably thinking about going for it all here, but probably also worried about getting Phil what he needs. You want to try to win this in 2 hands if possible, but who knows? Next time it might be him with all those dupes. Looks like Josh hands in a way. Keep forgetting I have these smaller windows I can look at down here. So Josh has an 8. Okay, so he went, looks like 2 there. Phil's looking at going over the top here. doing a. Josh also had the armory that he could use there to block it. So Phil was just hoping he didn't have an 8. But Josh did. Poking with a multi-2. Ooh, took his 5. Phil runs. Josh is catching back up. I think he only has 1 at the bottom. It's hard for me to tell mission-wise what Josh has. I'm thinking he's 5-1-1. But see. This is only supposed to be a 30-minute game, but I don't know if they're actually keeping that time or not. I know we're not. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I was thinking those were his duplicates. Are they? Okay. So no, only 2 duplicates. I was thinking all the ones Josh were putting down were his duplicates. So not so bad. 7 and 8. See. What about Phil? Doing a little. He has 5 cards left. Phil does. Josh has 6. Two. Going for 2. Phil's going for 1. Josh starting with a poking again, a little 2. Josh is probably saving that Reaver's 2 for that final blow. If he can land 1 more hit on Magneto there. On a 6. Josh, thinking about this one? Okay, so he took so that's 6. Oh yeah, because Juggernaut was only at. Was that a 6 or an 8? Whatever it was, Juggernaut is still alive. We'll see about after this 5 though. It's freezing up a little. It's like Josh blocked with maybe a 6. Any powers which? Throw a 4. Blocked with a 7. We'll have 1 left. Here comes the 8. Oh no. Phil ran. Okay, so there was just 1 down there. So Josh is everything on the top but 1, I believe. He just needs to go 1 for the victory here. And Phil's looking at a lot in the defeated and just a few in the reserve missions pile there. Josh has 2 duplicates. That might be was that a 5 and can't tell what the other one is. 6, 5 and a 6, I think. Maybe a 7. Phil had a 3 dupes. So Josh went for the 1 for the win there. Phil has that teamwork still. Josh has his 2. Going for the 2. Phil has no way to avoid that and not having any special cards. This can only be defended by a defensive special card. Oh, so just punting his turn there just to give it back to Josh. Both of them trying to save their power cards. Comes a small. Okay, 3 for 3. Rush has 5 cards. Does Phil only have 4? Oh, but he has the teamwork also. So with the 8, he didn't use the. I guess either of them could use their universe card for defense. Okay, throwing a 4. He let it happen. So Magneto's out. Gives Josh 6 venture at the moment. Oh, Magneto they didn't have any cards that Magneto could use with that teamwork. I realize that now. I was not paying attention to that. That's the 3-stat Magneto only has a 1 and a 2, so he couldn't. That teamwork was no good. So Josh got it, and Josh will make it back into the top 12. It took him a little harder to get there than he planned when he heard his name already. So now he has to go right back into another game to try to get into that top 8. So guess we'll have the video back on here a bit for the next round.
Ronald, can you hear me? Ronald. So this is going to be a 1 hour timer, not a 45-minute timer. All right. Cue me in and we're ready to go. All right. And then go ahead and mute your microphone. Welcome to the first round of the playoffs. You guys got a little extra game action in there because we had a crazy game that every single tiebreaker down the line was tied, and we had to play a playoff game for that 12th slot. That means if Josh Alexander wants to go through and win this tournament, he'll have won that game and he will have to win 4 more games in a row, top 12 to top 8, and then through the 3 rounds of normal elimination. A crazy gauntlet. If Josh wins this, he's going to have won. He's going to have played today 12 games of Overpower in a row in one tournament. That is a crazy way to be playing. But we're going to go to the top 8. So seats 1 through 4 are going to get a bye. The reason we do this is because we've got a small enough community. We don't like anyone to go 5-2 with the amount that people travel for these tournaments right now and not still have a chance at the finals. So we are seeing one person who was 5-2 wouldn't have made the top 8, and so we're glad we've decided to do this cut to top 12. We have got John Keffer here. I don't know if John's family's watching again, but if you are, your dad is in the elimination rounds. So, so the higher seed goes first. So I'm going to tell my guy in the booth that they shouldn't be rolling for who goes first here. The higher seed of the person is the one that's going to go first. So Ronald, my person over by the table, should tell them that that's how this is going to work. The higher seed in challenge, I believe, was John Keffer. So I believe John Keffer should be going first. All right, we have gotten to see John Keffer's deck earlier. It was very cool. It ran perfectly, and it did well enough today to get him to this top 12 spot. But John and Ricky were both below the top 8 bubble. So we're going to see how it goes. Now, we've not got the chance to see Ricky's deck here, and he's doing some interesting stuff. He's actually playing Odin's Vault, and he's using a similar strategy to mine, where you're going to see him try to KO New Warriors, draw 2 cards for Warriors. When New Warriors die, their inherent ability says they get to draw 2 cards. Zeos, or Chaos, however you say it in the back, he has a thing that says when a teammate dies, you draw a card. So by letting New Warriors die, he gets a draw 3 cards that can't be negated. You're going to see him let that character die and then use the Infinity Gauntlet off the home base to bring him back. He's also playing a KO event, so he can bring him back and then let him get KO'd again and continue to get that draw 3. Our main camera will be back on in just a second. Currently, it's El Gato. We can see these 2 hands, though, that they have. Now, John, unfortunately, did get a dupe of his events. I didn't see the one that he discarded that was a double, but he did play no teamwork cards can be played. He's trying to slow down the pace of play here. He's got Malice for the Marauders. That is a special card that says the Marauders may search their dead pile for a card not playable by Marauders and play it immediately. Ricky responds with a Snake Root 8. Just a vanilla 8, any power, always great for generating Venture. Now, we saw earlier, this Gift of the Gods card that he's playing through Beta Ray Bill, that's a way that he stalls out the hand. Now, interesting here, Ricky did not opt to discard a card to take the Infinity Gauntlet and get that in play. I'm not sure exactly how he's playing Odin's Vault, but in my decks, it was and when I played the Phoenix deck that used a similar strategy, it didn't matter if I loved every card in my hand. You had to get the Gauntlet, and you had to start getting those artifacts and play immediately. Ricky does have a Image Inducer in hand, so you may see him just try to get all of those hits right to New Warriors immediately and just start this process of getting them killed, which again really surprises me that he's not going to get the Infinity Gauntlet in play. Ricky places the 6 Ninja card for the hand. Ricky's definitely got a kind of additional hand going of good power cards, big special cards, the ability to control where the attacks go. He's got a Dark Beast activator, so he's got a little bit of a lockout. He does have the 6 any power. John Keffer is sitting on a 7 any power, and it looks like a couple other power cards. After he bets and he's looking at his hand, we'll get in a little closer and take a look at that. Now, these playoff rounds, they are played with an hour time limit. So John Keffer, let's go ahead and take a look at John Keffer's hand. John only goes 2. Much different than the bet 6 first hand that we saw last time. John's got a Holocaust activator, a Dark Beast activator, a 4 multi, and he's got the 7. So he's got also kind of a traditional hand going here. He's definitely got some defense, but I don't think he's really got the hand that's going to make his trick happen the way he would want to see it. So John's going to start right off. He's going to go with Thor, and I think we'll just see him do Gift of the Gods and get out another Gift of the Gods. That's kind of his strategy, is to stall out a little bit and be able to do stuff later. Such an interesting strategy, because generally losing a turn in this game is a really bad thing. Overpower is all about having the initiative and being able to be throwing attacks over and over again. Ricky puts the image inducer in play. Ricky can now discard 2 cards from his deck into the dead pile to move any attack over to the new warriors. John Keffer responds, and he says Gift of the Gods again, and he's going to go in and get another card. The interesting question here is, I'm not sure how many times he wants to go Gift from the Gods. Now, I believe something kind of interesting that he can do is, once he gets those Gift of the Gods in the dead pile, I've never seen this interaction, but he can probably play the Malice, go get a Gift of the Gods, and the rule is anytime a character plays another character's specials, you substitute their name in. So he would be able to play Gift of the Gods to go get a Marauder special. He, and I believe Malice lets him play it immediately. So in a situation like this, he could try to Malice to go get a Gift of the Gods, to then go get a Vertigo out of the pile and put a Vertigo in his hand, if he wants to kind of ensure that he's got a Vertigo early. Ricky's just gonna do a little poke. That is a 2 half multi. If it hits, or I think it's a 2 fighting. If it hits, it becomes a 5 half multi. Not a super played card. A lot of the hand players don't play it. I think it's a huge mistake. You cannot have a 5 half multi hit a character. It puts him so close to death. So blocking that is incredibly important. I play that card a lot on Onslaught. I think it's a really underrated mechanic in the game. So John's thinking about what he's going to do here. He's got a 4 multi that can block it. I think he's probably going to throw that out there. He's not saving the 4 for any kind of teamwork follow up. But he also, we've seen when he makes his sort of god hand, he only wants to have 2 characters on the front line. So it looks like maybe he's just going to go with offensive pressure. Now, the common wisdom in this situation is, if they've got an image inducer out, you always throw at the other character and you make them discard those cards. I mean, we just saw a post activator and a Holocaust activator go by. Those are premier cards in a Onslaught Citadel battle site. Those are both of your venture control cards. One of them can be your negate. It's usually your full avoid. You're trying to make him burn through all of his good cards and minimize his effectiveness down the line. So he's going to put another 5 multi out there. A normal deck doesn't want to see 2 multis as a hit, but again, we've seen from John's really unorthodox deck building that he almost wants to see a couple characters die to set himself up for that, that hand that he can just bet the farm on. So John's going to play the Malice. Ricky has an option here to negate it if he wants. John's going to get Gift of the Gods, and he's going to play it immediately. So now he has the ability to go get a Marauder special and Ricky may be. I think they're calling for a judge. Now, I believe I totally understand having a judge call here, but I do believe that John Keffer is correct. He can malice to a Thor Gift of the Gods, and if Marauders is playing it, he can get a Marauders card. I believe. I'd be very shocked if that's not the rule. This should be no different than playing Gift of the Gods from a battle site. All right, so it looks like was correct on the judge call. The malice stays in the dead pile, and now he's playing Gift of the Gods. John Keffer is going to look through his hand. He's going to get a card belonging to the Marauders, and he's going to put it in his hand. John's trying to decide which one of those Marauder specials he wants to get. Now, they're pretty far into a hand. He could get a Vertigo out, but then he's going to take a turn to play the Vertigo, and at that point, Ricky's probably only going to have 3, maybe 4 cards that he plays offensively. It looks like John is still figuring out which card he wants to grab out of the deck here. All right, he's made his choice. Deck's going to get a shuffle, and then we're going to jump back into the action. And then Ricky simply fires back with a 7 for the kill. John's going to block with a 7 any power. And then John is going to get a chance to play what he got out, which is a Vertigo. All right. Now, Ricky could negate this Vertigo with the Dark Beast in his hand if that's where he put the negate. We don't know, though. He might have put the negate on Holocaust, and that's the tough part when you're sitting across from an Onslaught Citadel battle site. You don't know where that negate is coming from. You can count Holocaust activators, but till you see the negate, it doesn't do any good. He's going to play it, so it does look like he's going to have the negate, and he's going to negate the Vertigo. It's always great to see your opponent's negate go away early on like that off their battle site, because then you know if you can deal with Scarlet Witch or lock her down somehow, they're not going to have what they need. So Ricky opts to throw the 8 at Psylocke. I think that's a good play. You're looking at such low value cards to get the Spectrum K on Marauders. You might as well get the 8 over at Psylocke and start to build up a cumulative on them. Now, there's also another prevailing wisdom that if you get the 8 on the Marauders, they're only 2 away from death. But I think I like this play here. We're early enough in the game that I don't think you necessarily want to go all in on one character. I like the idea of setting Psylocke up for the Cume. It looks like he played another Gift of the Gods from Beta Ray Bill, and that's, I really love. I can't say enough good things about the coolness of this deck John Keffer has. Just to keep punting the turns, and look at exactly what he's done. He's never going down a card, meaning he's taken 3 hits, and he's continually wasted the turn, not wasted, but he's spent the turn to go get another card. And you might say to yourself, well, yeah, but he's taking all this damage. But now Ricky's in a situation where he's like, I've got one card in my hand to throw. I don't believe it's going to KO anybody. And if I do that, I have to leave or I'm just going to lose a character, probably the New Warriors. Now, the problem too is he's going to have to pass. The first attack isn't going to kill the New Warriors. So even if he draws 3 cards when the New Warriors die, once he's passed, if Ricky says pass, all he can do on his turn is either pass or concede. So John's just going to stall him out. So that draw is actually going to be relatively useless when it comes to. He might draw some defensive cards, but he's going to lose a character, and he probably isn't going to have enough to keep other characters from getting painted. So it's a really interesting strategy here. It's probably going to get John ahead on. Probably going to get John ahead a couple of missions and put him in a great position going into the next hand. All right. Looks like we might have froze up a little bit here on the broadcast. Let me check my other feed here. Oh, I have frozen up on one, but I'm going to go to my backup. So it looks to me as if Ricky just conceded. So it looks like John Keffer's moved his 2 missions up to the completed pile. Ricky's gone to the defeated pile, and they are going into the next hand. John Keffer has a duplicate Vertigo and a duplicate. I forget the name of the card for Psylocke, but it says it's a battle long version of Carabim that Zealot has. It says for this battle, no other card can be negated until this card can be negated. Psylocke likes to put that out, and if you don't, basically the one negate he's going to have from Scarlet Witch has to go to negating that, meaning he knows his Vertigo is going to go through. That's one thing. John's deck's doing a lot of interesting things, but I really love that he's playing Psylocke. That card is such a cool and interesting mechanic. And just we've never seen somebody get it to work. I think a lot of people have tried it, but it's never really been a mechanic that we've gotten to work properly. So Ricky's playing, I believe, a 2 fighting. He's got another snake root. He's still got the ninja. We're seeing John put some cards down, but again, with the kind of unique weirdness of his deck, I don't really know how to predict how it's going to go. Now, Zeos does have that 9 or less of void that got placed to the back. I believe Ricky's Zeos doesn't have any 1 per decks. His other cards are pretty mediocre to poor, and he's being played just for the active inherent in the back to make he gets a card when the first character dies. If it's New Warriors, it's 3 cards, and then when he comes up, he just has a good piece of defense. So John Keffer just bets 1. He's not super confident about this, and we know from John's ability to engineer what his deck is going to do that as long as he can bet for the win after he sets up that perfect hand with the Viking Pyre, that's what he's looking to do here. He's just looking to get that Viking Pyre, be at a point where he can get the lockouts, put the negate in his hand to defensively negate an offensive negate, and just hope that he can carry that. He can get that hand and just get the victory all in one big huge bet. And a lot of times, being able to lock your team out like that, if you can engineer that lockout properly, you can bet 6, 7 cards. It doesn't really matter if you've got it set up properly. You can just win. There's not a lot. The other person has to have 2 negates or a negate and be playing a little Iceman card. We call it KL. That strips all the cards in play out of all the special cards with the remainder of game or remainder of battle duration out. But both people bet low. That is, I believe that event is no universe cards may be played. John draws 2, so it looks like Ricky bet 4 on him here. And I don't think that's a terrible bet. John only went 1. He's not representing the strongest hand. I'm surprised though here. He plays the Vertigo before playing the Psylocke card. Maybe he just felt if he took a turn to play the Psylocke card, he didn't have the defense. But the Vertigo works. And Ricky's going to make him discard the 7. Ricky's not worried about the Psylocke card. Now John plays it. So what you're going to see here is either Ricky has to give up a big bet, or John's going to take the turn to set up his thing up. He's probably sitting on a Gift of the Gods in his hand. He's now that Ricky can't negate it, he's going to Gift of the Gods, get his Viking Pyre, and either Ricky concedes and gives up that big bet. I think that was a deceptive bet, a bet that was deceptively good for John. I think John's probably psyched that Ricky went 4 there because it really disincentivizes him to run, and that's what John doesn't want. John doesn't want to play a gift from the gods, go get Viking Pyre, and then not get a chance to play it because someone's only bet 1, and they're just like, "Well, I'll concede. Maybe you got it, and I'll destroy your whole strategy." The 2 multi hit Scarlet Witch. And again, this is also if John has the ability to stall here, I can't see in his hand if he's got it doesn't look like he actually has the Gift of the Gods. So I'll be interested to see what he wanted to get what he was hoping to get with that card that doesn't allow stuff to be negated. Ricky plays a Sentinel's Activator. It's a 4 energy. John puts it over there, just puts it right onto Psylocke. John's going to play the 4 on the hand, and he's looking to try to get Spectrum, but Ricky's got the Ninja card. That can be played defensively. It's a 6 any power. I think you're probably going to see Ricky just fire that off. I don't think Ricky wants to put himself in a situation where he has a multi-power card on each one of his frontline characters. That just puts him in a little too much of a weak position. But Ricky lets it hit. Now, don't underestimate how good the artifacts on the Odin's Vault are. Ricky has the ability to play the Infinity Gauntlet onto a character like the Hand and continually resurrect his characters. So he can the Infinity Gauntlet says at the beginning of the battle, you can discard 5 cards into your dead pile to resurrect a character from 1 battle. You can only do it to 1 character. You can't do it multiple times. But Ricky has the ability to let characters die, basically to let anyone but the Hand die, get that artifact in play, and then continue to bring them back. This is a pretty interesting game, though, because neither player is really getting their deck to go off. Now, this is an 8 on Psylocke. This would be for the death. Now, John can just move it, but John, we've seen from his deck, he may actually want to let her die. We don't know exactly what his strategy is here, like when he's going to try to Viking Pyre, what he's going to do. But he certainly wants to keep all the hits stacked up on Marauders and Psylocke. I lost my mic for a second. So he moves the snake route over to the Marauders. He lets it hit. And now he's looking through his hand for what his next action is going to be. John goes to his battle site. He plays a Sentinels, and he fires back with the same exact card. Sentinels 4, and then he can make an additional energy attack. Ricky chooses to go on the offense with the ninja card. So now John's back to his choice. Does he intentionally KO one of his characters? I realize I maybe haven't explained Vertigo. Vertigo is a card the Marauders play. Sorry for new players. Vertigo says any attack made on John's front line, he can move to any other frontline character. So that card that's kind of up in the left that the Marauders played, it's letting John choose the targets of all of his attacks. That's what the mechanic of this deck is doing, is he's trying to get that out, and he's trying to stall out the hands until he can start putting kill shots out. So John now is representing a kill on Scarlet Witch. He's played a 4 multi. He's going to be able to make an additional attack. We're not sure who it came from. Now, I'm sure Ricky doesn't want to let Scarlet Witch die. That's his only ability to play negates, and he knows at least from the murmurings around the room that John's playing some kind of tricky deck. I don't know if anybody's explained to him what it does. There's certainly like tournament talk throughout the day when people have lost or won against it. But he has to know that he doesn't want to lose his negator. So he's going to play a Beyonder, and the Beyonder is going to say only universe cards. John's own event is making it so no one can play universe cards. So Ricky actually knows in this situation that becomes a full lockout. There's nothing John Keffer's going to be able to play to continue to target the Scarlet Witch. So he's feeling very happy about that situation. Ricky's just going for huge numbers here. He's going to throw it at the Marauders, but again, Keffer's got Vertigo in play, so he's going to choose exactly where it hits. So just got word in one of our other top 12 matches, Keith Bursack was playing to make the top 8 against Joe Peters and just took Joe Peters down. So Joe Peters will be eliminated from the top 12. Keith Bursack will move on to be one of our top 8 competitors for the day. So John does his damage. He gets he gets some multis on every character. He gets Scarlet Witch painted up. He vertigos hits around everywhere. So his guys take a beating, but he doesn't lose any characters. And we will go into the next battle. John runs. He ends up with 2 in the completed pile, 1 in the defeated pile. Ricky and him are both going to draw their hands. And let's see if John can make his deck do the crazy things that his deck does. Ricky's going to have an event. He's placed a card in the center of the board. We don't know what it is yet. He's going to say KO a character. Now, normally this is a pretty devastating card, but I don't think John's really that upset about this. John's most likely going to KO Psylocke. I don't know. I guess it depends on if John's playing his if John's trying to do his can't be negate strategy or if he wants a Vertigo. Easy choice for Ricky. Ricky's going to kill the Marauder, or sorry, kill New Warriors. He's going to draw 2 off the New Warriors inherent ability. And then he's going to draw 1 more off Zeos's inherent ability. So he did Zeos first. He can choose the order of the triggers. He does draw 1, and then he draws 2. And it looks like they're all keepers. So Ricky's strategy working out well for him here. We do see John take out the Marauders, so he may have that another one of those cards can't be negated card for Psylocke. All right. It's a much different game than we saw last time. The last time we just saw John's deck doing exactly what it does. It was a 3-hand win. It just couldn't have. There was nothing. Nothing really. I believe he was playing Josh Alexander, and I don't think there was anything Josh could have done. He does have the card. Of course we did. I'm going to look up the name of that card real quick for you guys. That is a card that's from the Marvel set. That was an announced set, but it was never officially released. But we do allow proxies of it for this tournament just because it builds out the environment more. That card is called Astral Assault. For remainder of battle, any special card played by Psionic or Psionic teammates may not be negated until Astral Assault is negated. Go back to the match here. All right. Scarlet Witch did get that negate placed. The Zaos 9 or less avoid comes up. The hand has a 7. Again, Ricky's representing very strong cards, high numerical values. He's got some multis in his hand, a lot of KO pressure. Against a normal deck, you'd probably be sweating this, but as we've seen from John, he is playing anything from far from a normal deck here. So he has lost his ability to get Vertigo out. So it's going to be interesting to see the order of operation he takes here. Let's see if we can push in on John Keffer's hand and get a little bit of a better view. I know he is holding the hand a little low, but if we zoom in, I should be able to still make out the cards in his hand. Ricky's counting things up. Ricky does have a Madame Gao, which right now doesn't do anything because John has opted not to place any power cards. But even if that's all that card is doing is keeping your opponent from placing power cards, that's still pretty amazing. I don't know how many Ricky has in the completed pile, but he turned everything sideways that he could. That looks like it's at least 3, if not 4. John's going to draw 1 card. John's going to draw another card. John's going to draw a 3rd card. So Ricky has bet 5. Again, let's see if we can get zoomed in on John Keffer's hand and get a little bit of a better look on that. So John's got a 7 duplicate, an Onslaught duplicate, something else that I couldn't make out. We've got an X-Man hero, Onslaught hero, a Post hero, a 5 and a 6. And then he does have the target character may not attack with Psylocke. Now, again, this is another interesting hand because what does he try to pull off first? I think he's going to definitely want to get that no negate card out for Psylocke. So back to the action. Ricky is throwing that 3 ally. You can see that at the top of the screen. That's going to allow him to play a special card, which will probably be something from his hand. Let's see if we can get a close look at Ricky's hand and kind of get an idea for how this hand is going to go. John Keffer chooses to use the lockout on the ally and just say, no, you're not attacking Psylocke for the rest of the hand. But he follows it up with Bakudo, one of my favorite cards in the game. Bakudo says, Ricky is +3 to his venture total. He gets to flip a card over from the top of his deck. If it is an attack, it is allowed to be used. A teamwork, an ally, anything that is actually an attack, he gets to play it. He is not allowed to make any follow-up attacks, nor does he have to. So he can just throw a teamwork as a 6. He can just throw an ally as a 3. If it's not playable, it does go into his hand, and it looks like it's not an attack. So Ricky's just going to get to draw it into his hand. And John Keffer is going to play the, whatever that was called, Astral Assault. Ricky's not going to be able to do anything with that negate now unless he negates the Astral Assault first. That means when he goes to play the pin, the negate is not going to stop the pin. He'd need a full card from his battle site. So let's zoom in on Ricky's hand here and see if we can see what he's got. Looks like he's got a 4 multi on the right side of his hand. He's got a little bit of glare, but he does have that image inducer. He's got a post lockout. He's got a holocaust that's probably in a void. He's got a sentinels for the power cards. He's got a 4 and a 5. Ricky has got a extremely strong hand. Let's see what he's going to do here. Ricky goes to the battle site. He plays the sentinels activator. He's probably going to try to play target character may not play specials this battle. Throwing that on Beta Ray Bill. No, he throws it on the Doc Pierce, surprisingly. Throwing it on Beta Ray Bill is generally where, if he knows what Keffer's trying to do, I think where he would go. All right, and Keffer's going to go for it. Now, we've seen that Ricky's got a ton of defenses for this in his hand that aren't negates. I believe he's still got the avoid for Holocaust. That's almost certainly what he's going to do here. Although at the same time, he may just say, you know what, I'll pin the 7, it's worth it, and that doesn't get any venture, and I'll save it for later. But now he decides he needs to be able to generate that offensive venture, so he's going to spend his post activator and do the full lockout. Ricky is going to put the image inducer in play, and so Ricky now is going to look probably to sacrifice the Scarlet Witch. He's going to shift a hit over there, let her die, and then her inherent ability says she's going to gain 5 to venture. So Ricky's going to be looking to see John Keffer play a card less than a 5, something like a 2 fighting or something that he can shift over and net 3 more venture. That with the Bakudo will put him at a plus something. Now, I think he's already used his only universe. So that is the one saving, the one bit of good luck from John Keffer. It's going to be harder for, even with 2 characters, it's harder for him to do that lockout. Now, remember too, Ricky's playing that game of letting guys die. If Scarlet Witch dies, not only does he get the 5 venture, he also gets to draw a card from Zeos. But wow, what a play. That card is, what I think it's gathering info. It says target a character, take all the hits on the character's permanent record, and pull them into the current battle. Now, Ricky would need that full avoid off Holocaust. So he can avoid this if he's got that avoid there, which I bet he does. But if not, this is just going to put that 6 venture back into the current battle. Very cool card. Ricky says, okay, I'm going to let you do it. And that gathering info ends up being a +6 to venture for John Keffer. Very cool play. It's now currently 6-3. Ricky's got 3 venture from the Bakudo. John just put the hits in current battle to give him 6. Ricky is going to put a 4 multi attack on Beta Ray Bill. Try to go for some more KO pressure. Now this is interesting because what I tend to do, once I get that a target character can't play specials through and they're playing a battle site, I throw all my attacks at that character. Because they can't defensively play an activator at that point because the character can't play the special. But looks like Ricky wants to put the pressure on Beta Ray Bill and he's willing to try to punch through the activators. John throws a 6 strength attack from Beta Ray Bill over at the Scarlet Witch. He wants to kill her, but Ricky now, he seems a little more reluctant. He's not ready to let her die. He uses the 9 or less avoid to keep her alive. Ricky, I believe that's a 6 fighting Black Panther power card. So now he goes over to Donald Pierce, who cannot use activators or specials to defend him. John has got another one of his multi-power power cards, so he says, you know what? I'm going to stick to the plan. I'm just going to paint everybody with a multi-power power card. So he gets that on Zeos, and now he's again got one on each of his frontline characters. But Ricky says, no, I'm going to activate my image inducer. I'm going to put 2 cards into the dead pile, and I'm going to move that hit over here. He gets another negate from Scarlet Witch. And he's going to now play his Onslaught Citadel, and he's going to play... I forget the name of it, but we call it the Tuck. It says take all the hits on Scarlet Witch's current battle and move them to permanent record. So Post pulled them out, and then Holocaust tucked them plus the 5 multi right back under. So that means he was there. He was tucking 11 points in venture. Ricky was going for the win. John says, I can't generate any more venture. And that's the handshake. I didn't realize, I should have realized that was going for the win for Ricky. 5 for the win. Wow. So Ricky bet 4 from the middle, 1 from the top. Ricky puts it away and he will proceed, and we will see Ricky go to the top 8. So our top 8 now is going to have our top 4, which was Marcel Lott, the GOAT, Andrew Taylor, the newcomer from Seattle, making a strong showing in every tournament he's played in. We've got Sean Sawyer, the Hangman, and then the other person in the top 4, I'm spacing on. But yeah, guys, so that's this match. We're going to sign off for a minute here. We're probably going to leave the feed open and live for a minute. And then as soon as these other matches are done, we're going to be right with you. So don't go too far because it's not going to be as big of a break as it usually is. It's just 4 matches being played. So as long as they get done on time, we're going to jump right next to the next match. So congratulations, Ricky. John, awesome deck, so creative, was really fun. I was rooting for it. I wanted to see it go all the way. But, Ricky's deck is super interesting too, is aggressively letting his characters die to draw cards is super interesting as well. So looking forward to seeing that. Ricky's really shown he's got some creative, unique deck building as well, and I'd love to see one of his decks make it to a final table. So that's everything, and just stick with us, guys. We will be back probably pretty fast with the next round. All right, Ronald, I'm back. Can you hear me, Ronald? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Oh, hold on. Maybe it's something with my headset. Give me a second. Nope, my headset's on. I don't know what's going on. Give me 1 second, Ronald. Let me check my in. I mean, I haven't turned it off. I know you guys can hear me. I can't hear Ronald. You can hear him. Okay, so it's something with me. Give me 1 second. I don't touch any buttons in the settings mess up. Sorry, Ronald, bear with me 1 second here. All right, Ronald, say something now. All right, I just can't hear you, Ronald, so communicate with me on the phone. Okay. Let me know when you're ready to have me go, Ronald. All right, everybody, and welcome. We have made it to the top eight. We've gone through the first round of elimination, and our top eight matches are going to be Phil the King Keffer is going to be playing Sean Valentine. John Keffer, or sorry, we just saw that. Marcel is going to be playing Ricky. Uh, Keith Bursack is going to be playing Andrew Taylor. And then joining us on the stream, we haven't seen him since round one, but he has made it all the way through. We are going to be seeing Sean the Hangman Sawyer playing Ty Bertrand of the Bertrand Dynasty. We've gotten to see both these guys on camera today. They've got super awesome decks, and we are ready to get going. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm having a little bit of an issue with my headset, I guess. So let me switch out to my backup headset. All right, Ronald, is that any better on the sound? Okay, guys, this is my backup headset. So we are going to get going. Give me 1 second. All right. So I was saying, guys, we have the top eight figured out here. Sorry about my audio issues, but like I said, we are doing this from in the field. So we are in the top eight of our 42-person field. Marcel Lott is was in the top eight. He's going to face Ricky Sacita, who just progressed out of the top 12. Andrew Taylor is going to be playing Lazarus Rising Games founder Keith Bursack, and Sean Valentine is going to be trying to take out Phil the King Keffer. Our feature match at this table in the quarterfinals is going to be a group of people that we saw in the beginning. Round one, we saw Sean Sawyer beat Phil Keffer. Sean the Hangman Sawyer has made it and is taking on Tyler Bertrand. So we're going to go over to the table now and we're going to get this match started. Elimination games, when we get to the top, are played under a 1 hour timer, so you get a little more leeway with the match. But let's cut over to that table and get a look at what's going on. All right. We see Sean's taking a seat at the table
Tyler Bertrand is patiently waiting. And let's get going on this match. Nice handshake. Like to see the camaraderie here. Sean accidentally reveals the 7 intellect. Now, Tyler has had this very interesting Dracula deck that we've only got to see once, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. We've seen Sean Sawyer's deck a lot. We've said this is the deck that Sean has been playing for a long time and has done very well with it in the Battle for Boston before. Sean's going to be looking to try to repeat that win. Sean's also the first person who innovated the Helicarrier battle site. The Helicarrier battle site is super interesting. If you don't need a negate, it doesn't have one, but it does give you the ability to use 2 full avoids, one of which can up a character's grid with an icon that's on the card. So you're going to notice Sean a lot of the time will try to use that avoid with the X babies and make them an 8 intellect if possible. And then it makes them super easy to defend, and they still have the great inherent ability where it's hard to kill them. So Sean's getting out some of his non-duplicatable special cards. So he's got a 7, which is a great attack. He's playing it on Hades. If you're just joining us, Hades is the promo from Seattle. It works exactly like a Beyonder, but it's going to be legal in the new format. So when we stop allowing proxies, there will be versions of classic cards for the older formats that are going to be much easier to get. Tyler, we haven't seen a to the last man placed. Tyler's going to really want to get rid of those teammate cards. That's his whole shtick with the Dracula deck. He puts a DZ down, paralyzing gaze on Dracula. It says he can target a character. That character may not attack or be attacked. Also a very powerful card. Dracula's got very, very powerful mechanics, but he's also slow, which is the trade-off. Each thing he does is generally 1 card, and if they've got a defense for it, they can fire back with a chain of attacks. And that's usually if Dracula gets beaten, how he goes down. Looks like Sean's going to bet 2. There is an event out that no teamwork cards can be played. So Ty's not going to be able to play that teamwork that he placed over on the Dark Beast. I didn't see what Ty bet, but Sean's going to play the ally. He's probably going to just try to get some of that KO pressure out as fast as possible. He also knows that Spider Girl has a card that locks out a teammate. So Sean's just going to target her and try to stay away from the ability to defend. Now, most people go for Dracula, and that's generally who Ty is set up to be able to defend. So putting these attacks on Spider Girl may be something, maybe an angle that that Tyler's not ready for. Sean could make an additional attack with the 4, but I believe it has to be on a different opponent than Spider Girl. And it looks like Sean has opted not to do that. All right, so Ty's going to play to the last man. Sean's going to go to his battle site, and he's just going to pull out a 7 intellect and just keep trying to punish with that offensive pressure. Sean is just coming at Tyler like a freight train. It looks like Tyler's got 2 cards in his hand, a couple of activators. But Ty's already thinking to himself, is this a losing venture? I'm going to spend my Beyonder to get rid of the 3rd attack that's thrown. Ty's also got a Battlefield Commander card. That's a Dracula card placed to his home base, Asclepion. Battlefield Commander takes a turn to put into play, but then it allows him to negate a non-numerical card as long as Dracula's still alive to discard it. Ty's going for the Ghost Rider. We know he's not playing the 1 protect, so it's not the draw 3. He's probably going to try to make Sean discard a card, and I'm guessing he's going to he might target the Hydra activator, or he's going to target the Shadow King 6. It really depends what he's more afraid of right now. Sean must have something in his hand that can negate it because he's thought about that for a while. Now, Sean can't play the teamwork cards, and he's not playing a home base with universe cards. So that only universe defense that is played on Spider Girl, that's probably a defense that's going to be pretty solid and not go away. Sean just throws that revealed 7 intellect at Dark Beast. Now, the other thing is, Ty's out of cards in his hand. he's only got a 1 placed and he can't play the teamwork. Sean's just beating up his guys. He's still got a lot of cards placed. I mean, Ty could throw the 8 if he wants, but Sean's just going to follow right up with the other 7 and get 14 points on Dark Beast and come out of this battle with 2 of his characters being significantly painted. And I find it really interesting that he's just kind of ignoring Dracula, which is usually who everybody goes for. Ty takes the turn to get the battlefield commander in play, so he's got the non-numerical negate. Sean's going to decide if he wants to play a card from his hand or if he just wants to throw another card. I think he's going to throw the Mr. Fantastic 7, but nope, he throws the 5. He's not in any fear of being KO'd here. Be interesting to see. You know, Sean's got some really good tricks with Hydra too, but Tyler finally decides he's had enough and he's got to get out of the way here. So, To the Last Man's going to go away. Sean has painted Spider-Girl with 2 icons. Sean has put 12 points of damage on the beast. He won 2 venture and he didn't take a hit. Ty is going into this with 2 extra cards than him, but we'll see if that's enough. 3, if you count the non-numerical card, which don't count it out. There are a lot of non-numerical cards that Sean plays. He plays the draw 3 off Mr. Fantastic. He does play the venture reset off the Shadow King, which a lot of times can win in games. It can defensively negate an offensive negate if Sean was to play negate that way. And Sean's Hydra cards are generally non-numerical. He has a non-1 per deck that lets him get an attack off the battle site of Ty and then throw it against Ty. He also has a 1 per deck that, if played offensively, can get a card out of Ty's dead pile and play it. You know, Sean could try to use that to get out of To the Last Man if he wanted to, for example. Usually it's used defensively, though. It's definitely got a strong effect here. Now, Sean, I think, is probably hoping to be able to get rid of Spider-Girl with one of these intellect hits. It is, so Ty places the card that lets him lock out a teammate. So Sean's absolutely going to be trying to target Supergirl. Maybe we can get a zoom in on Ty's hand and see what else he's got. It looks like he has the 8 multi-attack for Spider-Girl. So it looks like he drew both of her 1 per deck. Looks like Sean's just going to bet 1. Can't really see Ty's mission cards. He's got them kind of spread out way off camera. Ron, if you can hear me, maybe actually have Ty relocate his home base and his battle site and put the missions on the mat so we can see them. All right, Sean throws the 4 aspect card that is a kill shot on Spider-Girl. And Ty defends it with a 6 any power. Sean gets to make a follow-up. He's going to throw 4 multi. He's just going to throw these low hits out. He's going to force Ty to exhaust as many hand cards as he can. Now, Ty using the 9 or less of void on the 4 is using the 9 or less of void on the 4 is definitely telling that he may not have a ton of defense for that character. Let's see if we can zoom in on Ty's hand at this point. Ty throws a teamwork. He's got the 1 placed. Sean has the full avoid for the X babies. That's frustrating. Ty's going to throw the 1 multi as the follow-up. Ty's got an 8 multi in his hand. He's flicking those cards so fast. He doesn't want me to see what they are. It looks like he's got a Beast Acrobatics, Electra, and a Enforcer's Activator. So if Sean throws a special card attack, he's going to be able to do some shenanigans with avoiding with the Enforcers, healing the hit, and then also drawing a card. I don't think Sean's played a ton of games against Asclepion, so he's probably not going to be ready for that much of a swing defensively. He's going to use the Electra. I think we're going to see the full avoid here to avoid the 5 multi. And I think he's just waiting for Sean to try to throw that 7 so he can get his whole combo off. Now that card is extremely versatile. It can avoid an attack on the player or a teammate, and then remove with the special card, then remove a hit from the character or a teammate. So he can avoid the attack with anyone and remove the hit from anyone. It's extremely versatile. Besides, I'm just going to try to fire off this 8 multi. Let's see what happens. He takes it, and here comes the 7. And this is what Ty's been waiting for. We'll see if Ty uses this opportunity to use the Enforcer 1 per deck and do exactly what we think he's going to do. So he's playing the Enforcers. He avoids the 7. Now he's going to decide what hit to remove. He's probably going to remove the 3. He knows that's an off color for Sean. It's going to be harder for him to get Spectrum. Then he's going to draw a card off Asclepion. And he gets in his hand. He hasn't looked at it yet, but he has drawn it. And it looks like he's got a special that I can't make it. All right. Now it's actually his turn. So let's see what he does with it. Now he does have the acrobatics, which is, oh, interesting. So he's now saying on his turn, he's trying to say Spider-Girl can't be attacked. Now, if Sean wants to, Sean can defensively negate that, and I think he should. I think he should, and I think he should just try to throw those power cards through. But he's going to opt to let it through. He's going to save his negate for something defensive, and he's just going to throw the little 5 through. That 5's extremely annoying. He throws it through Hades, and it allows him to make another attack, but he goes for the target, and Ty plays this beautifully. He knows if he puts that lockout out there, that Sean's going to throw at the beast. He knows now, and he's got his whole thing set up where now he can play the lockout to lock out Dracula. He's going to throw the 8 at Hades. Now, Sean has the Hydra Void if he wants to. Sean has the Hydra Void if he wants to avoid it with Hades. But I think Sean is kind of eyeballing some of those other cards that have gone through to the dead pile. If he can get Tyler to use the teammate lockout for a battle, he can go get that lockout. But even after this battle, if Sean's paying attention with that Hydra 1 per deck, the Beast Acrobatics is going to be in the dead pile as well. So Sean's Hydra 1 per deck is going to gain the ability to go get it. But he's going to use it, I think, for the non-1 per deck this time. He's going to use the Avoid. And the Avoid does make Hades Grid become a permanent 8. So killing Mr. Fantastic is not going to reduce Hades Grid anymore. That is one of the Masters of Evil cards for the Hydra. Avoid 1 attack. Choose an icon that is not a plus to hit icon. And raise your grid to an 8 in that power type. So Ty's kind of accomplished his little lockout strategy here. Sean is going to try to offensively negate the 8, to which he uses the Battlefield Commander. I think Sean wasn't thinking about that. He just forgot that. I think Sean's saying he couldn't see it because the lockout was on top of it. I think that's pretty gentlemanly of Ty to let him take that back. I would have said that card's been sitting out here for 3 battles. I'm gonna no. But Ty keeps the Battlefield Commander out on the field too, so maybe he's happy with that. So Sean runs away. Ty wins a battle pretty decisively. Let's see if we can talk to Ron by the table and let's have Ty relocate his home base and his battle site and put his missions on the map where we can see them. Ty places a double shot. Ronald, have Tyler move his home base and his battle site under where his characters where they normally go and put his missions on the table across from Sean. He's set him up off the mat. I mean, he can just put them next to his reserve characters where they normally go, just like Sean has them. All right, that's fine. Okay. Well, it looks like Ty made a pretty decent sized bet here. He's definitely still got one in the defeated pile. So I'm not sure how many he bet that time, but he won. So they're looking like they're pretty evenly matched on missions. So they've got a Ty, he got his negate placed, and they've got a pretty good they've got a pretty even board, but the teamworks are very scary. All right. Sean's got a power card down now that's going to fuel one of those teamwork cards. He actually can fuel both with the two power cards, but we'll see if he wants to throw that 8 offensively. Spider Girl's in a much healthier place because he was able to remove that small hit. So you might see him try to throw a teamwork card before the he might save that negate to off defensively negate to the last man. And again, that's why I'm really surprised Ty let him take that back. I would have said, I'm sorry, like I played that card 4 turns ago. It sat on the board for a while. Um, I need to make sure you don't have that negate so I can get my to the last man through. Looks like John went a low number, 1 or 2. Ty's definitely not drawing. Didn't see Ty. Looks like maybe he's only gone one from the top. He tries to play this to the last man. Of course, Sean negates it. Sean's got 3 cards showing that have the word teammate on it. Ty goes to look for his battle site. Sean's trying to figure out what he wants to do here. He's got another teamwork card in his hand. He's going to keep that pressure on Spider Girl. Spider Girl does have her 9 or less avoid now, a premier piece of defense. But if Sean's able to keep using teamworks and power cards, Ty's going to run out of stuff he can do. Now, he does have the confusion, which is avoid an attack with a teamwork card. No additional attacks may be made. Ty's only got 1 card in hand, and he says, this isn't worth fighting anymore. I'm just going to run. And Sean goes up a little bit on Venture there. Now, remember, Sean is playing a KO deck. Sean, it doesn't hurt him as much to KO a character, but if he can KO one of Ty's characters before it comes out, like we saw last time, it's better. But it's gonna. Oh no, that's not the KO event. So that is no energy power cards may be played. I'm gonna guess that isn't gonna hurt Ty very much. He's probably playing no cards with an energy icon, maybe used to attack. So that's gonna be a pretty non interactive event. And that's one of the cool things about the way the meta in the game has started to shift. Those events used to always be devastating events for most of the field. And it was the one reason you try to hedge and go into another power type. We've seen a bunch of times today where the no energy events didn't have any effect because we've got a much more healthy meta. We see that tactic card come out. And again, like we said, usually those cards are not considered that good. But as you can see on Dracula, it's just yet another way to get a placing slot filled, and it can be used defensively and combined with that 4. So it's going to allow Ty to have a second 8 defense on Dracula. It's actually an extremely clever thing to do when you're trying to defend an 8 character like that. Ty is placing out. He's getting a bunch of cards placed, and it looks like the placing's done. Sean's got 2 in his hand. Looks like Sean is 4-2-1. So Sean here would definitely love to put away a 2 bet here. So Sean bets 2. Ty's got a few activators. Sean is setting the tone here for the betting. Ty's definitely got he's got a strong hand as well, but it's the pressure of those non-relenting teamworks that's really tough for Ty to deal with a max 6 character. It's one of the reasons in the new set we're getting rid of max 6 the 6th level teamworks and making them 4s. John's just got another one from his hand, just a never-ending onslaught of teamworks here. He's going to keep putting that pressure on his max 6 character. And Ty is eventually going to run out of ways to deal with this. He's going to use the 9 or less avoid on the first attack from a teamwork. Sean's going to want to get that big bonus from the Sean's going to get that big bonus from the 8, and I think you might see him throw the 10 right at Dark Beast, see if he can take him out. That is a cumulative KO. Daredevil is going to say no attacks with a card. Counts as being with a universe card, and Daredevil jumps in and protects the Dark Beast. Brutal. Ty combines the double shot, can't be negated, throws it through as a 2-hit 8, kills Hades, and gets rid of one of his teamworks. Now I'm surprised again. Sean could have used that Captain America special and probably teammate avoided it, but I don't know if he forgot it's there or he just doesn't care that Hades died. Sean's going to go for the kill with a 6. That's also a -4 to venture. Again, Ty's got an activator I can't really make out. It's going to hit. Oh, it's not for the kill, but it is 10 venture. Ty reaches to his hand. And Ty's got a teamwork of his own finally to fire back. That's going to come from Dracula, most likely, enabling the 5 to be the teamwork follow-up. Now, Shadow King doesn't have any hits on him yet. Ty's going to throw that as a strength from Spider Girl, whose power card attacks cannot be defended by a card from the battle site. Sean went to use the activator, forgot that she had that inherent ability, and he's lucky because he could have ended up in a situation where that cost him big. But now that he knows that, it's he's better set up for it with the oh, that's probably why the double shot got through. Since it was combined with a power card, that is a brilliant. I didn't even realize he did that. That's so clever. So the power card comes from Spider Girl, making the double shot come from Spider Girl. They both do the attack, so the ruling must be that the inherent applies, and you can't use a card from a battle site to defend it. That is so smart. I missed what happened there. Ty, it looked like, got discard all universe cards, which is one of the events he's playing. And Sean got the KO event. Now, losing Hades first is not the way Sean usually tries to play that deck. So Sean's going to make a big choice of who he's going to cut here. I think he's going to have a hard time cutting X Babies or Mr. Fantastic. He runs a lot of specials for X Babies. Mr. Fantastic is an 8. He has seen an avoid and a 6 discard 2 from Shadow King. So, but nope, he sticks to his discipline. He always kills the X Babies. So he's just got Shadow King and Mr. Fantastic. Now he is still winning on Venture, but he's now down. He doesn't have a negator. We're going to see if he can get a hit through on Beast and see if this strategy works out. Now, Sean, unfortunately, has a draw 3. Ty's already got a battlefield commander in play, and he's got another one placed. So Sean kind of knows the chances of him getting to draw 3 here are pretty slim. Sean took a pretty good lead at the beginning, but it's kind of looking like Ty is at a place now where he can just lean on this advantage. If he does 2 here, Sean can move 2 of the 3 to the middle. He would be in a position to go 4 for the win. Ty's going to try to play Battlefield Commander again. No, Sean will not be able to play any cards with the word teammate, but it's not really looking like that's a big deal for Sean other than the Captain America activator. It does shut down the shift and the 9 or less avoid, which is generally what's played with that activator. Sean starts off with a slow 3. It looks like maybe he's finally exhausted all of his teamwork cards, but Ty certainly hasn't. Dark Beast has a 6 fighting teamwork card, and he's going to go for it right away, pressuring Shadow King. Everything seems to have flipped here, and now Ty's the one that's going to be able to do it. Sean reaches for the Captain America, and then I think realizes that he can't play the cards with the word teammate. I think things are starting to look a little rough for Sean Sawyer in this. Sean the Hangman Sawyer trying to make a decision. All right, so what are we gonna do next? We've got Sean is really gonna decide how he wants to handle this teamwork. Maybe we can zoom in on Sean's hand and let's get a look at what Sean's thinking about here. Well, now we can't. He's put his hand away. Sean has got a pretty decent hand here. A couple of power cards. He has got a couple of activators. Now, unless I'm missing something, that is a Shadow King 6. So that's most likely why he chose to not kill Shadow King. He wants to get that 6 out. That 6 drop 2 is such a powerful effect. And unfortunately, that 8 is going to kill the Shadow King. And that is going to make that card dead anyway. Maybe a good reason why he should have chosen, maybe just let the X-Babies absorb more. He's going to throw that low power card hit. Ty's going to have something in hand to defend it. Nope, he's going to let him get the second icon. Ty's going to get the Battlefield Commander out. Now, Sean has a Dr. Samson activator in hand, and I think he's making a little bit of a mistake here. I think the first thing he should have done, he could have tried to play the KL and forced the non-numerical negate on that. But, you know what, maybe he just does need to keep that offensive pressure on. I mean, it's only going to get rid of one of them now. Ty's playing his Kingpin activator. He's going to play the Rose, which is a 5, and then a character can play an additional special. Kind of surprised he didn't play that to then get the Battlefield Commander out a turn earlier. Sean goes for the Doc Samson. I think the only thing he's got here is the KL. No, he's running the 4. But it's not for Spectrum, and I think he just realized that and he's regretting it. Huh? Nope. He's grabbed the wrong card. He is going to throw the 4. Sean goes to play the 6 discard 2 from a dead character. It looks like Sean tried to play one of his Hydra cards, and then Ty's going to play the 7. Yeah, just there's not really much Sean can do here at this point. He's got himself, he's in too big of a hole. I think Ty did good taking out Hades as fast as he did. That's one of the worst the worst things I've seen happen to Sean's deck. Usually, character KO just doesn't affect him, but it just really hurt him losing that Hydra or losing the Hades and then getting the KO event. It's just not the order Sean wants to see his deck go down. So now he's gotten through 2 of the negates. If he does draw another Doc Samson and he is playing that KL, looks like Sean has got 4 discards. 2 X Babies, a dupe Captain America, and a Shadow King. He's only got 4 cards. Looks like Ty, I didn't see any discards, so he looks like he's got a whole mitt of cards over there. And I think we're probably going to see Ty bet 3 for the win here. He goes 2. He bet 3, but I didn't actually see Sean draw a card. I believe he went 3. Maybe he only had 2 there. Whatever it is, he's going for the win. He throws a 2 strength for the kill. Sean has to up block with a 6. Sean's going to play a Nick Fury. I think at this point, Sean's just swinging for the fences here, hoping he's going to kill somebody. He throws the 8 at Dracula. Oh, and that always hurts when you make that choice. He should have thrown it at Spider Woman if he was going to like change targets, just to make sure that Ty can't use that avoid. He's got to defend with an 8. Ty throws a 9. He's just got a red skull. Mr. Fantastic dies to the jump kick from Beast to the face, and that is the game. So Sean the Hangman Sawyer had a great day today, but he will be retired by Ty Bertrand going back to his classic Dracula build, and Ty Bertrand is going to advance to the top 4. All right, guys, these matches are going to come and go pretty fast here since there's only a few of them going on at once. So we're going to be down to our top 4 players. Stay with us, and we will be back with the next round very, very soon. Ron, I'm going to try to get my headset to work. Can you stay with me for a second? Ron, can you unmute and talk to me? Okay, I can hear you here. Now let me get the headset in.
All right, and welcome to the semifinals for the Overpower card game. This is the Battle for Boston 2024, and we have got our top 4 players. Sean Ballantyne took out Phil the King Keffer to advance to the top 4. Keith Bursack, Lazarus Rising Games founder, was defeated by Andrew Taylor, and they're going to be playing on this featured table. Our other match is going to be Ty Bertrand versus Marcel the Goat. Marcel looking to beat Ty. The winner of that game is most likely going to win second place in Player of the Year with a decent cash prize up for grabs. So that is a pretty important match on the other table. We're gonna watch Sean and Andrew though, who we've seen a little bit more of this tournament. So Sean B's on the right, Andrew's on the left. They're gonna take their hands, and we are gonna start this match. Andrew really impressing everybody today by getting as far as he has with this Galactus deck and making it through the gauntlet up to the top 4. Sean Ballantyne was in the top 8. I believe Sean Ballantyne was in the top 4, so he actually got to buy the first round. Andrews had to grind his way through an extra round of play. We're going to see if that play fatigue factors in here. Now, Andrew likes his hand. He's got a negate in it. That's great. He's got some high power cards. He's got a 1 per deck 9 for Beast. He puts the spell of protection down on Doctor Strange. But Ballantyne's got a great hand too. He's also got his negate for the Serpent Society. He's got some offensive, the 5 energy going over there for Juggernaut. In that Siberian Strength off Colossus, which we've been seeing get a lot more popular recently. Most people have been playing it off the Wondergore Mountain battle site, but we're seeing now Sean Ballantyne playing Colossus main deck. I really do like Age of Apocalypse Colossus. He's the same cost as the regular, but he has a very cool inherent. Attacks with strength power cards may not be shifted to other characters. So if Colossus decides to hit somebody, Vertigo's and shifts from the battle site. Doesn't come into play super often, but when it does, it's very cool. We see a couple of low power cards from Sean. He does get that Haymaker 7 placed to his home base. Now, Sean is running Dracula's Armory, so he's got those 3 basic universe cards. You're going to see him try to throw some big power card attacks with Colossus over the top that can't be moved away from the opponent. Or you're going to see him make some big defenses with it. Looks like Andrew Taylor's going to go 2 on his first bet here. Andrew's got a pretty solid hand. He's got a teamwork that he can make both those energy power card follow-ups with to get a lot of damage on the board, and he does have that aspect. Getting the aspect early is fine. The only thing that is a little not great about it is if you use it in an early hand, you basically have a dead placing slot the rest. But Sean Ballantyne's just going to go 1 and run. That leaves 7 cards placed to Andrew, and there's only 6 cards placed to Sean Ballantyne. Sean Ballantyne did duplicate that 6, so he was already down a card, and all he had was a Dazzler activator. So Sean, Sean doesn't want to have to run there. He gives Andrew Taylor that 2 up to the top, and he's not ahead at all on Venture, but he's going to say only teamworks that act as strength can be played. Now, Andrew Taylor here, unfortunately, is going to have 3 discards. Sean Ballantyne's going to have 2. So Andrew Taylor is actually going to end up even with Sean on total number of cards. The question is, does Andrew Taylor understand the rule that if he throws that any power attack through the strength slot on Beast, it does count as a strength power card, and it can be used with that universe or with that event? Whether or not he knows how that works, hopefully if he's not sure, he'll call a judge, but he can in fact play that any power teamwork. Sean throws the 2 multi on the back. Andrew Taylor's going to make sure he keeps an eye on that. Sean's a little bit of a bigger guy. Sometimes his hands end up covering up those rear slots, so he's got to make sure he keeps a good track of which cards are placed where. John's just been getting back into the competitive scene recently a lot this year. He took a break for a while from competitive overpower, and he was recently telling us he's been having a great time this year, and he's got the bug again. He's been making all the tournaments, and it's been great having him back. I really like the creativity Sean brings to his deck building, and he's just always been a strong player, and I feel like he's really getting his sea legs back. So I'm sure he is ecstatic to make a top four. But I know he's really looking to put one of these tournaments in the bank. So it looks like Sean's going to do a 3-bet here. The question is Andrew Taylor going to bother to draw? He's going to take the draw. It looks like it's a keeper, but it's not enough. So he takes the draw. It looks like he got a teamwork, and he's just going to say, nope, I'm out. The teamwork was probably the draw, not playable, so it was actually a discard. And he's just going to give Sean the 3. But look, he's still in a great position. He's got a lot of cards placed. He's still managed to maintain a placing lead on Sean. Sean's got 7 cards. Over here, we've got what do we got? 6, 7, 8, 9. So Andrew Taylor is up some. Sean Valentine's got a couple of discards. Andrew Taylor's got 3 discards again. So I think Andrew's duping enough that he's letting Sean Valentine's maintaining a pretty even card count here, where Andrew Taylor's just really hoping to spike one of those hands and be up 3 or 4 actions. If he could have not discarded any there and Sean had a couple of dupes, that's the hand he's sort of waiting for to be able to strike. But looks like this game is going to come down to the actual attack plays more than the sort of planning and running plays. But we're seeing Andrew Taylor's design here of having double negators come into play. I've never been one to want to build a deck with double negators, but I have to say I've seen a couple of decks recently that really utilize it well. Sean doesn't look like he's super confident about his defense here. He's only going 1. Andrew Taylor's trying to decide what his bet here is going to be. It looks like he's got 2 in his hand. He's just going to go for a nice casual 2. Is Sean going to fight it out here? Now, Sean does have the initiative here. He is going to get to act first. If he runs here, he ends up with 2, 4, 1, where Andrew will have 4 in the top. So he's going to start to throw some regular attacks. We see one of the first attacks really coming through the game. It's going to be a headbutt from Juggernaut. That is a 7 fighting attack. We'll see what Andrew Taylor wants to defend it with. Let's take a zoom in on Sean's hand first and see what Sean's got going on here. I guess we got some other stuff going on in the booth, so we're just gonna keep seeing what they're playing. It looks like Sean's got a couple power cards, possibly a teammate avoid from the Serpent Society. Let's see if we can zoom in on Sean Valentine a little closer now. I got my guy in the booth communicating with me. Sean is going to play a 7 power card to block the teamwork. Another 4 is going to come through. Sean's going to use the teammate avoid. And then he's got a 4 multi and is going to hold his hand in a way where now we can't see anything. Let's zoom in on Andrew's hand and see if we can see what he's got. Andrew's sitting on a Reavers and a Jubilee. All right, we can go back to the other view. Those are 2 pretty good activators from Andrew. So we're going to see what he's able to do here. It looks like he's got a 5 any power that's coming through. Now, one thing Andrew's doing exceptionally well is Andrew's managing to play the cards from his hand, and he's not giving up any of that placing advantage. He used 1 placed card. Sean was able to maintain the same cards. Now, Sean still has that Siberian Strength, which is a big threat, but the double negates are pretty much locking it down. Sean dupes on the 8. Andrew Taylor's going to look at his hand. He does have an event. That event is going to be discard all multi-power cards. Now that is going to get the 2 off Isis. And it is going to get a card from his hand. So with the 8, that drops 3 cards. That puts it at a. That definitely puts Andrew in a much better position. Andrew looks to have a dupe 4. He's looking through his hand to double check. We see a teamwork getting placed. I think he's got a 1 fighting. Sean Ballantyne answers back with placing another teamwork. That teamwork is playable with the 2 intellect. He puts the 1 fighting down, showing he can make it 3 string with his teamwork. He can play the teamwork from Galactus, followed by the 6 energy, followed by the 1. That puts a lot of offensive pressure on a character like Serpent Society, for example, because all 3 of those cards can get thrown. If he does the teamwork, then the 6, then the 1 will come through as a 3. There's only a 2 place to Serpent Society, meaning Sean will have to block all 3 cards with cards from his hand. And that's really how you want to utilize those teamworks. It looks like they're done placing. Andrew's going to go 2 from the middle. Sean's going to go, it looks like just 1 from the top. Now we're seeing Sean bet pretty conservatively for a guy who's got a lot of cards placed. All right. I think it's interesting too watching pretty conservative betting when you get to these higher games. I think both players, they don't want to make any big swings at the wrong time and then watch the tape later and just feel like they blew a game because they got too aggressive or they didn't think it through. They're both making some really straightforward 2 bets, 1 bets, running, making sure they have a lot of place cards. They're both playing pretty high level overpower here. But Andrew's just looking to pile up that cumulative on the Juggernaut. And again, this is something we're seeing that's a lot different now. Is it used to always be a game of Spectrum KO, and we're seeing a lot more people playing any power cards and going for the cumulative KOs. He's going to go with a big string of attacks here. So he goes with a 6, then he goes with another 6, and then he's going to follow it with the 8 to try to cum Juggernaut. But Sean Ballantyne has his Sentinels, and he's going to play a Master Mold card defensively, which says he can avoid an attack with a power card. And now Sean's going to say, my turn. I'm going to fire back with my own teamwork. That is a 6 universe card teamwork attack against the Beast. Spell of Protection defends 6 or less, so it's the perfect defense. Now Sean can make an intelligence follow-up, which could be that place 2, or he could throw something from hand. Now, he probably wants to keep the 2 placed because it does complete the other teamwork card, but sometimes this is a signal that he doesn't have the ability to play that other teamwork card. And this is tough. Andrew wants to maintain cards that are going to hit for Venture. That's the first hit. It's a low number like a 2. And it's not surprising at all that Andrew's going to take that and try to pressure back. He wants to make sure he can continually throw cards back. And I think I'd be surprised if we didn't. Oh, well, he has the Stars and Garters. He must have heard my commentary earlier where I kept telling him he has to get the Stars and Garters out. He plays it, and Sean's going to negate it defensively. And again, we have seen that Stars and Garters negated so many times now. Juggernaut's going to throw a 5 energy, and he has the ability to play another special after. Now he's been sitting on these 2 negates. They're going to start to dupe. I'm going to be honest here. I might negate this. I might slow down the speed and just just chuck that teamwork string at the Juggernaut. Keep the multiple attacks coming. Keep the offensive pressure coming. He does have a Wolverine activator. He hasn't used the full avoid. So he's got plenty of defense, and he's going to do exactly what I said. He uses the negate. He stops the string. And I think he's got to just start to launch the teamwork attack. He wants to keep that pressure on. He does not want to let up on the Juggernaut. Now, it does start to get rid of his placing advantage, which that's tough, but he's doing the same thing. He's just doing it a different way. That 4 can't be negated. It can be defended with a power card, but it is for the kill for a cumulative KO. And he has to block it with an 8. That is a huge tell. And we're going to see what Andrew decides to throw after. He's going to throw a Mojo 5. Real simple. Can you use to attack or defend? But he's going to go on the attack. And that is, again, going to be for the cumulative KO on the Juggernaut. Sean is thinking about it. Yep, it is. It is for the cumulative KO, Sean. That is 22 points of damage. And the Juggernaut goes down. The 5 goes away, but that's going to leave 17 points of venture on the board there to Sean's 2. Sean's going to say again, I've got the completion in my hand. I'm going to fire this teamwork off. He can only make 2 attacks here, so you know, it is a strength attack, which is the on type attack. He's got another strength hit placed. He can negate the 7 if it comes through. I don't know. I think that you know, you hate to get it that stacked up on him, but I think that's a situation where you got to let the strength one hit, and this is exactly why. Because now you don't have the card to defend the strength. You have to hope you got a card in hand to defend the 6. He does have a Dazzler. I don't know if he's playing the avoid numerical. But the other situation he's in, Sean has 2 cards in hand. He's also got the discard 3 cards from hand. Sean with that play, I really think he needed to let the teamwork card hit and then save the avoid for the 5. That would have let him still be able to negate another thing and start to throw some big strings from his hand. Andrew Taylor has got the venture. I think Andrew's got to just paint up another character. Just get those 2 hits on Serpent Society with that teamwork card. You're threatening the energy for the kill. You know, maybe he has to defend some of them, but you want to keep the pressure on when you're this far ahead in venture. And the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to trade characters. But he's going to opt to go for Colossus. Maybe he thinks he can make him use that 6 defensively, and then he's not going to have to worry about it offensively. And it pays off. He uses the 6. He's going to throw the 1 through, and now I think he's in he's feeling pretty happy now. He's got the negate. I do think he's got an avoid numerical on that site. I don't know though. I always play the Jubilee. We talked about this earlier. It's the same code as the Jubilee teammate avoid. Okay, he's going to try to make Doug Taylor discard the 1 card in hand. He's got 2 more. The question is, what is Doug trying to do here? So Doug lets the Dazzler go. And I think now he's at the point where he's just accepting, if you've got the kill shot in hand for the Beast, I'm going to take it. I'm going to chuck the 7 over. Sean Ballantyne's going to use his full Wolverine. The 7 is not for the kill, so the question is, what does Sean Ballantyne have in hand? He throws the 7. Andrew Taylor's going to he should choose to take it. That doesn't put, Andrew's still well ahead on venture. I believe he is. It's 14 to 18. So he's not well ahead. But now Andrew's in a tough spot. So Andrew has to choose. Am I going to pass here? And he does. Sean goes to the boards. He's going to take out a Reaver's card. Now it's Sean's last card. So whatever he takes, most likely Andrew Taylor's just going to avoid it. He's going to keep his guy alive, and he's going to win the venture. So this is going to work out very well for Andrew. He negates the 7. Perfect. He's going to win the venture. He's going to kill a character. Very well played by Andrew Taylor. Not giving up anything. And now he's just hoping that the attrition is going to come out. We have not seen the battering ram for Juggernaut. We have not seen the 11 for Juggernaut. We don't know how many 7s he's playing for Juggernaut. We've not seen Rays for Juggernaut. There's the 11. There's a Jubilee duplicate. And that's exactly what you want. You want to take that 1 character out and lean on the attrition. John Ballantyne's now in a situation where he has 6 cards. We haven't seen any discards so far from Andrew Taylor, and it looks like Andrew Taylor's luck is turning around, and he's holding on to a mid of 8 cards. Let's get a zoom in on Andrew Taylor's hand and see if we can get a close-up of what he's got. He has got a level 8, a level 7 any power, a 4. He's got what looks to be another Mojo negate. He's got the 5 that can combine with a playable power card by Mojo, and he's got 3 activators. He has got heat. Heat. Let's see what Sean Ballantyne's sitting on. We're seeing a little bit of placing start. I think Sean's got a microphone and can hear when I say it, because every time I say to zoom in, he likes to hold his cards at an angle where I can't read them. But looks like he's got a Dazzler activator. I'm turning my head to the side as if I'm going to be able to change my angle, but I'm not. All right, let's go back to the boards. We'll just call it as it's played out. Andrew's looking at his battle site. He's trying to decide how many he's going to bet here. Oh, I missed the bet. I didn't see what's bet here. Maybe my person running the booth will let me know if this was a bet for the win or not. This is a bet for the win. So Andrew Taylor is bet for the win. He plays a Wolverine activator and starts us off with a 4, make an additional attack. I think you're going to find Andrew here is going to be ready for this, and I don't think you're going to see him play any cards against anyone other than Serpent Society, because he is going to want to rack up that venture, and he's not going to want to play into one of those teammate avoids. I think he's learned his lesson from the last time. Sean Ballantyne's going to pull out the Dazzler activator. Probably just going to poke with a, oh, he's going to try to absorb sound. Andrew Taylor did not place. He saved the negate for his hand. I haven't got to see the absorb sound, but I've got the impression that Sean has hit some pretty big absorb sounds today and has really done well playing that as the offensive card. Got an 8 going over on Serpent Society. He's going to hit again and generate more venture. Now Sean does have that discard or target character can't attack with Colossus, but I think Andrew Taylor. All right, Andrew Taylor's going to avoid it, and he's going to lock out Beast. That's going to take away almost all the KO pressure. The 4 is going to come across. He's going to snap Master Mold it. Sean's going to put 2 activators down, and I think he's giving up, and that is the handshake. Wow, Andrew Taylor, newcomer. Second tournament in the biggest field, in the toughest field we have, is going to be at a final table against either the Goat Marcel or Ty of the Bertrand Dynasty. That is amazing. Congratulations to Andrew Taylor going to the finals. He is just showing from. It's so great seeing somebody. Andrew did not play this game in the 90s. I don't believe Andrew played this game until just this year, and he is going in and he is wading through a field of the best players that have played this game for 30 plus years, and he's showing that when we get these new set launched, Overpower is going to be huge, and there is going to be new competitive blood in the game. Very impressed. And not only that, let's talk about a character that the group think was that he was an unplayable character. People would try to make decks with Galactus, and the thought was he was not playable, he was too expensive, throwing the Teamworks in that way. Andrew Taylor has recognized an event set that nobody really used and that it was really powerful. He's built an unorthodox deck with Galactus, and he has taken it to the final table. Very, very impressive, guys. We are going to go check in on that other match between Ty Bertrand and Marcel, and we are going to be bringing you the final match. Don't turn your dial, don't go anywhere, and be ready for the final table very soon on this streaming channel. Thanks very much, everybody. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back with you soon. Okay, Ronald, can you hear me? Check it out. We got a big audience here for the finals. We got 6 people in here listening. Carl's logged in. Phil the Strangler's logged in. Everybody, you are about to see a final match between Ty Bertrand and newcomer Andrew Taylor. Ronald, awesome. Let me know when you are ready for me to intro this. All right, everyone, and welcome to the Battle for Boston 2024 final table. We have had such an exciting day. So many twists and turns at this last tournament of the season. Tournament favorite and all-star through the season, Phil Keffer, was taken out by Sean Valentine. Sean Valentine on a path to the final table was then taken out by newcomer Andrew Taylor, who is going to be at our final table. The GOAT carved his way through the field and was the #1 seed going into the top 8 and made it to the previous round. But Ty Bertrand, going back to his trusty Dracula deck, was too much for the GOAT to handle. And he's now headed to the final table, powered on that GOAT blood that he just drank. So let's see who's going to win, Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds, or Dracula. Let's go over to the table and see our final competitors ready to go. Thank you so much for being with us here today, guys. Just a reminder, we have a Kickstarter going for the relaunch of this game. This is one of the last legacy tournaments you're going to really see on camera consistently. We are going to be spreading out throughout the country. We're going to be in a number of retailers who've already bought in. We've got distribution through Canada in the US locked up. And you're going to start seeing overpower competitions in your local stores. We're going to have 4 regional events next year, as well as a national circuit. Overpower is back, baby. It's living, it's thriving. We're breaking records, and we've got people who never played the game back in the 90s who are the breakout stars of this. So we've got Andrew Taylor, the newcomer, on the left. He has had a strong showing in every event he's played in. He made the top 8 at the Seattle event, his first event ever. He played in the play. He's one of our play testers. He played in the play test event last night, made it to the finals, and was taken out by Sean Sawyer. But now he's carved his way through a 42-person field. He's playing a very unorthodox deck with the Galactus characters people thought were useless, and he has found a really innovative and brilliant way to play him, along with a great event set that, again, nobody is playing, and he recognized the value in it. Ty Bertrand has taken a step back to his Dracula deck, which he's had great success with, but he's taken enough time off where a lot of times with these decks, if people play against you often enough, they get a strategy, but you take a year, 2 years off from a deck, you go back to it, and sometimes it's like getting to play it for the first time. And people do not seem to be able to handle Ty's deck today. So they're dealing out their first hand, and we're going to see if Ty's deck definitely has a very good silver bullet for all the teamworks and Dracula's to the last man. But Andrew Taylor is running 2 negates. He's got 6 negates in the deck, as well as a negate off the battle site with 3 cards, 3 activators that have access to it. So he's really looking to he's going to be looking to never let that to the last man get through. 2 events firsthand. Andrew Taylor is saying no cards with a strength icon may be used to attack. Ty gets discard all place universe cards. Ty really, really wants to get that later in this game. Andrew Taylor is going to be placing a ton of teamwork cards, and that's a big one to get early and not be able to sweep those placed universe cards off the board. We're already seeing Galactus has got an intellect teamwork going down. We see only attacks with universe cards go down defensively, which is probably going to be a pretty good defense for the beast. But in an early hand like this, it's easy enough for Ty to avoid. So it probably is a card that does not affect Venture. Andrew Taylor is going to start right off with getting that negate out and having a little bit of a negate shell. And Ty's going to place his 9 or less avoid or rescue operation on the reserve character. Ty's got an 8 placed on Dracula. He's got a paralyzing gaze, which is target character may not attack or be attacked. It's not defensive, but he can use his turn to lock out Dracula if he needs him to live, and he does get to the last man. That card's going to give him the ability to say, Andrew will not be able to use any cards, special or otherwise, that have the word teammate. That means it gets rid of teamwork cards. It gets rid of both the 6 or less of voids, but it won't get rid of the 2 negates. And I think you'll see a lot of the time Andrew Taylor's going to use one of his many negates with his 2 negate characters and just say, I'm not dealing with these slow Dracula cards. I'm going to negate them, and I'm just going to fire back with these teamwork strings. Now, interestingly enough, the way we've seen him play his Galactus, almost every card that Andrew has in this deck, we have seen a backup of that card, meaning there's not really any teamworks that he's going to play, with the exception of maybe this 1 or 2 of these intellect ones that only Galactus can play. And it also, if you treat them sort of like they're, not a special, but the only card that character can play, you can throw a couple in, and as long as you get 1, 2, if you won or get them both off early, even if you don't, you're not risking very much if Galactus goes down. Looks like Andrew goes 2. He does have the event, but he notices, if he's looking at Ty's side of the board, Ty does not have any cards placed out of those 5 that have a strength icon. Now, it's a good chance he's got some activators in his hand, and he might not be able to attack with those. But that doesn't mean a lot when you're so early in the game, because all of those cards most likely have a defensive card too. But he's gonna say, I think with what you've got there, I'm gonna be able to generate a little bit higher numbers. But Ty's gonna say, I don't think so, and Ty's gonna bet 2 back. So these guys are looking to fight. Now, Andrew is the higher seed, so Andrew does get to go first. When you get to the top 8, it's the person that was highest ranked that goes first each round. So let's see how Andrew starts this off. Now, Andrew's only got 2 cards in his hand. I think what he's always going to want to do is start off with a teamwork, but if he starts off with a teamwork, he's got to throw another card from his hand and reveal a lot about what he's got. But he says, I'm going to throw, I forget the name of that card, Prime Time. I'm going to throw a 6 if it's successful, you're -4 to venture, and I'm just going to eat up one of your defensive cards. Now, he threw that from hand, and he got Ty to use a placed card. That brings Ty to 4 placed cards to Andrew's 6. Now, Andrew may say here, I bet 2, but I've got only 3 cards. Ty's only going to have 3 cards placed. He may say, you know what? I'm going to let this go through. I'm going to lock down the teamwork and the avoid, and maybe I just run. I give him the 2 venture, but I go into the next hand with a 4 card placing advantage. Nope, he lets it hit, but then he throws the 8 directly off Galactus at Dracula. And again, I don't hate this play. What you want to do is you want to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Ty to defend Dracula, his only 8 character in his main thing. And he's going to right away make him use only universe cards. It's a good time to use that too. Ty gets a really premier defensive card. He gets rid of his 8 energy power card. And Ty knows that in this matchup with Galactus, he's going to be dealing with so many teamworks that card is not going to be a very good defensive card throughout the game. So instead of worrying about the lockout ability of it, he's just going to throw it now, avoid the 8, and essentially treat it like a relative one-off. And I think that's exactly the right play to make here. Ty's got the ability to make an offensive attack back. And I think it's tempting to want to throw that any power teamwork in an 8 and just get somebody with a ton of damage points on them. But then you're really going to have no cards left placed. But it apparently is tempting enough, because Ty is going to throw that teamwork exactly like he said. He's going to go down to 2 placed cards. Andrew's going to he's going to get rid of a place card at least, the 6 or less, but he can't play it because To the Last Man is out there. It does have the word teammate. That's one of the cards that he locked down. And Ty is on top of it. Andrew forgot. He went to play it. Ty immediately says no. Now, this one might just be a quick instinct. He might have panicked here and said, I'm going to use my full avoid. I don't think you want to use a full avoid on a 6 when the 8 can immediately follow it up. Now that 6 can come from Spider Girl, and it can't be defended by a card from a battle site. And I think you're gonna see the 8 come right after that. So Ty's gonna go bang, 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 and just get that offensive pressure on. And I think you're gonna end up seeing Andrew have to run a little worse off than he thought he was. So it looks like he let it hit, and it looks like Ty opted to not throw the 8. I'm surprised. I mean, I know Ty knows his deck better than I do. He's at a final table at this huge tournament, but I would have thought he would want to get that 8 on there. Just put 14 damage on Galactus immediately, and put the situation to a really awkward place hand 1. But he gets his 2 venture up, he knocks 2 venture down, and that is not a bad place to be in. And he does luck into one of his events that's going to hit the table a lot harder. No cards with an energy icon may be used to attack. Now this shuts down attacks on both activators, but the big problem is that's going to get all of the teamworks that we're seeing coming from Andrew this hand, and that's really what Tyler wants to do. He wants to slow down those teamwork attacks. And I think you're going to see, I don't think it'll be a 5 bet, but I think you're going to see a 3 bet here from Ty. Ty does have the stars and garters too to defend against any big attack, but it's probably going to get negated as it's played. Ty gets the stars and garters place. We see a couple low power cards for Andrew. Again, not representing a very strong hand here. Andrew's got 3 cards in his hand. It looks like he said he's done placing. I got a little bit of bad luck with that event first hand where it didn't do anything to the universe cards, but he's definitely making up for it with this event this hand. Looks like Andrew's got a bunch of activators in his hand. He is just not going to really be able to generate any venture offensively this hand. Ty's also sitting on a couple of activators that he can't attack with, but Ty can throw that 6 teamwork and throw the big 8. That's going to make things very, very awkward. I think Ty is still considering what he's going to place here, if anything. Now, the final match does not have a time limit for those that don't know. When we get to the finals, these guys, no one's going to win on time. You make it to the final table, you have to be able to win the game. You have to put the game away. So it may take 20 minutes. It might take 2 hours. This is a very long decision Ty's taking here. Maybe this is like icing the kicker in pro football. Maybe he thinks if he takes enough time, he'll forget how to play those cards. He does it. He goes for the win second hand. I believe that is a 5 bet. Let's see how many he draws here. He draws 1. He draws 2. He draws 3. Let's see if we can zoom in on Andrew Taylor's hand and see what he's keeping here. Let's see. Let's see if the booth can zoom in on that hand, and we'll see what he's got in his hand. He's definitely got a long shot activator, Andrew does. Well, I guess we've lost a little bit of the booth control here, but I'll say what I can. It looks like a Mojo 5. It looks like a teamwork. I'm not sure. It looks like he's got a couple things he can play. Now Dracula's going to try to throw the DZ, and it's looking like the only way he could defend it is with the lockout or negate from the Reavers or the negate from Mojo. He definitely wants to save one of those negates for the Stars and Garters and be able to get rid of that. I think the best thing he could do here is play the long shot personal negate. Now he's probably trying to give me 1 second. Looks like he's starting off with a teamwork card attack. All right. We got a teamwork. We've got a 3 being thrown. Ty's got a lot to think about here. When you go for a bet 5 on hand 2, every single block and every single point of venture needs to be calculated. It needs to be such a meticulously played hand. Now, with that event, Ty knows both of those teamwork cards are dead. Andrew's got to use these bonuses while he can to make the venture blocks as uncomfortable as he can for Ty. Ty doesn't want to have to use an 8 to block a 4. He can, but he'd rather take that 7, try to throw the 8 offensively, and see if he can make something stick later down the road. It's when you've been playing this long, these guys have been playing since 10 o'clock this morning. When you've been playing this long, you get to the end of the day. It's 11:30 at night. You got here. Most of these guys got here at 9 a.m. in the morning. I mean, you're on 14 hours of overpower. The pressure's on. You're trying to stay strong through the rest of the day. It is hard to play in one of these final matches at the end of the day. Your body's telling you to stop, and you're just trying to deal with the pressure. Somebody goes 5 hand 2. You don't want to make any mistakes. It's real tough. So Ty's going to play Ghost Rider to try to go get a Ghost Rider special out. And it looks like that's finally going to draw the negate off Mojo. And he's going to say, I'm not letting you go fish for a special. He's going to fire back. Let's see what he's got in his hand. The Mojo 5, which we thought. Not anything that's really going to help much for Spectrum. But it is going to, it's going to add on to that venture. If that hits, that'll put it even with the 8. But, remember, he's still got the lockout if he wants to use it to avoid the 8. He's going to take the 5, and that's going to give him an 8 venture lead. And Ty's going to take the turn. And he's going to try to get the Stars and Garters out. No, he changes his mind, and he's going to throw the ally first. And I think that's fine. He caught it before Andrew really made a decision. And I think that's a fine play. He plays the 3. Andrew lets it hit. The Stars and Garters come out. Andrew maintains a 5 venture lead. Cannot throw the Teamworks. He can't use the Universe card Defense Off Beast against an ally that is a Universe card. So he's really got to figure out how he's going to maintain this venture lead. Ty's got 1 card in hand, but he is representing that Teamwork card attack. He's going to throw another Mojo 5. And he's just trying to keep the pressure on with these little hits. And I'm going to be honest, with what Ty's got, I think Ty has to use the Stars and Garters to defend this. Ty's going to throw the 6. Spell of Protection's going to block it. He's going to throw the 8. The lockout's going to block it. And then it's really probably going to come down to what that last card in each one of their hand is. Looks like we're a little frozen up on the main camera from a series of thumbs up reactions. Again, let's thank Mac for that. Let's see if our booth can do a little bit of reset on the image. And we're back. All right, we saw what we said, the teamwork. He blocks it, he throws the 7. So now we have perfect information. Ty's out of cards in his hand, it was a 7. He defends the 7, he throws the 6. Ty can hit with the 8 and make it 11, but then the 6 hits. I think this game's going to keep going, but I think Ty's going to lose this 5 venture. So the question is, what does he want to do next? I'm also, yeah, I guess the best thing Ty can do here is let the 6 hit and just throw the 8. Ty had to take a swing at it, and he got very close. It just, I think he was really banking on one more card being able to take out. He was just hoping that event was going to take out one more card. Wow. What a stressful hand for Andrew, and he manages to pull it out. Crazy. So Ty's not going to have that big event that's going to come in and pressure it. He's got 5 in the bottom, 2 in the top, and now he's going to be digging himself out of a huge hole. Not to mention the fact that Dracula has got 14 points of damage on him. A 6 or higher is going to be for the kill. That is not a position he wants to be in. We got a Mojo placed. We got a 5 place. That's a teamwork follow up. Ty does get a negate. He puts a double shot down. I think that's a paralyzing gaze. He does have it to the last man. Now again, he's got he's Andrew Taylor has still got the negate off the battle site, and he does get the Beyonder. With all those Reavers activators, the Beyonder and the 6 negates, he's really able to shut down a lot of the specials. So, Ty's really looking to get those to the last man's through, but trying to punch through the double negates is really hard for him. Andrew does have a 1 in the bottom, but Andrew makes a 2-bet. He did have the negate in his hand as well. He moves 2 to the top. Ty bets 1 and runs and is trying to rebuild his place and advantage. They're going to go into the next hand, and I don't know. Ty's got to be sweating this a little bit. We've seen all these good players take their time and be able to make these comebacks, though. So this is a non-timed game. Ty still just has to make the decision to win. He doesn't have to play for time. He can rebuild that placing advantage, and try to grind it out later in the game and see if his experience can overcome. But Andrew is just playing such a tight, smart game that he's not giving these experienced expert players any leeway with those mistakes. Ty's got 1 duplicate to the last man. Andrew's got a duplicate Jubilee. That's the 3rd to the last man. Now, I don't know how many Ty's running. I have seen Ty run anywhere from 4 to, I think at one point he tried to run 7 just to make sure he always had one. That didn't work out so well for him. The sweet spot seemed to have been 4, maybe 5. It is that good of a card if you can keep repeating that mechanic. Andrew Taylor has not been able to throw these teamwork, so he's built up another one. Now, there's a good chance Ty might be running the Any Hero mission. Discard all teamworks, no teamworks may be played. I can't confirm that. I don't remember if I saw it or not earlier today. But Andrew Taylor is going to want to throw those teamworks and just not give Ty the chance. All right. 7 in the 7 Any Power gets put down on Galactus. Another 2 strength, so he can fuel both the tactic double shot card and the teamwork. Andrew Taylor's got all the follow up he needs, though. He's got follow ups for days on those teamwork cards. So I think Andrew's got himself in a good position. I think he just wants to just keep the pressure on. He doesn't need to make any kind of crazy bets here. Dracula's really hard to defend when you've got that many teamwork strings. I think he just wants to make a nice 2-bet and just look at Ty and say, I'll trade with you, man. I'm going to trade. I'm going to throw. We also know Ty's 1 per deck off his battle site that allows him to heals off special card attacks. And we've seen with Andrew Taylor's deck today, he just isn't throwing special card attacks. He's playing very few specials for each character. The ones that he are playing, we've seen him. It's the 5s off Mojo. He's probably got another 6. I can't remember if we saw that 6 this game or last game. I think it was last game, but he's really running 3 offensive specials, maybe the 9. I think we're looking at next to no offensive specials, so it's going to be really hard for Ty to capitalize if he gets an enforcer special. He doesn't have a big lockout, and that is so painful. Wow. He goes 3. He gives Ty a draw. Ty draws the devastating event that he needs to get the next hand that would have got rid of 18 venture points off the board and taken away all of Andrew Taylor's speed. That is a brutal, brutal draw. That is the worst thing Ty could have drawn. I don't know if the pause here is just Ty trying to recompose himself, but that is just feels like a freight train hitting you in the guts when you see that. He's been hoping to get that for 3 hands in a row and then gets it off the single card draw with a thick amount of his deck left. Just bad luck. That is just bad, bad luck. And Ty was already a little bit on his heels, but I think that is just really going to seal the deal. And had Ty just said, I'm not going to take the draw and I'm going to run, he would sweep the board and he would have been completely back in this game. What a brutal turn of events. Andrew Taylor had a confusion with Jubilee, which we haven't seen yet, the ability to stop it. He did have a negate for Beast, but he's going to go into his next 8 cards. He's going to be in the, I think he's got the ability to go 2 for the win from the middle. And again, now that's really going to put Ty in a bad spot here. It looks like Ty's got a pretty full hand. He's going to dupe that 4 that he's got all the way on the right side of his hand, but other than that, I think he's going to have a pretty nice mitt. Now, Ty doesn't like to see that. He's showing him, I've got a duplicate of the Mojo negate. Ty's got a duplicate of the 4. But Andrew's got a placing advantage. He's got 10 placed cards. Ty's got 2, 4, 8, 9. So he's got 1 card. But he did have an extra discard. So I guess they're even on cards. So that's pretty good. But just remember, everything in this deck is about trying to keep Dracula alive, and the pressure is just going to come. He's also got a pretty good set of defense on Mojo and on Beast. The only thing Ty's going to be able to throw to really get through to Beast is that first teamwork string. He goes for the win. Ty goes 2 for the loss. Ty is hanging on by a thread. He's got to win this hand to stay in the game. All right, what are we starting off with? No surprise here. It's going to be a teamwork card. Galactus is going to finally play that intellect teamwork card that has been sitting on him pretty much the whole game. And while he plays the teamwork card, Andrew's going to take a quick peruse of his battle site, and then he's going to go back to the teamwork card. Ty's taking a look at his hand, trying to figure out he's going to use a 6 intelligence power card to block it. And Andrew's got to figure out what his follow-up's going to be. I think it makes sense to make it that 5. Or no, he wants to make it the 2. I don't think it totally matters, but when you got that many teamworks, you just need to make sure you're not using one that then locks out the other one. Ty takes the 2. Now he can't block with the 2 because that has the bonus from the teamwork card. So I believe it's coming across as a 4. We'll see what Ty wants to do here. He knows he has a negate. He may want to try to throw the paralyzing gaze, if that's what that is. I can't tell if it's that or Battlefield Commander that's placed. If it is the paralyzing gaze, I think he should try to lock down Galactus. See if he can get a 7 or draw a defensive card. If it is the Battlefield Commander, I don't think it's going to do much, but it could then try to throw the paralyzing gaze or throw something at Beast and see if he can get the non-numerical negate on it later. Again, that's the whole thing with Dracula. Dracula's slow. He does really powerful individual attacks, but he's going up against a deck that specializes in speed and chaining big attacks. So his home base is going to make an attack with the aspect. That is a 4 energy. Any character may make an additional attack. The good thing about those green aspects, they actually come from the home base, not a character, and they're not a special. They can't be negated. Interesting choice for Ty to throw the 4 directly at the avoid. He's going to throw the 2-card kill. Cannot be defended by a card from a battle site. We have seen Ty make some cool plays with this card all day, and he may have just snaked a kill through on Galactus. that Andrew wasn't ready for. Andrew says, well, what do you mean I can't defend it with a battle sight? And he says, she's got an inherent ability. Everybody forgets about it. I've never seen this combined with a double shot, and I love it. I absolutely love it. What an interesting card interaction that no one has figured out yet. And that's what I love about CCGs. You know, say what you will, this game's been being played almost nonstop since it was stopped being made in 2001, and people are still innovating new things that you haven't seen before. So he was just able to take out Galactus with that double hit. Galactus is off the table. He gained 8 venture and he took out a 7. That was a 15-point venture swing right there. Andrew Taylor's still in a great position, though. I don't think he's got to be worried. He's only going to lose 2 if he goes down here, and all of those teamworks that he has left, I believe, are backed up. So I think he just needs to stick to his game and just keep checking teamworks. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to throw one from hand. 4 teamworks that he had available here. But Dracula's going to say no universe card attacks may be played. And that hurts a little bit. That is going to stop all of the follow-ups and all those other teamworks from being able to pressure Dracula. Ty maybe just be able to stave off defeat here. He's getting that kill and then getting the no universe on Dracula that's definitely gonna make Andrew have to do a little bit of thinking. And Ty's looking back over the table and he's saying it's not gonna be that easy. You are not gonna win a couple of big hands and then just go 2, and I'm gonna move everything to the bottom. I'm gonna make it work for it. So he has to make a follow-up. He chooses to make the follow-up against Beast. Now, the only thing I'd be weary of here is if I can't go after Dracula, I would probably shift gears and target Spider-Girl just in case he's got the 1 per deck. But he's also new to the game, and not a lot of people play Spider-Girl. You got to remember, with the new players, the big weakness is he may not know the card pool by heart. He might not have seen Spider-Girl, and he might have no idea what she does. He might not know she has a 1 per deck that can lock out a teammate. He might not know that she's got a 9 or less of Void, which Ty has in his hand. This is why I love Overpower. Ty has got 5 mission cards in the defeated pile. He's betting for the loss. Andrew's got 5 in the completed pile. He's betting for the win. And with 1 play, it almost feels like Andrew is on his back foot and now is really on the defensive. Andrew's not sure what to do about this teamwork attack. He can't use the Beast of Void. The Beast of Void only stops teamwork attacks. Now, what he could do if he wanted to is play the Beyonder and use the confusion and stop it. I think that's what he's going to do, and I have to say, I think this is a really good play. Yep, that looked to be what he grabbed. All right, so the question is, how does he want to reattack this? He's got another teamwork in his hand. He's got the negate. I don't think he's got the power cards to play that and the place teamwork. It looks like he's got a Dazzler activator. Now, one thing he could do if he wanted to is he could use that Dazzler activator and he could throw the pinpoint laser at Dracula for the kill, and he would force him to use probably a premier defensive card, like a 9 or less avoid from hand or one of the other ones. But it's also one of these situations where I think Ty just has it. Ty's got 5 cards in hand. He's got a lot of good defense placed. And I think, I don't know if there's conversation going around the table, but if anybody out there, if Ronald, if you're listening, let's clear everybody that's not the players off the stage. All right. So any power teamwork gets played. And now he's putting him to a decision. He's saying, you know what? You've got 2 teamworks left. I don't want you to play cards with the word teammate. But the reality is, I don't think Andrew can actually follow either of those teamworks up. And so I think he's going to say, I don't care. Go ahead and play that card. I don't think it actually gets anything. And I don't think it's worth spending the negate on. I don't think that Andrew has the defense here, so it's not going to make a huge difference. I think Andrew's best bet, honestly, is probably just to cut and run. And this is sometimes as a new player, it's hard. You know you're going for the win. You feel like you have to stick it out, but Ty made that brilliant play with the double shot, took out Galactus. It doesn't really hurt Andrew much in the long run. I think he just wants to just cut his losses and get out of this hand. He's still going to go into the next hand with 4 cards. He's still going to be tied on the amount of cards that are placed. He's still got Dracula in a great place where he's super close to dying. Just he doesn't want to risk getting the rest of his team KO'd. But he says, you know what? I'm going to take that pinpoint laser. I think he's going to take the pinpoint laser and he's going to try to throw it right through the no universe cards. Nope, he does the 5 minus to defense. And the 9 Alyssa Void comes out. That was really going to come out either way. Whether it was the pinpoint laser or it was the 5 there, he's going to want to use that defense up from hand. Now, it looks like he's got a level 8 power card and an 8 multi. Ty just had the hand. Where was this hand last time when he was going for 5? That's the real question. Spider Girl's going to come in with her 8 multi. That will draw the negate. That is a negate-worthy card. And it is time to run away. You have a Sentinel's card left. He's got plenty of defense. It's time to run, but he can't get away from the hand. He's got to keep trying to throw cards. And I think that's going to make him eat a... That's going to use the 9 or less. Dracula's probably going to throw the 8 at this point. Now, the only thing Andrew has going for him, Ty doesn't know that he can't throw one of those teamworks. So Ty's decision right now is, I've got a Ghost Rider. I've already made him discard a place card, I believe. I can't remember. I think he's used 2 of his Ghost Rider abilities. So he's saying to himself, if I throw something offensively and he goes teamwork card, but Ty says, nope, I'm gonna throw the 2. I'm sticking in this. I'm gonna make you earn it. Andrew's probably just gonna take the 2. And I don't know, maybe he will use the Master Mold to avoid the 2 and just run away. And that's what he does. So he says, I Master Mold the 2, and I'm going to get out of dodge. I think he stayed in that a little longer than he should have, but he didn't really take much more damage, and he did whittle him down to 2 cards, so maybe in the long run, Andrew Taylor was right. Andrew's coming in with 2 teamworks. Ty's got a Paralyzing Gaze and a Negate, which we're seeing the negates are just not very good against what Andrew's trying to do here. Andrew pulls off another spell of protection, 2 spells of protection, so he has a dupe. Ty's going to dupe on a negate. Discard all multi-power cards, and that is going to get... he had another negate and a multi-power card. And Andrew says, I'm going to dupe on this. So Andrew's got 1 more placed card and 1 more card in hand. He's coming into this with 2 more cards. Now, I don't know if he's got it in him to go 2 here. I don't know if he's got the hand for it. Ty does draw another 8. Oh, and he had the 8 intellect power card, but he's lost Galactus. So he did have a couple cards in there for just Galactus. Six or less avoid. Ty plays an ally. He says, all right, I'll give you something that the 6 or less can block. Andrew puts a 6 intellect down. That can be used to follow up either of the teamwork cards if somebody is to get pinned with that paralyzing gaze. Ronald, it needs to change the battery pack on the camera. While we're getting that changed, I'm going to keep watching the other 2 cameras, and we are going to try to commentate this game from the 2 different angles that we got. Ron, while you're changing that battery, if you want to throw one of the small cameras in the big camera spot. Andrew's checking his battle site. He's got a lot left. He hasn't really gone that deep into the battle site. Ty does have his acrobatics in hand, but with the amount of teamworks that are being thrown, it might not end up being as good as it normally is. Interestingly enough, if he does get the acrobatics off again, Andrew's got that Dazzler activator. She's got pinpoint laser, which says it ignores specials in play, meaning he can get one of those lockouts on one of his characters, and the pinpoint laser will shoot right through it. Ty does not have a very strong hand here. He's got a 7 and an 8, and he's got what looks to be a Daredevil card. But he's already used the No Universe. The Daredevil card might be a 9 or less avoid, depending on how he's stacking it. But that's only 3 cards to defend Dracula. And Taylor's representing, again, 2 more teamwork cards with 2 active follow-ups, plus a pinpoint laser, plus 2 cards in his hand. Just not enough to defend Dracula. He has to defend every hit that's thrown against Dracula. And I think this is one of those situations where you look at the board and you say, I've got 2 in the bottom now, and I've got 5 in the top. But Andrew does it. Ty bets 2. Andrew looks like he does a 1 and run. I don't know about that. I think I would have then thrown the hits and just tried to kill Dracula. We got the battery pack back up, and we are back to our above view. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, maybe I'm missing something in the angle of that, but I really thought with the 2 teamworks, just keep throwing the hits and just pressuring Dracula. But I do have the advantage of seeing what's in Ty's hand. You know, he sees 5 cards. He doesn't know that only a couple of them are the defense. He's probably not able to fully track what Ty's got on Hell's Kitchen. And again, this might be a place where the experience just really helps. Players like Ty, myself, obviously, anyone that was been playing since the 90s, they can look at a Hell's Kitchen. They can probably list, if there's 20 cards on it, they're probably going to get 19 out of 20 right with a tiny little variation here and there. Andrew certainly is going to know his battle sites, but I have to think that that really deep knowledge of what each battle site brings to the table is harder to come by, and that is a rough card to see. He's been focusing on both targets that are not Spider-Girl, and the chickens have come home to roost. He has a teammate, may not be attacked for remainder of battle. That is a huge card for Ty. Where Ty was getting the bad luck in the earlier hands with drawing that event, it's looking like the tide has changed and Ty's luck has started to turn in his favor. Spider-Girl is paying for herself now. She's got the teamwork teammate lockout, and she's got the 9 or less. And I think this is just a case of Andrew coming up against a new character and not living through her being on every deck like we did when X-Men first came out. Spider-Girl is a fantastic character, one of the best Max 6s in the game, and it's really shocking to me that she doesn't see more play. That inherent ability, now that Dow is gone and battle sites are showing up as 60% of the environment, that inherent ability comes into play for teamwork follow-ups constantly, and a lot of the best players just don't think about it. They don't factor it in. Andrew draws 1. Andrew draws 2. So it looks like Ty might have made a 4 bet here. Ty is aggressively trying to get back into this game. Andrew has got a dupe. It looks like Andrew has a couple of duplicates. Maybe my guy in the booth can tell me, is this for the win? Did Ty just go 4 for the win? I don't think he was in a position to do that. Not for the win. I'm being told by the booth. All right, but Ty is getting aggressive with this 4 bet, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. He's almost forcing Andrew to just say, okay, I'm going to leave Dracula alone. You've got him warded. You're going 4. I have to just throw all of these attacks at Spider-Girl. I can't let you. That's one card. One card makes all the difference. It's a huge avoid. He has to just say, I need to take that card off the table, and I need to ignore the fact that you have it, and I just need to throw every card at Spider Girl. Let's see if he's picked up on what the strategy is to avoid that card. And he does. So that's good. He's playing the game the way he should. He throws the teamwork, and Electra's going to say, I've got the same confusion Jubilee does. I'm going to avoid your teamwork, and no additional attacks are going to be able to be made. And you don't always hate that. Look, if you use up one of his cards and you don't have to worry as much about making sure you have the follow-ups, sometimes it allows you to block a low power card. Throws out a small block, and Ty's going to try to get the paralyzing gaze out as the follow-up. We're probably going to see a negate come from him. We're probably going to see the negate off the Reavers for this paralyzing gaze. It'll be interesting to see. What does Ty decide to try to throw here? He throws the paralyzing gaze on Mojo, trying to pin him down. And I can't tell exactly what's in his hand. It looks like an any power card in the Reavers, but I think this is just going to be a Reavers negate. I think he's going to say no, and then he's going to fire off another one of those big teamwork strings. And he can really put the pressure on. I mean, after he lost that other one, he kind of gains a teamwork follow-up. He can throw the 6 energy team. He let it hit? Why would he let that hit? I mean, it's not for the win, but still. What is he worried about having to negate? I would have negated that, thrown the energy teamwork, the 1 follow-up, and the 6 follow-up. And I would have just said, nope, take 3 more attacks on Spider Girl. You got 4 cards in your hand. What are you going to be blocking here? Spider Girl blocks the 6. She blocks the teamwork with her 6 fighting power card. And that 8 is going to come from Doctor Strange. It's going to get a little bit of a boost, and it's going to be 9 Venture. Ty's got a Kingpin card. It looks like he's got a Kingpin and a Beyonder. Now the question is, what does he have that does block this 8? I think we've seen him use a lot of his premier defense out of that battle site. He might still have a 9 or less avoid. I can't remember which teamwork he just played, so I don't remember if it has a +1 or a +2. Oh, it's a +2. It was the 7 strength teamwork, the +2, so that's a 10. So even if he tries to get the 9 or less off Daredevil, it's not going to avoid this because this is going to be +2. He just goes for the full avoid. So I guess he hadn't used that yet, but that uses up the Beyonder activator. And again, Andrew Taylor's going to be happy to see some of that premier defense go if he can keep these chains up, but he's got to get out of this really big 5-bet. Now he can try to offensively negate the paralyzing gaze, but Dark Beast has the negate, so he can negate if he tries to offensively negate, that does give Ty a defensive action. He can negate the negate. got some nice little pokings going back and forth. 3's gone through. Some attacks go back and forth. We've got the 1 on Spider Girl. Ty's going to reach for his Kingpin activator. Ty's been using the Rose a lot off Kingpin, which is just the 5 fighting. It lets a character play an additional special. But he goes for the Bodyguard. I wasn't sure if Ty was playing that because we didn't see it. I love this card. I was playing Kingpin main deck. That is an old school speed bump, we call it. It goes in front of Spider Girl and it says, you must attack this card first to attack Spider Girl. It's killed with 1 hit. The hit does not count to venture and it can't be defended. That means he's either got to spend a card to kill that and create the target on Spider Girl, or he goes for somebody else. Now I think I'm at the point where I would just go for somebody else. He is going to defensively negate the Bodyguard. Wow. Not what you expect to see. He doesn't negate the paralyzing gaze, which would allow him to throw a teamwork into 4, but he does negate the Bodyguard. I don't know if I completely agree with this play, but it's not for the win, so he's at least getting himself out of some sticky situations here. Ty's only got 3 venture. I missed how the 3 strength got through. I had somebody ask me a question and I muted for a second, so I apologize, but I'm wondering why he didn't use the spell of protection on the 3. Ty uses the 9 or less avoid. Ty chooses to spend a turn to offensively lock out Dracula. That means he wants to keep the card in his hand secret, and he wants to just outpace what Andrew's doing. Now, Andrew could be really clever here and say, okay, I'm going to throw that pinpoint laser now right through that card, and you can either use your negate up or you can use your 8 on a 4. Now, Andrew and I chatted a little bit after his last match, and I told him, hey, don't forget that pinpoint laser's designed to cut through those lockouts. So I wonder if we're going to see him use it here and force Ty to use one of those other cards. I can't make out the card that's in Andrew Taylor's hand. And what a grueling match for both players. The ebbs and flows. It keeps seeming like one gets the advantage and then one's on his heels. Ty seemed like he was coming back, and now it seems like somehow Andrew Taylor is going to put himself in a position where next hand he might do very well and be able to come back. There's a 7 any power. Oh, that is painful. Painful. He says, okay, I don't have to go for Spider Girl anymore. I'm going to throw the 7 over here where it does a lot of damage. And the 7 is enough. Now, Ty's going to activate his Asclepion here. He's going to heal the 5 off, which allows him to draw a card. And if the card is playable by the character, he can make an attack. And it is an Electra card, which means the character can attack with it. And he's going to make that attack immediately. Now, I do think technically he can't do that. I think the card itself has to be an attack. I think he should have had to drawn the activator, but the activator itself is not an attack. So I think technically he couldn't have thrown that immediately. He would have had to put it in his hand. Now let's see if he remembers what he can do with the pinpoint laser here. Exactly. He's forcing the 8. Now he's not going to win here, but at least he's really gotten through a lot of the juice that Ty has, and he's not put himself in that much of a hole. But Ty doing very well for himself here. Look, Ty making a bet, a big bet. Ty's winning. He's able to pull that off before he goes into Power Pack, and we're really going to see who has the most steam here. Andrew Taylor is going to shuffle up his Power Pack, and they're both gonna head into their Power Pack with this hand. And this is what Overpower is about, man. A back and forth match, neither person giving it up. All right. Both players, at least 4 cards into their power pack. That non-numerical negate for Dracula is not going to be that great. I mean, it will get rid of the defensive lockout on Beast if he plays that at some point, which I guess is nice. Andrew Taylor's got some high-powered power cards. It looks like even though Andrew Taylor wasn't completely in power pack, he's mostly drawn power cards. Ty does have some special cards in there, so I think Ty's got a little bit of an advantage going into this hand. But we're probably going to see at least a big old teamwork card with 2 follow-ups from that one teamwork that's placed. So we're going to see what happens here. You know, Ty's definitely got a little bit of the momentum, but Ty's got an 8 ranker with multiple 8 intellects in there. It's just going to be a question of if the pressure can come on from the teamworks. Those negates that he has are just not going to be that useful right now. Unfortunately, Ty doesn't even have special card hits on his record because Andrew's just not throwing that many special cards. So he can't even do what he did last battle very often and use the negate as a heal to trigger the Asclepion, which gives him the draw and lets him attack again. The Ninerless Avoid's very good. He's happy to see that. We do play these in an untimed match, so you know there's no time limit here, but this one is certainly going long. This is a grueling match by guys that are now into their 14th hour of the tournament. He passes. Ty says, I'm going to place and get 2 cards on each character. It looks like Andrew asks him what the battlefield commander was. Now, I like what Ty's doing here, but at the same time, taking that 7 and placing it to Dark Beast does mean you don't have the 7 to defend Dracula. Ty looks like he just goes 1, and he's definitely signaling that he wants to run here, but I don't think Andrew's really in a position to go much more. All right. It looks like Andrew Taylor just bets 2, and Ty is just throwing a vanilla power card. I think he wants to eat up that 8 energy power card and open the path for the 8 intellect. But Andrew's drawn the 7 any power card, and he makes the defense. And now I think we're going to get a little bit of teamwork action. Andrew's got to just throw that teamwork, and he's got to come at Ty with the speed and just create the pressure. Ty's only got 2 cards in his hand. Ty's got what he needs to be able to make some big plays and throw some big attacks, but you've got to keep the offensive pressure on him. He can avoid 1 attack with the 9 or less. We see the intellect follow up in Andrew's hand. I think he's just got to go. He's got to go. Is the 6/4 a kill on either character? It's only 18 on Dark Beast. Am I missing something? Why is he throwing the vanilla 6s without throwing the teamworks first? I feel like I'm not seeing any events. I mean, he could throw that 6 energy teamwork and then the 3 and then the 6. And that's again one of the things with these decks is the ability to throw 3 attacks in a row is so strong. People need to realize 1, 2, 3. It's really hard to defend against that. Ty's sitting on a 5 intellect in hand. Andrew doesn't know it, but that 8 coming across, that'll just straight up kill Dark Beast. Battlefield Commander. That takes away Beast's ability to lock out later, but it's also just a good stall for Ty. Now, I'm going to say it again. Looks like he's got a 5 any power in his hand. throw the teamwork, string 3 attacks together, and just put that pressure on. Or just throw a 5. Man, this is really a battle for the ages here. Both players are laughing and having a little bit of table talk at this point. I think just the mental endurance to make plays, to focus on such a complex game for this many hours just takes, it really takes an amount of stamina and mental focus and determination to play at this level for this many hours. It's now 12:16 in the morning. We started at 10 a.m. and these guys are still going. He throws the 2, it's blocked. Andrew can still throw the teamwork. And it is time. He has one card that can defend it placed and possibly another card that can defend it. It's time to throw it out there and just put the pressure on. Pressure Dracula, see if you can make him use the 8, or pressure Dark Beast, just get rid of a character and bring up the Venture Sync. I don't understand why. Am I missing something? Why is he not throwing the teamwork? He must just want to take it into the next hand. I mean, look, I will say this. I'm not going to second guess him too much. He's managed to get 5 Venture on the board. He knows he can, if the 8 is thrown against a different character, he can throw the 8 and try to get as much Venture. It just seems like you're leaving a card on the table for no reason when you want to make sure you win a Venture now. Ty chooses to let the 3 hit. Why is he removing the Venture off the table? Because wait a second, I had Venture. I have a 5 and a 3. Certainly did. Now, Ty's out of cards. Andrew took a 5. He's not at risk of being killed. Andrew could throw the 4 now at Dracula and either get rid of the 8 or the avoid. And the good thing about that is Ty basically has to pass at that point. Ty can throw his own 8 after if he wants to use the avoid, but then he's going to eat the other 8. So Ty just doesn't really have. I think Ty's got himself in a position now where he can't actually win the Venture. He's going to throw the 4 for the kill. Ty's going to block it with the 8. And Ty's going to concede. So Andrew's pretty happy with that. Look, he did get the victory. He did take out Beast. He does get to keep the teamwork. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to harp on him too bad. He certainly made it to the top of a tournament in a field that I've never even played against this many players and this many good players. He won the Venture and he took out Dark Beast. So kudos to him. They're both fully into Power Pack. Now, one thing Ty's got to be nervous about here is Ty has only got one 8 character. His other 2 characters are max 6. If Dracula goes down, Ty still has an 8 character and still has a character with a 7 grid. However, Andrew's built his grid a little bit split. So he does have some any power cards that are different power types, but his 7 is in strength on the Beast and his 8 is in energy on Mr. Doctor Strange. So if Doctor Strange or Beast goes down, he's probably going to have cards that are unplayable. So we're trying to see how many duplicates he has. He's showing 2. He has 3 dupes. It's 5, 6, and an 8. I did not see how many dupes Ty had, but it looks like Ty has about 6 cards. Ty still got that 9 or less avoid. Andrew's still got a 6 or less avoid and an 8. So it looks like Andrew's going to go 2 from the top. And he's playing this conservative, grindy game. And Ty says, hey, I haven't bet yet. I haven't placed cards yet. Ty places the 8 to Dracula. Andrew bets his 2. Ty's trying to think, how many do I want to bet here? Let's see if we can get a little bit of a close up on Ty's hand and see what he's got there that he's flicking back and forth. Ty's got a 5. He's got a 4 strength. He's got a 6 any power. It looks like he's got a 2 multi, and it looks like he's got a 7 intellect, and he's got an 8. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is pretty good. It looks like he's going to go 3. How many did he go? Did he go 4? Or did he go 5? Andrew says, there's a chance I might keep these, so I'm definitely going to draw them. He went 5. Andrew's going to bet his 3 and see how many of those he's going to maintain. I didn't see how many he discarded. But that looks like I think that's 5 for the win from Ty. Can the booth confirm if that's for the win or not? That is 5 for the win from Ty. So Andrew's got his 2 bet. Now Ty is shooting again with another 5 bet for the win. And Andrew is again at the point where he's fighting for his life. But again, if he manages to pull this off. Now, one of the things we know they're in Power Pack. We know that max 6 characters are terrible in Power Pack. So I think, I'm going to say it again, Andrew just needs to fire that teamwork card off. He doesn't want to put himself in a situation where Mojo dies and he doesn't get to play it. It gives him the ability to throw 3 power cards, and they're both going to have huge boosts. He just needs to get it off. He needs to follow it up. He needs to boost up both follow-ups, and he needs to get 3 attacks, 1, 2, 3, as high as he can, and just make Ty have to block with his highest power cards. I mean, that 4 would be a lot better if it's coming across as a 5. Nope, it's blocked with a 4. Even money. Yep, Mojo can't block an 8. And now if Ty has a 7, it's just going to be for the kill. And again, there's nothing Mojo can do about it. He will just die. 8's going to hit. We know that. And he's finally playing the teamwork card. 6 coming across the table from Mojo. Ty's thinking about what he needs to do here. This is a long match. Wow, guys. We think we're going, we are over an hour now on this final table. He follows up with a 6. That 6 is going to come across as a 7. Maybe where we see the 9 or less. He might want to keep the 7. He knows he's going to get the 7 through on Mojo. Nope, he throws the 9 or less. And then does he have a third one? If he does, he should throw it because it's going to get the boost. Plus 2. 3 is going to come over as a 5, also for the kill. Ty's going for the win. He may have to say, I don't want to up block here. It's not important to keep him alive, but it is because he has a 7 in his hand. And that's why you want to play those cards with their boost. Mojo's dead. Nothing he can do about it. However, Ty does not have anything that can block that 8 energy now. So he can completely fire that 8 energy back. And if he plays the 8 energy now, he's going to make it. No. All right, well, that's just as good. Wait, did Ty use the 7 in his hand? Oh, he's already through the 7. I see. So anyway, that was the right play. Ty's got an 8 and a 7. Andrew's going to get the 8 through no matter what. Andrew's also got a 6. Ty's used his 5. He used his 4. If he's counting, he should be using that 6 or less avoid off Doctor Strange. Go ahead and throw the 8 through, Andrew. You know the 8's going to hit her, and you don't want to dupe on it, so you should just throw it and get it on Spider-Girl. At this point, I'm not commentating. I'm just yelling the plays that I would make into the microphone. I will say Andrew's playing a great game here, guys. He does it. He does exactly what I say. He gets the 8 out on Spider-Girl. Ties down to just 2 max 6 characters. It doesn't look like he's going to pull out this venture like he was hoping to. That's interesting. I thought we already saw a 6 go by. But I guess we didn't. I mean, it's a 6 and you block a 6 or less. You definitely want to use it. I think Ty's out of cards. Was Andrew going for the win as well there? Is that the game? Or is Ty just shaking hands because he doesn't have the grid? I mean, they did the handshake, so it looks like Andrew Taylor's won. Can the booth confirm? Did Ty just scoop because he was out of characters? So Andrew is the winner here, but I'd like to hear how. Can you guys ask, was Andrew betting for the win there, or did Ty just scoop because he was down to 2 max 6 characters? Guys, Andrew Taylor. Newcomer Andrew Taylor. Wow, what a match. An hour-long match at the end of a very long day, and back and forth the whole time. Andrew went to a commanding lead first. Ty had some bad luck. Ty had some expert play. He gets his placing advantage back. He comes back. It looks like he's going to win, and Andrew just manages to hold on and just shows that deck that he designed has some staying power. Who would have thought that the Galactus card, thought to be unplayable, you just get a new player in the game, he sees the game a different way, and Andrew is able to use Galactus to pull out this victory and make himself the champ of the Battle of Boston. We are going to be able to watch this on stream, and yeah, you guys will be able to determine for yourself how the end of that match went, but congratulations to Andrew Taylor. Andrew Taylor comes out and he wins his second major tournament. I think if you count last night, his third, but really only his second tournament. What an impressive feat to come out as somebody who didn't play the old game, probably doesn't know the card pool yet, and pulls off the victory in Boston. Very, very cool to see one of the brand new players taking down probably the hardest field of players in the history of the game since it was out in the 90s. Guys, we can't say enough to thank you here. Thanks so much for coming out to the Battle of Boston. Thanks for staying up till 12:30 at night and watching this stream. Remember, guys, we've got a big old Kickstarter that's going. It wraps up on Tuesday. We're going to do a big wrap town hall that night. Please consider going out if you haven't made your pledges yet and pledge. This game's going to be getting a little bit of a in-store release at some point. We've got some distribution deals that have just gone through. We've got another major IP. We've been teasing it for a while, but we're going to finish that deal up any day and be able to announce it. And we've got a lot more in the works. So Overpower is just going to continue to grow. This is going to wrap up our regular season for 2024. At some point, we're most likely going to do a Champ of Champ events, invitation only. But this is generally the end of the regular season. Congratulations to Phil Keffer. He won our Player of the Year award for the most points. That's going to put Tyler at second place. So Tyler is going to be the runner-up for Player of the Year. He's going to cement that with his second place victory at this tournament. Congratulations to both of those guys, all of our tournament winners, and for everybody's support. We do this all for the community. We do it for you guys that are coming to this audience at 12:30 at night and having all the positive support online. It's a dream come true to be able to bring this game and these matches to you. So we love you all. We love the community. Thank you very much. And everybody go get a good night's sleep, and we will see you at the next one.